Welcome to the Shopify AliExpress Dropship course. And the first thing I want to do is say a massive thank you. I know your time is precious, but I also know you're not going to be disappointed with how much you are about to learn over the next several lectures. I have a massive amount of experience in this area and an enormous amount to share with you. But before we get going, the first thing I want to say is this course is about doing. Okay, it's not just about watching videos. So I really need you to take action if in fact you are going to change your life and build out a $10,000 per month business. Now, the first things I need to do is to lay the foundation stones for this whole thing on which we can build our business. So we've got a solid base. And I call those the essentials. Okay, so what are they? So the essential number one is the business model, or how you will make money. Okay, clearly you need to understand what it is that we're doing here. How are we going to make money? So in the next lecture, I'm actually going to show you a helicopter view of how that all works. You're going to see how exciting and achievable it really is. Essential number two is about setting up your free Shopify account. Okay, now Shopify, if you're not familiar with it, it is probably now the world's leading e-commerce platform for, let's say, non-technical people. All right, so it's very point and click. It's extremely intuitive. It's very, very easy to use. And dare I say fun. You're going to enjoy setting up your store with Shopify. Now, once we've set up that Shopify store, I want to give you a brief tour. Okay, sometimes it can be a bit daunting, particularly if you've never done something like this before in your life. So I'm just going to take you through your Shopify account, familiarize you with it, and put you at ease. So those are the three essentials, and I'm going to see you in the next lecture when we're going to dive into essential number one. All right, essential number one, the business model, or how you will make money. Clearly, it's absolutely essential that we understand at a high level exactly how this whole business model is going to work before we delve into the detail of the course itself. So let's just go through this step by step so that you clearly understand. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to build out an e-commerce store. Okay, you're going to build an e-commerce store. Now that might sound a little bit, frightening right now. Maybe you've never done anything like this before. Do not worry. I'm going to guide you step by step through this whole process. If you've never done it before, don't worry at all, please. It's all point and click. You don't need any technical knowledge, and it's actually really cool and fun to do this. You're going to see as we progress. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to build a store, but it's not going to have anything in it in the beginning. We're not going to have anything that we actually can sell to the public, which is clearly our goal. So we need to stock our store up. All right, we're not going to stock it up with physical products. We're purely going to put descriptions, images on there, okay, for people to buy from our store. But we need to be able to stock it from somewhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to a website called AliExpress.com. Now, AliExpress.com is a huge Chinese kind of equivalent of Amazon. At least that's the way I like to think of it. It's got thousands, maybe millions, I don't know, of suppliers, certainly millions of products in there, of anything you can think of. And compared to perhaps what we've seen on Amazon or other sites, the interest is that the prices are very, very reasonable. Now, just for example, let's imagine we find this t-shirt here for $3 on AliExpress. And I want to say straight away, this is not about selling t-shirts, okay? This is not about selling t-shirts. You can sell t-shirts if you want. You can sell anything. I'm just using this as an example, okay? So let's imagine that we found a t-shirt on here for $3 on AliExpress.com. Now what we're going to do is we will take the images of the t-shirt and we will take the descriptions of the t-shirt and we will simply put it on our site, and really the only thing we're going to change is the price. Okay, we're going to price it, in my example here, at $20. Okay, so maybe already you're starting to see how we're going to make some money here, right? So we've got our store set up now. We've got one product in it with the $20. Next thing we need to do is to find a customer who's going to buy our t-shirt. So here's our guy. Here's our stick man looking very trim. This is our customer wandering around in the wilderness. And one of the key things I'm going to teach you as part of this course is how to laser target these customers and bring them to your store. So people who want to buy t-shirts in this example will be brought to your store so that they will buy your products. Okay, so there's the arrow. Customer will buy the item from your site. Okay, so the customer has come to our site now, your ecommercestore.com. He's come to your site. He's bought this t-shirt for $20. Okay, now you now have $20 in your hands. Okay, note that we do not actually have any physical product to offer him. Okay, but we got the $20. So clearly what we need to do now is actually send him the t-shirt. And the way this works is that we will go over to AliExpress. You will buy the item from AliExpress, the t-shirt, and drop ship it directly to the customer. Okay, so basically, if you step back from that for a moment, we've never owned the product. The customer came to our site, bought the t-shirt for $20. We now have $20 in our hands. We go over to AliExpress.com, we buy directly from AliExpress.com, and we ask the supplier to ship it directly to the customer, right? Pretty cool. So the customer is now wearing our t-shirt and he also has a slightly bigger head and he's very happy. Okay, he's got his product. That in a nutshell is what we're doing. So let's just have a look, slight bit more detail about what that actually means in terms of business. So down in the right hand corner here, I've got some things popping up. So let me just draw your attention to that. So we sold it for $20 on your site. We bought it for $3 on AliExpress and we shipped it directly to the customer. Now let's just say, for example, we spent $2 on advertising. So that leaves us with a profit of $15 for that one transaction. And we can repeat that over and over again, each time making a substantial profit margin. Yeah? Have a little think about that. Take your time, because I want to just go now into the advantages of this. Maybe you're starting to see how powerful this model already is. So there are numerous advantages, but I'm pulling out the main ones here, okay? The first one is that you never have to own any stock. So you don't have to have a storeroom. You don't have to pay for storage. You don't have to worry about stock that you can't sell. None of that's going to happen, right? You're simply going to advertise the products on your site, and when somebody buys them, you will ship them direct from the supplier in China to the customer. You get the money up front, okay? Before you bought that item off AliExpress for $3, you'd already sold it for $20, so you don't have a cash flow problem. You never have a cash flow problem. You get the money up front. As I said to you before, there are no technical skills required. You're going to see using Shopify how easy it is to actually build out the store. It's all point and click. There are some fantastic apps which I'll introduce you to, which are going to make your life a lot easier. It really is actually good fun to do. You also don't need any prior knowledge of e-commerce. Trust me, I've been doing this for a few years now. When I first started, I didn't know anything about e-commerce at all. The concepts are, simple to grasp. You will master them in no time. And yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting stuff. And in fact, what's really exciting about it, if you like, is that it's very easily scalable. Over on the right-hand side there, where I've written repeat over and over, it really is up to you how quickly, how aggressively you want to build out this model. You could use it to earn an extra $1,000 a month, yeah, or you could head towards a 100,000 plus business, annual a year. It's entirely up to you how you want to work this. Maybe you've only got half an hour a day because you've got a very busy life, or maybe you're looking to build your own business completely and you have all the time in the world, in which case you can build it out that much stronger. It's entirely up to you. It can fit around your current lifestyle. And yeah, it's highly profitable, as you've seen, $15 per t-shirt in this case, but again, I stress it could be any item. and you can run it from anywhere. Okay, you can run this from anywhere. This is a virtual business model. I've been working in this manner, working from my laptop in countries all over the world, and enjoying the freedom and flexibility that's given me for years. I mean, it's slightly scary how number of years it is now, but this is yet a great example of an amazing model that you can run from anywhere. So there you go. That's the model in a nutshell at a high level. If you don't understand every single aspect of it, don't worry. It'll all start to become crystal clear. I would perhaps encourage you to maybe watch this lecture one more time, just to, bed down those ideas. Make sure you've got a good grasp, at least, of what's going on. So in the next lecture, we're going to look at essential number 2, which is setting up your Shopify account, your Shopify website, if you like. Very exciting step, and the great news is I've got you negotiated a 14-day free trial, no obligation. So, no reason not to get going. So let's crack on to the next lecture. I'll see you in a sec. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is create our completely free Shopify account. And in fact, you're looking at the last slide here where I asked you to please click here to access Shopify. So if you haven't done that, please go back and click on the link. Now, when you click on the link, you will be taken straight to Shopify. And now we have some very simple steps that we're going to take in order to actually set up that free account. Now, the first thing we're going to do is enter our email address. So for me, tim@ecommercemindset.com. And then just simply click on Get Started. So now all you need to do is to choose some sort of password and then to select a store name. Now at this stage, you don't need to worry about coming up with the store name that you're ultimately going to use. Just choose any store name, because we can change all this later, as you'll see as we progress through the course. Now if you're struggling, just use your name, so in my case Tim for example, and then just put hot deals or super deals or bargain deals or whatever it might be on the end. So I'm going to do exactly that, and I'm just going to call it Tim's Super Deals, okay? And if it's not available, it will tell you at that point. Okay, so very, very straightforward. So just come up with a simple store name like that, and then just click on Create Your Store. Goes through a few setup steps, and then it asks us to tell us a little bit about ourselves, okay? So are you already selling? Please choose one. I'm going to choose I'm not selling products yet, okay? That's exactly where we are. And what is your current revenue? Well, at the moment, we are just getting started, okay? This you can leave unchecked, nothing you need to do there, and then just click on Next. Now this form, you'll see the title is Add an Address so you can get paid, okay? Jumping the gun a little bit, we haven't actually got to the point where you're making some great money, but nevertheless, it does need certain details. So you can see it needs the first name, the last name, your address. Again, all of this can be changed later, okay, if you need to. So I'm just going to fill in my details. And once I've done that, all I need to do is click on Enter My Store. And believe it or not, you'll then be looking at your store. Now, of course, a lot of this won't make sense. And that's what the next lecture is all about. I'm going to take you by the hand. I'm going to guide you through Shopify. I'm going to show you how all of this works. So please don't be overwhelmed. I'm going to take care of everything step by step. So super congratulations. You've done the first step of setting up your very own Shopify store. Okay, brilliant. You've reached essential number 3, which is understanding your Shopify account. Now, my job here is to make you feel comfortable, put you at ease if you like, with Shopify, particularly if you've never seen anything like this before. I fully understand that it can be quite overwhelming. So by the end of this lecture, what I want to achieve is that you feel very comfortable with Shopify and, of course, excited about building out your business. So in the last lecture, I left you looking at this screen. Now, there's a couple of housekeeping points here, which are very, very important. First of all, that password that you use when you set up your Shopify store, please note it down somewhere, because you may need to log back into your Shopify system at some point. The second thing is, please bookmark this page so you can come back to it easily at any time. Now, before we get started looking at this whole menu structure and of course the store itself, you've probably noticed this button over here, this select a plan. And you should also have received an email from Shopify with details about your account, and within that there will be probably some mention of selecting a plan as well. Now, I don't want you to worry about any of this at the moment, okay? Just ignore this button. We have a 14-day free trial here to really explore this system, and that's exactly what we're going to do, okay? So please take no notice of that for the time being. So let's get down to business. Now, the first thing I want you to do is to click on this little eye icon next to where it says online store. And it will open up, believe it or not, your store, right? It has actually set up a store without doing anything. All of this for free, okay? So it doesn't look great, I admit, but we have a lot of functionality already in place. First of all, we've got Tim's Super Deals up here. We've got a home, we've got a catalog, we've got the ability to search, we've got a checkout. We've got some semblance of a home page with the ability to add an image and some sort of text overlay, as you can see. And as I scroll down, you quickly get the idea of how well this is set up for e-commerce store owners. So we've got a feature collection. Clearly we're going to be able to drop products into this whole thing. You know, we've got various ways we can display the products, and finishing up with some sort of slide at the bottom. Now, all of this is highly customizable, and we're going to be looking at this as we go through the course. But what's really, really cool is for absolutely nothing, in fact, just the few clicks of the mouse, we have some store set up. We have the bare bones, if you like, of our store. Now let's go back to what I call the admin system. You'll hear me referring to this page sometimes as the admin system, sometimes as the back end as we go throughout the course. Now I just want to make an analogy for you so you really understand the difference between the back end and the store itself, okay? So if you imagine a real store, right, when you walk into your shopping mall or you go into your local town, you have that front window, okay? That front window that displays all of the products and tempts you into the store. And when you're in that store, you're walking around taking your time looking at products. Now that's very much the front end, okay? The website itself. That's what that presents. It's presenting your store in the best possible manner, okay? Now this back end system is, if you like, the back end of the store. So let's just imagine there's somebody in the back room doing things like ordering the products themselves from suppliers, pricing those products, managing the customer accounts, all that kind of stuff. Now that's very much the back end, okay? So if you're at all confused, keep that analogy in mind. I really hope that helps you going forward. Okay, so let's delve a little bit more into this menu over here on the left-hand side. Now, we're on the home page currently. Now, these next three things basically go together. We've got the orders, the products, and the customers, okay? So obviously we're going to be setting up our store. We are going to load it up with products, and you'll see how all of this comes into play as we go through the course. And then, of course, we're going to drive potential customers to the store where they are then going to make orders. So Shopify enables us to very, very easily add products in, all point and click, okay? No technical knowledge, don't worry about a thing here. Very easily add products into our store and modify them at any time. We can then very easily track and see the orders as they come in, and ultimately therefore building up our list of customers. So I hope you can see that nice little grouping there. That's really, for me, the core of the business, all right? Now these next two are nice to haves, no question, but I'm not going to delve into them in massive detail in this course because they're not completely essential to you making money, all right? We've got analytics, which is basically enables us to see where customers have come from around the world visiting our store, and we've got the ability to apply discount codes. Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of a coupon code to get a discount on a product. That's where you can basically put that together. Now the next one on the list, apps, is important, okay? Now apps are very, very powerful. In fact, if I just click on this, you will see that we have various apps, okay, and we have an app store. So I just want to make another analogy at this point with your mobile phone, for example. If you've bought a smartphone, you will know that it comes with some fairly basic functionality. Let's say, just to keep things simple, the ability to make calls and perhaps send texts. So if you want to increase the functionality of your phone for whatever reason, let's say to get your local weather forecast, you might want to download an app onto your phone in order to be able to do that, okay? So you've increased the functionality of your phone with an app, and Shopify has exactly that. It has this app store with all kinds of amazing add-ons that we can download, that we can plug in to our store to massively increase its functionality. Okay, so some of them are free, some of them are paying, and we're going to be delving into this aspect as we go through the course. So don't worry about it too much at the moment. Just know that we can massively increase the functionality of our basic store at the moment with apps. Now this next section is the online store, and this is where we're going to manage the look and feel of our store itself. So if we just go back to it, it's all about changing this stuff here, okay? All the stuff that we were looking at just a few minutes ago. So what we can do here, for example, is with themes, which is super important, we are able to change very quickly the look and feel of our store. You're going to see all this stuff later on, all right? So I just want to basically make you aware of it at this stage. Blog posts I won't get into because I have another course that talks about building out a blog on Shopify. But pages, clearly we can add many pages to our store if we want to, and navigation is all about having a menu system that makes sense, and I'm going to delve into all of this stuff with you. Now, domains and preferences we will also be getting into, but that's less to do with the actual overall look and feel of the store, but there are some very, very important aspects that we are going to touch on going forward. Now the last thing right down the bottom here are our settings. Now if we click on this, you see a whole load of icons, okay? I don't want you to get overwhelmed at this stage, it's not necessary. I will introduce each one of these at the appropriate time. So at this stage, I just want to go to general, because this is where I said, and if you remember, you can change stuff later on, okay? So you remember I called mine Tim's Super Deals. If you want to change that name at this stage, then you can. That's where you come to do this, okay? You can change your email. We have the store address. Again, remember I said you could modify that? Well, that's where you would do it right in here, okay? And the other thing that is important is depending on where you are around the world, it should have already selected it by default. I'm in France, so it's basically picked my time zone and my various metric systems and kilograms, etc., set it to euros. Just check this and make sure that that all makes sense wherever you happen to be doing this course. Okay, so that's it. That's a helicopter view of Shopify itself. So as I said in the beginning, my mission was to put you at ease. I really, really hope I've done that. Please don't worry about the detail, okay? We're going to get into the detail. I just want you to feel comfortable. You know, this is all point and click. You cannot break this. In fact, I would encourage you to click around with your Shopify store now. Mess about a bit, not too much because I want to show you stuff as we go on, but please just click around and you're going to start feeling very, very comfortable in no time at all. So for these next few lectures, we're going to put together some essential pages that every single store needs. And we're going to start with the Contact Us page. Now, you might want to do a Contact Us page and an About Us page. That's entirely up to you. Or you might want to combine them. And in fact, that's the preferred way that I do it. So to add a page, just go down to Online Store, click on Pages, and then simply Add Page. Now, because this is the first time, I just want to show you how this is set up on Shopify. So you have your page title here, you have your content of your page, and then down here at the bottom we have the search engine listing preview, which is simply how that would show up in the Google or the Yahoo or whatever rankings. So if we go back up the top here, my title this time is going to be very straightforward, just simply Contact Us. Now here you have all these icons, okay, all kinds of things you can do, point and click, to create a really good looking Contact Us page. And I really encourage you to do that. And the reason being is that so many people miss this opportunity to connect with their potential customer. You know, I do a lot of website reviews, and often the Contact Us page just says something like, please contact us at, and then an email address. But that's a missed opportunity because you really want to take this moment to connect with your potential customer. And the way you do that is you tell your story. You know, tell them why you're starting this e-commerce store. Tell them a little bit about where you live. Tell them your interest. Tell them why that is relevant to your store. Whatever it might be, just give it some thought and put down some honest rhetoric about what it is that you are doing and why you're doing it. And if you like, include a picture. You know, a picture of yourself often works really, really well to connect with the customer. But if you feel uncomfortable about that, choose an image that's perhaps relevant to your store. But make the page a living page. It's amazing the difference that can make to your potential customer.
And the other thing is that I see a lot is that people try to pretend somehow they're bigger than they are. They put a picture up, but it's of a sort of corporate headquarters or something, which is kind of ridiculous because, most people can smell that immediately. They know you're not a big store. They know you're probably a one or perhaps two-man band, that kind of operation. And you should be proud of that. Don't try to make yourself look corporate. That's not your image. You want that personal connection. So please go ahead and do that. Write some cool content for your Contact Us page. And once you're done, all you'll need to do then is go ahead and click on the Save button. Now, just before I do that, I do want to draw your attention to this visibility. Okay, so again, same with all the pages, but you have the opportunity, once you've created your page, to hide it for the time being if you're not ready, for example, to show it. Or by default, you can simply publish it on your site immediately. So I'm going to go ahead and do that by just simply clicking on Save. And it confirms that we've created it successfully. Now, you're probably thinking, now that's all very nice, Tim, but I still don't have any way for my customers to contact me. And in fact, the only thing you really have at the moment is the email address that you signed up with. So you could very easily add that at the bottom of your very nice Contact Us page that you're going to put together. But as the course progresses, I'm going to show you other ways that they'll be able to contact you. And in fact, later on, I have a whole section on adding credibility. So take your time with that Contact Us page. It really will pay dividends in the long run. So this next part, I'm sorry to say, is rather boring, but I do promise that the course is going to get an awful lot more exciting as we go along. But we do have to create 3 rather dull but very, very important pages. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the refund policy, the privacy policy, and the terms of service. And the good news is that Shopify makes that very easy for us. So all we need to do is to come down to Settings, go to Checkout this time. And then don't worry about any of this stuff, just scroll down towards the bottom and you'll come to this, the refund, privacy and terms of service statements. And to generate a refund policy, it couldn't be simpler. You just click on the Generate Sample Refund Policy button. And there you have it, okay? So what I want you to do is to do that for the refund policy, for the privacy policy, and for the terms of service. And then to click on Save. Now all we need to do is to create a page. So let's start with the refund policy. So if we just select all of that text and copy it, and then go to the online store, go to Pages. You see the Contact Us page that we've already created. Click on Add Page. Call it the refund policy. Let me spell that correctly. And then simply paste in that text, okay? Now I do encourage you to read it. It is a very, very good start. There's really nothing you need to worry about at this stage, but just read it. Make sure that you are comfortable with all of the statements in there. Once you've done it, click on Save. And then just go back to Settings, back to your checkout. Grab this time the privacy policy, okay, and create a page for that in the same way, and then also the terms of service. So I think you get the idea. You don't need to watch me doing that. So I'm going to create those 3 pages, and I would ask you to do exactly the same so that we're all good to go in the next lecture. So you've created those 3 extra pages, and including the Contact Us page that we made before, that makes 4 pages in total that you've now created. But if you've been to the site, you'll notice that you can't actually find them anywhere on the site, and therefore neither can your prospective customer. So let's see how we can add those things to the menu so that it can all be easily found. So let's go back to the back end here. And this time we'll go down to Navigation. Now in Navigation, we have 2 menus already set up by default. We have the footer menu that's got search in it, and we've got the main menu that's got home and catalog. So if I go back to the site itself, you can see the main menu with home and catalog, and if I go down to the footer menu, it's got search in it, okay? So that corresponds exactly to those things. Now, to add something extra into the main menu, all we need to do is click on main menu, and then just simply click on Add Menu Item. So we had the Contact Us page, so the menu item is called Contact Us, and then what I want to do is find that page. So here it is, Contact Us, add that in, and click on Save. Now I want to go back to the site and refresh and scroll to the top. you can see that we've got Contact Us up here in that top main menu. If I click on it, there's my Contact Us page. Of course, yours is filled in with all those great tips that I gave you earlier on. So we want to do the same thing for that bottom menu. So this time, back to navigation. And then the bottom menu or the footer menu. Click on footer menu. Add a menu item. So we'll have privacy policy. We find the privacy policy. There it is. Add it in. We want the refund policy with an E. And then find the refund policy. There it is. And then lastly, the very exciting terms of service. All right. So pages and terms of service. Add all those in. Okay. All nicely listed. Click on save. Back to the site. Refresh. And there we go, right? This is all in the footer menu. If I go to the home page, probably makes it a little bit clearer because it's right down the bottom. Here they are. So if I click on terms of service, for example, those are my terms of service. All right. So great job, guys. I shall see you in a moment. Now, the next part of building out our Shopify store is to create a logo. Again, I see too many stores where they just leave it like I have it here, Tim's Super Deals. And in fact, Tim's Super Deals doesn't even read very well. But so many people just leave it like that as text. And that, again, is a missed opportunity because to create a logo shows a certain amount of professionalism and is a very nice way to start building out your brand. So how do we actually go ahead and create a logo? Well, we have this site over here called Fiverr, which I'm sure you've heard of, 5 with 2 R's on the end, where people will do pretty much anything for $5 and up. And one of them is creating logos. And I've had logos created on this site in the past, and it's absolutely amazing what people can do in a very short space of time for very little money. So if I was to type in here logo design, for example, and click on search, I would find thousands and thousands of people who can help me. I mean, look at this, logo design, 45, nearly 46,000 results. So that's one way to do it. But the way I actually prefer is to use a piece of software called Canva. Okay, so you just head over to canva.com, canva.com. Now it's completely free to sign up, or you can sign up with your Facebook account. And there are some paying aspects of this site, but you don't need them. You can create all kinds of amazing stuff for free. And once you connect, I'm not going to do a full-blown tutorial on Canva. You're going to find it pretty straightforward to set this up. But once you connect to their system, you're going to see a page a bit like this, which is basically a list of templates for more or less everything you can think of. Okay, we've got social media posts, we've got documents, we've got blogging and ebooks, marketing materials, all this kind of good stuff. And at the top here, I have logo. All right, so if I click on logo, then I get all kinds of fantastic ready-made templates where I could very, very easily drop in my own text. So, for example, I could take Max Brown here and just simply drop that over, right? And then I can edit this, I can change the text. It's very, very straightforward. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a simple logo for Tim's Super Deals. So I'm going to take this one here, Modern Space, and I'm just going to type in here Tim's Super Deals. Okay, now I know that's not the best logo in the world and I could spend an awful lot more time doing it, but the purpose of this lecture is to show you how simple it is and to inspire you, of course, as I'm trying to do with all of these lectures, inspire you to do it yourself and have a play around. But this really is a fantastic tool and I really, really encourage you to come over here and use it. Now, all that said, you might be a gifted logo designer or a gifted graphic designer, in which case you won't need any of this stuff, but I do know that 99.99% of the people taking the course won't have those skills, me included. I am definitely not a gifted graphic designer, but these amazing sites make it super, super easy. So please take advantage, please take a little bit of time to create yourself a great logo, and very, very shortly I'm going to show you how to actually add that logo to your site. So in this lecture, I want to talk about images, because to create a really great looking site, you do need to put up some great images. Take some time to really think about what those images are going to be on your site. A site that looks a bit rubbish is going to drive away traffic very, very quickly, and all of your hard work will be wasted. A site that looks great is clearly going to draw them in. Now, I know that's really obvious, but it's surprising how often that gets overlooked. So what I want to do here is just show you some sites where you can get images that you have to pay for, but also, as you'll be pleased to know, plenty where they are for free. So let's start with the paying sites. Now, the big ones, I guess, are this one here that I'm on at the moment, which is called iStock Photo. So let's just imagine that we were in the dog sector, for example, and I just typed in dog here. It presents me with some beautiful images related to dogs, and there will be thousands and thousands of these. If I were to continue to scroll down the page, you'd see what I mean. But basically, this is a great site for getting some really, really nice images. Now, you're probably looking at something like $5 to $10 per image. Now, you might think that's a lot, but in fact, you're probably only going to use a handful of images on your site at any one time. So you may be looking at investing, if you were to go down this route, let's say $20 in order to have 4 really great images on your site, and you might consider that to be a really good investment. Now, as well as iStock Photo, we have Shutterstock, which is a very similar concept. So let's just type dog in here, for example. And again, an endless selection, 1.8 million dog stock photos, 18,000 pages. So clearly we want to start refining that. But those two sites really have a limitless number of images that you can pay for. So let's imagine that you don't want to pay for images. So let's have a look and see what we can do there. Well, the first place we can go to is Google. Now on Google, I can type in dog and I can go to images. And here I have a load of images, but you need to be careful because very often these images are copyrighted. So if you were to take them and use them on your site, you may well have a problem later down the road. Probably the worst thing would be you would be asked to take them off your site. But if you built a brand around a particular image and then later on they ask you to remove it, that would be really, really annoying. So why not just avoid that whole thing in the long run? But it's not all lost for Google, because up here I have an additional filter called usage rights. And if I click on that, I get various options. I've got labeled for reuse with modification, labeled for reuse, labeled for non-commercial reuse, and then again another non-commercial. Now, we are commercial, right? We're building out a business. So if you wanted to be really on the safe side, you would select labeled for reuse. In other words, you can reuse any of these images. And quite frankly, you are going to find many, many great images here for your use. Now, the disadvantage, having said all that, with Google is that you often struggle to find the image, the size and quality that you want. That's the big advantage with those paying sites that I just showed you. In fact, with the paying sites, you'll get images in various different formats. But here, that's not the case. It's pulling images off the internet. So what you see is what you get, which can be frustrating. But that said, with a little bit of research and a little bit of looking around, you can often find a really good image to use for your site. Now, if you don't want to use those paying sites and you don't want to use Google, then I'm not quite done yet, because in the next lecture, I'm giving you a list, which I hope is a pretty exhaustive list, in fact, of websites that have royalty-free images. In other words, you can go to those sites, you can search for your images, and you can be 100% certain that you can use those without a problem in the future. So I really hope from what I've just shown you here and also in the next lecture that you're going to be able to find some really, really cool images for your business. Okay, we're moving along fantastically here, and I just want to take this opportunity to make it absolutely clear that this course is all about building out a fantastic, profitable business, one that you can be proud of, one that could supplement your income or maybe even replace your job altogether. Now, what I'm not doing is showing you how to build the most beautiful Shopify store ever, all right? I'm giving you all the tools. I hope you can see that as this is starting to develop, each lecture has great content that you can act on, all right? But I'm leaving a lot of that up to you. Having given you the tools for the job, I want you to run with it. I want you to realize how simple and how powerful this can be and how you can really, really use it to build out something fantastic. So with that in mind, we've looked at creating some pages, we've also looked at the logo, and we've looked at some images. And I really hope that you've acted on that and you're starting to feel more and more comfortable and hopefully getting more and more excited about how this could potentially change your life. Now, the next thing I want to show you on Shopify are the themes. So let's go down to the online store. And by default, we get the themes page. Now, the themes are the shop window to the store. They really are the kind of the window dressing. That's how I like to look at it. So if we go back to the site here, we see this image with text overlay and this grey thing here, which corresponds with this. Okay, we're talking about the debut theme, and the debut theme is the theme that comes with Shopify by default. Okay, it's a simple theme, it's very powerful, and what it does allow me to do is to demonstrate to you how themes work. Now I'm going to show you how this debut theme works and how you can customize the store as it currently looks. And with that knowledge, the good news is that most themes have a very, very similar pattern to the way they behave. So once you've got this debut theme idea under your belt, you'll be able to run with it and use all kinds of other cool themes to really, really personalize and customize your store. And I'll talk about that a little bit in the next lecture. But right now, I want to focus on this debut theme. So in order to make changes to the way this looks, all we need to do is click on Customize. And you see straight away that the entire presentation has changed. All right, what we've got over here is a different menu on the left hand side, and this part over here is actually a live preview of my site. So this is very, very cool. I can make changes over here, which you'll see in a moment, and I'll see exactly how they affect the store over here instantly. So let's have a bit of fun and play around with this and see what we can actually do. Again, I want you to feel really, really comfortable with this. I don't think it's going to take that long. So if we go to the header, for example, and here you will see that we can upload a logo image, okay, to replace this thing here. So very, very simple. All we got to do is select an image, basically upload it if there's nothing there, which will be the case. Take your image. This is the one that I created very, very quickly over on Canva before, okay? I repeat myself, it's definitely not the best logo of all time, but I want to show you how to do this rather than the most beautiful logo ever. But there you go. You can see straight away that having selected a logo, it appears instantly on the right-hand side, okay? So Tim's Super Deals replaces that plain text that I had before. So if I click on Select, I can also basically make some changes here. I can make this thing a little bit wider if I wanted to. So let's say I want to make it a bit bigger, go up to 200. I get an instant change. Maybe that looks a bit better now that it's bigger. And I can align it left or centered however I want it. But I'm, let's say, pretty happy with that at the moment. So having got that all right, let's go back. And now I want to show you how easy it is to change this text here. So here we just go to this bit here where it says image with text overlay. And as you scroll down, you can see that I can select an image, which we'll look at in a moment. But here we see the actual text itself. So if I change this to read something like, come and visit our store. Okay, that's not the greatest headline ever, but I'm sure you can see straight away how simple that was to do. And then maybe what I want to do now is change this subheading here. Now at this point I want to start introducing something I promised right at the beginning of the course, where I said I'd show you some of the things that work for me. And things that work for me in the past very well are the dog jewelry business. Now it's not jewelry for dogs, it's actually jewelry for people who own dogs, okay? So just a small niche, you might be wanting to build out a general store or a niche store, whatever it might be, but I'm going to use that as a kind of an ongoing example through this as we build out my particular store, and you'll see that the products that I use later on will also be in that niche. But of course, entirely up to you how you're going to build out your particular business. So let me put in some text here that would be relevant to that niche. So I'm going to take this out and I'm just going to put in this text here. Explore our fantastic collection of dog jewelry products. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here a little bit and I want to create a button. All right, so here in this button label, I'm going to type in here, discover more, ... And then the button link itself, I will just link to the products page, all products at the moment. Okay, something like that. So you can see I mean, how long was that? I probably spent about a minute, if not less, where I've changed the main title to come and visit our store. I've now got a nice little subheading here, explore our fantastic collection of dog jewelry products, and a discover more button. Now, I went through that fairly quickly. We'll come back to this. But the idea is that this is, in fact, a very good design for a store, because you're saying exactly what it's all about in the beginning and you're drawing them in to your collection, okay, with the discover more button. It basically pulls somebody into the store. So I encourage you to use that design, okay? That's your takeaway, if you like. Obviously, you're going to put your own spin on it depending on exactly how you're building out your store. But try to have that heading, that kind of subheading, and then a button that pulls them into the store. Now, let's not forget to save, of course. And just to be absolutely sure that it's actually really happening on our site, if we go back here and refresh, then here you see the logo and all the bits and pieces that we've just been talking about. So now let's try and put a nice image behind all this to really start to give it a professional feel. So back to the customized theme page, and still in this come and visit our store section, what I'm going to do here is click on this select image. And I'm going to upload an image that I got from iStock Photo, in fact. So this one here. And it's basically just an image of a woman cuddling a dog, which I rather like. Now I've pulled that in. Now you can see instantly that it's available on the site. And all I've really got to do now is just select that. Now I can play around again a little bit with these various options, but I'm pretty happy with that now. That will do for the time being. So I'm going to click on save. Let's just refresh the site again, just to be sure. So there's the image coming in. So you can really see within a few minutes, I've gone from a completely blank homepage to something that looks really, really cool. And I've used no technical skills at all. It's all point and click, just as I promised you. So I really, really hope you're getting excited here. Now, just to finish off, I want to show you where those images are actually stored within your Shopify backend. So back to the come and visit our store section, come out of here and then click on this Shopify logo to bring you back to the original admin. Now you can see all of this has changed as well. And if I go down to the settings, we have a section here called files. If I click on files, all those files that you've uploaded, in my case just a couple of images, they're held here. So if you ever wanted to delete them, modify them, or indeed upload files directly to this area, you can. Okay, so that's just another part of the settings that I wanted to make you aware of. But otherwise, we have made leaps and bounds in this lecture towards creating a fantastic looking store. So I really, again, encourage you to go back and do all this stuff for yourself. Build out what I've done. You've seen how simple and powerful Shopify is. So we've been playing around with the debut theme, just one theme, but there are hundreds, maybe thousands of themes out there that you can use. So I just want to make you aware of all that, and we're going to talk about that in the next lecture. So as I said in the previous lecture, what I want to do is just make you aware of other themes, and I'm going to show you how easy it is, in fact, to swap them in and out for your store. What I don't really want you to do is to spend an enormous amount of time doing this. I just want you to treat this as a little bit of knowledge that later on, once we actually build out the business, because that's what this course is all about, once we get to that and you've built out your business, at that point, perhaps come back here and choose a theme that's appropriate. So this is more about awareness. So let's have a look and see how we can actually go about this. So here we are on the themes page. And if I scroll down a bit, I've got some options here. I've got free themes and I've got Shopify theme store. Now, if I click on explore free themes, I get a handful of themes, but it demonstrates the point very nicely. You can see that this theme, Simple, has a very different layout to this one called Pop, which itself has a different layout to Boundless, and so on, all right? So each theme has its own unique style. So let's just say, for the sake of example, I liked this Brooklyn theme. What I can do is select it. It gives me various features about it. I can read more about it. I can, in this case, choose a different style between classic and playful, but let's just leave it on classic. And then I say to myself, yep, I like this theme, I want to use it. So I click on Add Brooklyn. Now at this stage, nothing's changed, but if we scroll down here, we see that the Brooklyn theme is available. And under these actions, I can now publish this if I wanted to. In other words, change what I currently have, the debut theme, for this Brooklyn theme. Now, often when you change themes, the images aren't preserved, but the text is. So I'm just going to show you that example right now. So let's click on Publish. It gives me an "Are you sure you want to do this?" And I'm sure, so I'm going to click on Publish. And the whole thing refreshes, and now I have a different look and feel to my store. So if we go back here now and refresh, as I say, the images aren't preserved, but we get a completely different layout. If I scroll down here, for example, you see all of this feature collection. These things are very different to the debut theme. I've even got to subscribe to our newsletter, which wasn't part of the debut theme. It's part of the Brooklyn theme. The way this bottom menu, you probably remember, was horizontal. Now it's vertical. Okay, so each theme is very, very different in its look and feel. And you may find one very appealing for your store later on in the day. But let's say now I don't want to do that, right? I want to go back to where I am. Well, that's very, very simple. So now debut theme is in the list. So if I want to basically just go back, Actions, publish the debut theme, click on Publish again, and I'm back to where I started. Now, scrolling down again, we had free themes. And as you saw, there was probably, 8 to 10 free themes. That's it. But we do have this Shopify theme store. And if we visit the theme store, this is where you get access to hundreds, possibly thousands of different themes on pretty much everything you can think of. So, just scrolling down, we've got Find the Perfect Theme for Your Online Store. That will take you through a whole process. We've got a bit of trending going on. We've got some different layouts, minimalistic style. And what I like in particular is this browse by industry. Okay, if I go into this, there's all kinds of themes related to specific industries. So I don't want to repeat myself, but later on in the day, once we've gone through the process of building out a great business, you might have a business that revolves around, let's say, some sort of toy or maybe jewelry like I'm doing here, or art, or whatever it might be. And you can come back here and you can choose a theme which really gives your store a fantastic professional feel. So we'll stick with the debut theme for the moment, but the message is that's not really the one you want for the long term, okay? Come back here once you've done this whole course and really produce something super, super cool. So just before we move on here, I just want to sum up a little bit this section because, we have done a huge amount here in a very short space of time. I mean, probably half an hour or an hour ago, you perhaps had no knowledge of Shopify whatsoever. And we've managed to put together a pretty decent looking site. And again, all point and click. We haven't used any technical knowledge whatsoever. So I really, really hope that you're starting to feel very, very comfortable with Shopify and all the great things it can do for us. Now, we've still got a long way to go, of course. On the homepage here, we haven't looked at any of this stuff down below, like feature collections and products and what have you. And that's because we haven't quite got to that part yet. We're going to fill in all these gaps as we go. And in fact, that's what the next section is going to be about. We're actually now going to start looking at markets that are profitable and how to find products within those profitable markets. And once you've got a great understanding of that, then we'll look at actually adding products to our site and really building out a fantastic store. So super, super congratulations. I can't wait to see you in the next section.
All right, we've reached a brand new section where we're actually going to start talking about choosing your market. How are you going to find out what is the best market to sell in? So let's crack on. Now, the first thing I would say that you need to get out of your mind, and it's a big rookie mistake, it's something I've done in the past, is that you don't need to find the next amazing trend. A lot of people, a lot of my students in the past, they feel like somehow they've got to find the next most amazing product that everybody's going to want, and they're going to put it on their site, and then somehow, everybody's going to pile in and they're going to make an absolute fortune and be well ahead of the curve. Now, you might be a marketing genius, and you might be able to do that, but for us lesser mortals, it's extremely, extremely unlikely. So please don't spend a lot of time focusing on what you think might be the next amazing trend, because in fact, what you want to do is to sell into an established market. You are looking for products that are already selling well in markets that are already creating a demand for those products. So take the guessing out of it. You can see that the product's selling well. We'll take that product and we'll also promote it. Now, the way that I do this is I use AliExpress itself, and I also use Amazon. So I'm going to jump over to those sites and I'm going to show you exactly the process that I go through to choose a market, or in fact let the market choose me. Okay, so here I am on AliExpress, and let's choose something at random from the big menu here. So I'll go jewelry and watches, and I'll go keychains. Lots of stuff on here, but basically the thing I want you to focus on is this sort by. Okay, we can sort by best match, orders, newest, price, etc. If you search by orders, then what happens is it shows you the top selling items first of all, even tells you how many orders there have been. So this kind of fluffy keychain thing, which has 11 colors available apparently, is they've sold 15,000 of those, which is amazing. Now you could come back to this in a week and see how many orders there will be this time next week. Maybe it's 17,000, maybe it's 18,000. You're going to get a feel straight away for how much in demand a product like this is. Now I know this is a kind of crazy product, but it's right in our price range as well. This thing is less than $1. You might remember from the very first slides when we talked about drop shipping, and I talked about looking for products that are actually $4-ish or less, and we will get into this in a future lecture more precisely about how we go and choose our correct price points. But this thing is super cheap, and I could put this onto my website and sell it for multiples of this and make some serious profit. This one over here, these little various key rings here, minion key rings, 13,000 of them. These are crazy products that will sell well, I guarantee you. And all I've done is just clicked at random into some sort of market, some sort of category on here, and it's telling me what I'm selling, so I can see this sells, so I'll take it. Okay, now I'm over here on Amazon, and I've actually gone straight to the dog ID tags and collar accessories, just for example. Now, you know that I'm in the dog niche now, and I want to give you as much information about that dog niche because, it's great to teach you with it as well, but it might give you some interesting ideas. You might want to get involved with it yourself. There's plenty of space for all of us. So on Amazon, you don't have the same information that you have on AliExpress in terms of the number of orders, but you do have information about reviews. So just taking this first one here with these various dog tags, if you look at the number of reviews there, we're approaching 4,000. Now typically for every 100 products sold, one person will leave a review. So we're talking about 400,000 of those things being sold. That's maybe even a bit too much, but you get the idea. You can quickly see which products sell extremely well by just using the reviews. Now, the other thing I really like about Amazon is if I click into this, let's say I've got an interest in that and I'm thinking about it. When I come down towards the bottom of the page here, I start to get products that are related to this item. This part here is extremely useful. Now, I now see this iPooch 6 squeaker no stuffing plush dog toy. Now, it's a little bit out of our price range, but I would have never have thought about that if I hadn't have come down here. Maybe I could find that product if I think it's cool and would sell for a better price from another supplier. That said, if I look at the number of reviews, maybe it's not selling great, but it may have just come onto the market. So I can be led by this. I can be led by Amazon. I'm not being restricted. I'm not coming in here saying I must sell this product and that's it. What I do is I come in, I see a product, I think that's quite interesting. Then I'll come down to the sponsored products, the related things, the things that people also bought, if you like. And I'll see where the journey takes me until I find the product that I want. So that's how I do it in a nutshell. I start with a very broad mind and I just let myself drift through these websites until I find things of interest. Okay, and those are the things that I'm going to put on my site. Alright, so we're back on our slide now, and I gave you a brief tour of AliExpress and Amazon and how I use it at a very high level to sort of let me find products that could be interesting. Now the other question that pops up very soon, if not straight away, is should I go niche or should I go general? Should I focus straight in on those dog tags and forget about everything else? Or should I go general and just sell stuff from gardening products to dog tags to this to that, whatever? If this is your first journey into e-commerce, which it almost certainly is, I encourage you to go general for the moment, okay? You want to just cruise through those sites, find interesting stuff. It's going to spark all kinds of stuff in your brain, and it's going to really get you a feeling for what's going on. You've got a fairly general domain name as well. I've got Tim's Hot Deals, for example, and that's pretty general. I can put on any product I want onto my particular website. Now, as time goes by, you will find products that sell. You just will. From here, a few weeks' time, a couple of months' time or whatever, you're going to see products that really sell. And you might find that those dog tags, for example, really sell. And you might end up creating a website called, amazingdogtags.com. And all you do is sell dog tags. But let the process start wide and go towards niche. All right, so the thing you want to think about as well while you're looking at these various markets and the products within them is that people will pay to get problems solved or passions fulfilled. All right, so a problem-solving product might be, say, something that gets the core out of an apple, for example, that much easier in their kitchen. I don't know, stupid example, but it's solving a problem for them, and if it's the right price point, they will pay for it. Passions could be something like clothing for dogs. We've all seen that. Generally speaking, dogs don't need clothes. It's the customers that love their dogs and they're fulfilling that passion, that love for their dog by buying those products. Those are two extreme drivers, the problem solving and the passion fulfilling, that will make your customers buy products in your chosen market. So keep that in mind as we go through the course. Now, one of my niches is the dog jewelry niche. This is not jewelry for dogs. This is, this might be a necklace that a woman wears with, or a man, with a little Labrador pendant perhaps on it, because they've got a Labrador and they love Labradors. Now, this is fulfilling a passion. It's a great example. It's not solving a problem. But, people will love their Labradors in my example, and they want to show that love to other people or just to themselves. It makes them feel good when they look at it, and that's why they buy. So I hope in this particular section here, there's a lot of information here, I know. Take a moment, perhaps go back through it again and really think about the markets and the products within the markets. Do not stress it. This is a classic case for what we call analysis paralysis, where you literally spend the next 3 months trying to think of what market and products you need to do. All right? Please don't do that. Just go on those sites, AliExpress and Amazon, and just start surfing around. Let your imagination run wild a little bit, and just click. And before you know it, you're going to find a product and you're going to think, wow, that's pretty cool. That's selling. That's in a market that's interesting. That solves a problem, or that fulfills a passion. I'm going to start there. All right. Good luck, guys. I'll see you on the next section. Okay, so we saw in the last lecture how we can use AliExpress and Amazon to find interesting markets. Now you can also use Facebook, believe it or not, and I call this my Facebook ninja trick. Now I hope what you can see up here in this search bar is I've typed in dog, just pay shipping. Now dog is the kind of market that I'm interested in, maybe, and I put in just pay shipping afterwards. Now just pay shipping is a shipping model that I don't particularly like, but basically the idea is that they give away the product for free, in air quotes, and then all you do is you just pay the shipping. I'll talk about shipping models in the coming lectures, but just for the moment, just know that by putting in a keyword, dog, cookery, cat, music, whatever, followed by just pay shipping, will search Facebook for what are in fact adverts from other e-commerce stores selling their products on Facebook. And the interesting thing is, once you've typed that in, you come down to your public posts and you'll start to see stuff like, for example, this dog collar, which has got 84,000 likes, 8.3 thousand comments and 28,000 shares. That is telling you that that product is enormously popular. All right. If I go down a bit further, I've got this dog pendant thing. Dogs aren't my whole life. They make my whole life whole. 10,000 likes, 112 comments. Again, very, very popular. This thing could be of interesting. You might think to yourself, well, maybe, that's been almost seen too much. But so perhaps go over to AliExpress and find a product that is similar, maybe with a different inscription or something like that. Let your imagination run wild a bit. See what you can find. Go down here a bit. Again, another dog collar. with 13,000 likes. So you get the idea. Just put in your keyword, your market that you might be interested in, that you're kind of thinking about. Could be anything. And put in just pay shipping afterwards and scroll around Facebook. Have fun with it. And just use it. I have found great products and great markets doing this. And I really, really encourage you to do the same. All right, so in the last couple of lectures, we were looking at how we can discover a market, and I showed you how to do that using AliExpress and Amazon and also Facebook. And now what we want to look at is what are the products that we're actually going to sell within those markets, and how are we going to decide if it's really a product that will sell. So these bullet points coming up here on this slide are key to this business model. Make no mistake, all right? So I want to go through each one. It's going to give you a really good insight in what you need to do in terms of product selection to make sure what you're looking at will actually convert into profit for you. Now, the first key point is price, all right? We are talking here about buying something on AliExpress at $4 or less and selling it at 15 to 20. So a significant markup. Now, there's a really good point about the $15 to $20 here. It's because this is an impulse item. If you're going to buy something for $1,000, you're going to spend time researching, you're going to talk to people, you're going to, not just going to buy it just like that. But at the sort of $20 mark, around that area, people will buy stuff on impulse. I'm sure you've done the same thing. Some people maintain that $50 or $100 is maybe an impulse item, and sure, go ahead, see whether you can actually do that. I play around this kind of $20 mark. I feel for me that's kind of like a sweet spot. Now, buy at 4, sell at 20 is key. I've seen people trying to buy at 4 and then sell at 6. And sure, it's kind of interesting because they've got a price point which is very competitive. So they get lots of sales, but there's so little room to create a decent profit, especially by the time you take away your advertising costs, etc., that you literally need to sell thousands and thousands of products to make a decent amount of profit. So all you're really doing is kind of processing orders, It's not a great business model. It's more of what I call the busy fool, rather than, intelligently building up a profitable market. So buy at 4 and sell at 20. The next thing is make sure your product's not too heavy. If it's heavy, you're going to have to pay extra shipping costs, or more precisely, you're going to have to try and pass on the extra shipping costs to your customer, who may well not be willing to pay that. So just avoid heavy stuff. Also, avoid stuff that's too fragile. It would seem pretty obvious that if you ship something that is fragile, it could break in transit. So when your customer gets it, it's broken. You're going to get more refunds. You're going to get more returns. You're going to get more customer complaints. So just avoid that. Take away that hassle straight away. When it comes to actually picking the product on AliExpress, make sure that the images are high quality. You've got some decent images there. You'll see some that are like really not very good images, or there's watermarks all over them. Ignore those. An image will sell the product. We'll look at how to add product descriptions very, very soon. But it's really the image. Think about it. When you're on a site, you don't immediately look at the product description. You look at the image. You look to see what this thing looks like. That's the thing that engages you. Avoid all branded products. Okay, basically, as a quick aside here, I don't want you to get hung up on this at all, but on websites like AliExpress, there are sadly some counterfeited products. Jewelry's kind of a classic, with writing whatever it is, some jewelry brand on there when it really isn't got anything to do with them whatsoever. So just avoid it. Take that out. Don't get any problems down the road. There is so much other stuff to sell, you've no need to focus on it. So just avoid all branded products. Can't be found at Walmart. So what I'm trying to say there is, and if you're not in the US, then basically Walmart is the big mega store in the US that sells absolutely everything. What I'm trying to say is look for an element of uniqueness. Look for something that people haven't seen before, because that will spark their interest. It's like, oh wow, I haven't seen that before. That could be kind of cool. I'd like to get it. My friends don't have it. I don't have it. Whatever it is. But don't just try to sell something that you can buy round the corner. Solves a problem or caters to a passion. I've talked about this in previous slides, so I don't want to go over it again, but basically you are trying to the products that you will sell the best either solve a problem or they cater to a passion. And the last thing is the detail of the supplier. The supplier needs to be a good supplier. That may seem obvious, but basically what you need to do, and on AliExpress they make it very simple because you can see whether they've got good feedback from other people that have bought from them, whether they've got plenty of stock. And for me, importantly, do they provide ePacket? Now, ePacket is a shipping solution which can expedite the process. The problem is with a lot of these things, one of the disadvantages, if you like, with shipping from these Chinese suppliers is often they'll take 30, 40 days to ship the product. Your buyers are not going to be happy about waiting a month and a half to receive stuff online. We are so used to these days almost getting like next day delivery. Now, because we're shipping at a slightly cheaper price point, they will be more tolerant. But ePacket enables you to ship stuff in maybe 5, 10, 15 days, something they will be more happy to accept. All right, congratulations. We're going to move on to the next section now where we're actually going to finally start adding products to our website. I'll see you in a moment.
All right, so very exciting. We have reached a key point in the course because for the very first time we're going to add a product to the site. We're going to start this is going to start feeling very real now. So there are two types of products. You have simple products and you have variable products. And we're going to start with simple products. Now, a simple product is just that. There's no variation. So it's just one size, one color. That's it. A variable product, as you might expect, has several sizes, maybe several colors, maybe other variations. A good example of a variable product would be a t-shirt, for example, which comes in different sizes and probably different colors. So I'm going to start with this simple product, and as you know, I'm doing the dog jewelry niche. Is one of the things I've done in the past, and this particular product I have sold in the past, and it has worked well for me. You're very welcome to steal it from me. I won't come after you, so that's for free. So, but it's also a very nice demonstration of what a simple product actually is. So the first thing you want to do when you're identifying a product is, as we looked at in one of the previous lectures, which was entitled Deciding What to Sell, where I took you through some sort of golden rules, if you like, of what makes a good product. So you have a very, very good head start. So let's look at those right now. So the first one was the price. Yeah, we need a price under $4. So here we are at $1.19. So we're well below that. And in fact, we can get it for $1.06 apparently when the moment when the sale starts. But anyway, we're well within our price range. Can we sell this between 15 and 20? Well, I know that we can. I have in the past. So yes, there's good markup on jewelry. That's one of the reasons I'm into it. Is it heavy? No, it's not. It weighs nothing. So that's great. Is it fragile? It's a little bit fragile, but it's not going to break in transit. This is not a glass jar or something like that. It's not going to smash up in transit, so you don't have to worry about that. High quality images, very, very important. I'll show you the images a bit further down on the screen in a minute, but you can see some of the stuff here. Yes, these are good images. Yeah, when I zoom in on them, I can see that I'm not looking at blurry images. It describes the product well. It's so important to have high quality images. Is it branded in any way? No, it doesn't have any sort of weird brandings on there. It's not trying to be some famous jewelry brand or anything like that with a badly written brand name on it. Nothing like that. So we're all good to go there. Can it be found at Walmart? In other words, is it everywhere is really what I'm trying to say in that particular point, as you know. So no, it's not. It's not something that you're going to walk down to your local store and find. It's it's specific to specific sites. So you could probably buy this online, but you'd probably have difficulty buying it offline. Now, does it solve a problem? Of course it doesn't, but it does cater to a passion. Yeah, people will buy this stuff because they're passionate about their pets and their dogs. Many of us are, me included. So, and this one is particularly related to rescue dogs, which is also a very interesting market as well, which you might want to look into. Now, let's have a look at the supplier. So we got great feedback, 97.5%. Person's been going for 2 years, which is fantastic. Lots of diamonds there, 3,379. So yeah, it's looking good. Have they got plenty of stock? Yes, they have. 999 pieces available down here. So that's also a very good sign. And the last thing, do they provide ePacket? Well, let's have a quick look on the shipping. And sure enough, they do. So for me, that checks out on all of my golden rules. and I can move forward and put this on my site. Now, there are many, well, not many, there are a few, and one in particular that's very well known, which I'll come to later on, which is software products that allow you to automatically put products onto your site. But nevertheless, it's important that you understand how to put the thing on manually, and you'll see how easy it is as I go through this right now. So all I need from AliExpress are the photographs, and to do that is very, very simple. You just scroll down, and here they are, down the bottom here. Right mouse click and just do a save image as onto your PC, Mac, whatever you're using. And then I'm going to show you how to import that and actually create a product on your page in a sec. I won't leave you here watching me do this. I'll do this right now, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, fantastic. So back here on the admin system. Now, all we need to do is go to Products and click on Add Product. So for each product, we've got three main aspects. We've got the title, we've got the description, and we've got some images. So let's start with the title. So with your title, keep it succinct. Yeah, I see some people just literally taking the title from AliExpress, and as you've seen, many of them are very, very poorly written. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call it Heart-Shaped Dog Pendant. All right, nice and simple, says exactly what it is. There really is no ambiguity there whatsoever. Now, when it comes to the description, I always lead with a question. This is a great tip because a question makes people think. So with a product such as this, I would write, would you love to own this heart-shaped, excuse me, I can't type, dog pendant? Question mark. So there really is a subtle difference between that and saying something like buy this heart-shaped dog pendant or own this heart-shaped dog pendant. You see the difference? It's a very, very slight change, but it makes people think and it draws them into your product and increases the chance of you making a sale. Now, having led with that question, the next thing we want to do is add in some bullet points. And I will be talking about this in a bit more detail later on. But right now, the key is to keep it simple, okay? It's not going to be the text that sells your product, or 10% of it, let's say, goes towards selling your product. The key thing are the images. And if you want any further proof of that, just go back to AliExpress and you will see that so often the English is terrible, yet they seem to sell millions and millions of products every single day. So I'm going to write here, show your love of dogs, high quality alloy, and I'll finish off with beautiful silver finish. And that really is it for the description. You really don't need to go into a huge amount more detail than that. Again, looking back at people's sites, I often see very lengthy descriptions. It's off-putting. It makes your site look very messy. It looks cluttered. So keep it simple. You'll develop your own style over time, of course, but please try to stay within the sort of boundaries that I'm talking about. Certainly lead with that question, and certainly have 3 to 5 perhaps bullet points that really just give a very nice feeling for the product. So the next thing we want to do is look at the images. So I've already taken the images off AliExpress as I described before. So all I need to do now is just upload them. So if I click on upload, I will take basically all of the images that I took from Ali here. And here we go, immediately imported into my product. Now I can move these around, very, very easy, just drag and drop. I can edit them, I can do all kinds of things as well, but I really don't need to. All I need to do is just choose the lead image, which is obviously the biggest one, as you can see here. So I'm very, very happy with that. Those images for me are perfect. So what we've done there is we've got the 3 main things already in place: the title, the description, and the images. Now, what we're going to move down to here, of course, is the key discussion about pricing. And you already know from previous lectures that we basically now want to sell at around the $20 mark. Okay, you can see mine's in euros. That's just because I'm in Europe. But wherever you are, keep it around that sort of 20 euros, $20, whatever it is, type mark. Okay, now we've got 2 things here. We've got a price and we've got a compare at price. Now your compare at price can be a little bit confusing. That title sometimes is your price when it's not on sale. Okay, so I might put that at, let's say, 25 euros, and I might have my price, in other words, the price the person is ultimately going to pay, and I might put that at 19, just for example. So what I've done there is I've put the product on sale to start with, okay? So it was 25 normally, I'm giving it to them for 19. And I do that with every single product that goes onto my site when it's new. And with my system, if you want to follow my lead with that, I will keep it on my site for a week or perhaps 2 weeks. And then after that period, I will typically take it off. I don't want to have everything on sale on my site all the time because it kind of looks ridiculous. So that's my rule. New products, keep it on sale maybe for a week or two, and then put it back to the original price. Now, as we go down through this, I'm going to ignore some things that you really don't need. First of all, inventory, okay? We are drop shipping. We do not stock anything. That's the beauty of this whole model, right? We're taking the product from Ali, and you're going to see how this whole process works. But if you cast your mind back to that very first slide where I said how you will make money, you will remember that the product is stored with our supplier on Ali, and that supplier is going to ship directly to our customer. We don't stock anything. We can therefore ignore all of this. Now for shipping, we do want to keep this just checked on because it does affect some of the pricing calculations later on, but really nothing to touch. And really that's it. And at the bottom we just have this search engine listing preview, okay? This is how it's going to show up in the search engine listings, which is a very nice little extra. So all we want to do now is click on save. And there we go, brilliant, congratulations, you've added your first product. Now I can now view this product by clicking on this little view thing here, so let's do that. And here we go, we got our heart-shaped dog pendant, we've got that image that I chose, which is a good quality image. Here are my other images down here, okay? All looking very, very good. I've got my add to cart button by default. It's on sale, yeah, it was 25 euros down to 19, clearly marked as sale, and then of course my description. So as a first step, we're in very, very good shape. So let's just go back to our product page itself because I just want to draw your attention to a few things here. Now these things here I'm going to leave to one side for the moment, but we will be coming back to this collections a bit later on because this is how we're going to group up products to build your site to make it logical and easy for your customers to find all of your products in one place. But otherwise, you are now in very, very good shape. So what I would encourage you to do is to go to Ali, find some products and just go through what I've done. You know, maybe do 3 to 5 simple products. Add them onto your site and get familiar with the process. As I said before, I will be showing you how to automate this, but it is really, really important to know how to do this manually. The automated system is not foolproof and you will need now and again to come back and do this. So enjoy doing that because in the next lecture, we're going to look at how to add a different type of product that's called the variant product. So great stuff and I will see you very, very shortly. Okay guys, well I hope you've had the opportunity now to add a few products to your site. You're really starting to get the hang of this whole business with Shopify and how simple it is to add stuff in. So now we're going to look at variable products, which are, you know, as simple really, just a couple more things that you need to know. And what I've done here is I've chosen this little guy, or these little guys, these French Bulldog necklaces. Okay, now as you can see there are 3 of them, and they come in 3 different colours. We've got black, we've got gold, or possibly bronze, and silver. Right? Simple as that. So that's a variable product, comes in 3 different variations. Now, I'm not going to go over again what, you know, my golden rules there in terms of deciding what to sell. But if you go over them, you know, refer back to the previous lecture if you're a little bit hazy or just need reminding, you'll see that this ticks all the boxes once again. So all I'm going to do is scroll down and grab the images that I want towards the bottom. Okay, I've got various ones here. And once I've done that, I'll see you over at the store and I'll show you actually how to add this in. Okay, so back on the products page and we can see the product that we just added, the simple product. So let's add another one. And in the interest of time, we're going to call this the French Bulldog necklace. And for the description, I'm going to put, wouldn't you look fantastic in one of these great necklaces? 3 different colours, quality link chain necklace, perfect for the French Bulldog lover. Right, let's scroll down a little bit here. Now we're going to add in our images. So exactly the same process. I'm going to grab my silver guy, my black guy and my gold guy. Put all of those in, okay? And the next thing we want to do is scroll past all of this because we want to go to variants. We're dealing with a variable product, okay? And in this case, our variations are, of course, the colors, silver, black, and gold. So I'm going to click on Add Variant. Now, the name of the variant, by default they put in size, but actually we are talking about color. And for my option values, I just want to put in those three that we're talking about: black, silver, and gold. Okay, so very, very straightforward. Now, all we need to do here is click on Save, and then scroll down to the bottom here, because you can see now that it's laid out our variants very, very nicely. We've got black, silver, and gold. But what we want to do here is associate the right image with the black one. So click on this, take the black one, hit save. Same thing for silver, and finally for gold. Now for the price, just for demonstration purposes, let me put that one at 20. Let's put this one at 23 and this one at 25. And you are basically done. So if you hit save here and scroll back up the top, we have everything in place for a variable product. Very, very quick and easy to do. Now if I click on view, let's see what we've got. We've got our black guy showing by default. Okay, I can now change this. See this? We didn't have this with the simple product. We didn't have this drop down box. If I change this to silver, we get the silver image appearing, and note that the price has changed up here. And of course, if I go to gold, we're going to see the same process again. So very, very easy. So once again, go to AliExpress yourself and add in 3 to 5 variable products into your site and start familiarizing yourself with the process. I hope you can see how simple and powerful it is. So now that you've got some products on your site, the next thing you want to do is to group them up logically, to make them easy to find. I mean, every single e-commerce we see has it grouped up in a very nice way so that the user can find their way easily around the site, find the products that they want to buy. So in order to do that with Shopify, they have the concept of collections. Okay, so I'm up here on my products page already, and I'm going to click on collections here. Now you'll note that there's already a collection by default called homepage, and I'll come back to that in a bit, because what I want to do right now is create a new collection, and I'm going to call this collection necklaces. All right. Now there's various things you can do with the collection that I'm going to leave to one side just for the moment, but you could describe it, you can add an image, but what I want to show you here are the conditions, because by default it's set to automatically select product based on conditions. Now I'm going to select this to manually. Okay, we've only got 2 products that we're importing into the store, but you can imagine that if there were many products, you could use that automatic setting to actually attribute them automatically to collections. I hope that's clear. But for the moment, we are not doing that. We're simply adding in products one by one. So we'll leave that as manual. So the only thing left to do then is to click on Save Collection. So successfully added. Now let's go back to the collections page where we see that added in, and let's create another collection. And this one I want to call French Bulldogs. Okay, and again let's set that to manual. Okay, so we've got 2 new collections, French Bulldogs and necklaces. Now what we're going to do is go back to the products, and let's take first of all this French Bulldog necklace. Now here we are over on collections. This is the bit I said we were going to come back to. So if you put the cursor in there, it will propose some collections for you. So we have our 3 collections. We've got French Bulldogs, we've got homepage, and we've got necklaces. Now I want it to appear in French Bulldogs, okay, but I also want it to appear in necklaces. So let's save that. And then let's go back to our other product, which is our heart-shaped dog pendant. And for this one, I'm just going to have it appear in necklaces and actually just remove it from the home page for the moment. So I'm going to click on Save. Now if I go back to the site, what I want to do is have those collections show up in this top menu so that my customer can immediately find the French Bulldogs or the necklaces, okay, in this example. So in order to do that, let's go back to admin and go down to our navigation. So you remember before when we put together some things for the main menu. So we go back to the main menu. And here we're going to add a menu item. And I'm going to call this French Bulldog Lovers, say, just for example. And now when I click in here, I want to take the appropriate collection, so French Bulldogs, and just add that in. And of course, we're going to do then the same thing for necklaces. Again, click in here and take that necklaces collection. All right, add that in and save. So at this point now, if I go back to the site and refresh, you see it's added in French Bulldog Lovers and necklaces into my top menu. So if I click on French Bulldog Lovers, I get my French Bulldog pendant. And if I click on necklaces, we've got 2 products in there because we attributed the 2 products to that same collection. Okay, so very, very simple, very, very easy to organize your site in a logical and powerful way. Now, the last thing I want to show you is associated with that home page collection. So again, let's nip back to the site, go to our products. Now, if we go to French Bulldog necklace, we've got our collections here. We can easily remove them, as you can see. So I can put it on the home page. Now, what does that mean? Well, if we go to the home page and scroll down, you see that there are no products featured on the home page. But if I put something into that home page collection and save it, now when I go back to the site and refresh, you see that that pendant is now in my featured collection on my homepage. It's really starting to add even further value to the homepage that we've already created. So let's just finish off by doing exactly the same thing for my pendant. And let's drop that into the homepage as well. Save. Back to the site and refresh, and hey presto. All right, so there we go. That's collections. A very, very simple and powerful way to massively improve the customer experience. Okay, so I just want to take this opportunity to show you how you can tidy up the final bits of your homepage, because we've just added in a couple of products, so it's quite a good moment to do that. So I'm back on themes and I'm going to customize. Okay, so now here's our homepage with everything we've put on it so far, including that featured collection. Now you've probably seen that you can actually grab these things here and move them around. I could put the featured collection as the first thing somebody sees on my homepage. That wouldn't be a great idea, but I could do that, or I could slot it down like this. All right, so I'm going to leave it where it is. Now the other thing you can do with this little eye thing here is to hide them. And in fact, what I don't want in this particular instance is to have a slideshow at the bottom. All right, so I'm going to take that away. So that takes that out. Now that just leaves me with this image with text. So just for completeness, I just want to show you how you can edit something like this. So just click on image with text. And let's say we want to do a sort of come and check out our necklaces type approach, just to perhaps draw them into a different part of the site immediately. So here, if I click on select image, I can upload one of my images, select it, and then here I could write something, and I'll just do something very basic. Check out our amazing selection of necklaces. Okay, and then here, let's say we put something like shop now, and then a link to, this time straight to the necklaces collection. Okay, very easy. So coming out of here, the last thing I want to do is just check that Discover More button here. Make sure it's going to the right place. I seem to remember all was good. And in fact, yes, I'm right. It goes to my all products, which is absolutely perfect. So the only thing left to do then is hit save. Go back to that home page and refresh. And with a few simple clicks, we've built a very, very nice looking homepage. So we've learned an awful lot in the last few lectures about how to add products and how to organize our site. which is all great from the point of view of our customer experience, and by now you're really starting to familiarize yourself with Shopify, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, these next few lectures, this handful of lectures, I'm going to talk about some sales tips, because ultimately, of course, when we drive that customer to our store, in a future lectures we're going to start talking about advertising on Facebook and driving targeted customers to your store. When they arrive, they're going to appreciate your beautiful design and all the good hard work you've put in, that's for sure. But are they going to buy? Are they going to convert? And I'm going to give you some top tips coming up here which are really going to help conversions on your site. And the very first one is what I call sell the benefits and not the features. So what am I talking about? Well, let's go over to one of the products I added and I'll illustrate the point using that. So here I am on the heart-shaped dog pendant that we added. Now, benefits and features. Now, the features of this might be that it weighs 5 grams and then it measures 3 centimeters by 2 centimeters, or 1 inch by 3/4 of an inch, depending on where you're from. Those are the features. Now, imagine going into a shop or into a store to buy this, and the salesman says, you got to check out this necklace. It's fantastic. It weighs 5 grams and it measures 1 inch by 3/4 of an inch. Yeah, that's his sales pitch. Are you going to think, wow, that's exactly what I want? I doubt it, right? I doubt it. What he's going to say is something like, you got to check out this necklace. It's a fantastic way for you to show your love of dogs. Yeah, that's a benefit. It's not a feature. A beautiful silver finish, is what we've also written here, is a benefit, not a feature. Yeah, high quality alloy, okay, could be sort of between the two, but I think you get the idea. You are selling benefits. So whenever you have a product that you put on your site, put yourself in the shoes of somebody walking into the store, and what a salesperson would actually say to get it sold, because they always talk in terms of benefits and they rarely ever talk about features. So use that tip, think about it clearly, and it will increase your sales conversions on your site enormously. So the second great tip is adding scarcity. Now, we've all been subjected to this kind of stuff. We're actually continuously subjected to this kind of stuff. Whenever we go to the mall, to the shops, whatever it is, there's always a 50% off or a while stocks last or get it now type thing, where you're essentially being put under pressure, whether you like it or not, to buy this thing because it might go up in price. You never know. You need to get that deal today. And that's all about scarcity. Yeah, it might not be around for very long at this current price or at all. And we can apply exactly the same classic sales pressure technique with our site. So let's dive over to one of the products and have a look at it. Okay, so I've come straight to my heart-shaped dog pendant, and I'm just going to put it in a little phrase here underneath the description. So I've added only 50 left at this discounted price. And I might want to make it bold and perhaps make it a different color like red. But I don't want to overdo it. I don't want that to be the only thing, right in the customer's face. It's kind of like a cry for help. Please buy, please buy. You don't want that. You want something reasonably subtle, but at the same time, you don't want to miss it. Now, I've gone with a sort of only 50 left, so that's basically putting a scarcity on the number. But you can also do things with time. You can say things like, sale ends in 24 hours, that kind of stuff. So if you're struggling for ideas, just literally think about the things that you see in the mall or in the store. Maybe go out, wander around. You're guaranteed to see some of those phrases. Now, one thing I want to say is that don't just leave this on here permanently, okay? Because people will revisit your store, and if they constantly see the same messages, they are potentially going to lose a little bit of trust in your site, and that's definitely not what you want. So there we go, a very, very simple way of introducing scarcity to your products and putting a little bit of pressure on your potential customer to buy. Now later on we'll look at some apps that can do this in a far more clever, far more fancier way and perhaps better presentation. But ultimately it's still going to be the same message. So I wanted to introduce to you at this stage of the course a very simple way of doing it. So have fun with that, add some phrases and see how it affects your sales. So the next great tip I want to give you to improve your conversions is adding product reviews. Now, Reviews these days are so important. Whenever we visit any kind of site or any kind of service, we're looking for reviews. We're looking for positive testimonials to be sure that we're actually buying the right sort of product. Now, the problem we have as a new store is clearly we don't have any reviews at all. So how do we get started? Well, there's a right way and there's a wrong way. And guess what? I'm going to teach you the right way, okay? But first of all, let's talk about the wrong way. Now, the wrong way is to go down the adding fake reviews route, okay? Now, I've seen this many times. It's not a strategy of any sort that's going to do you any favors. First of all, albeit that fake reviews are easy to add to your site, and we're going to be looking at how to add reviews, very soon, they are easily detectable. Okay, your customers can detect this kind of stuff. They can sniff it out, all right? So don't kid yourself that somehow you're pulling the wool over their eyes. And also, as a long-term strategy, adding reviews yourself all over the place with maybe hundreds of products in the end, it's just not going to happen, okay? So forget the whole fake review thing straight away, please. So let's talk about doing it the right way. So how do I go about getting reviews on products that I don't have any reviews on to start with? Well, when somebody buys a product, somebody will buy a product from you without a review at some point. You have their email address. And at the appropriate time, maybe a few days afterwards, that they've actually received the product, what I'll do is I'll follow up with an email saying, I hope you've enjoyed the product, blah. Just a nice kind of follow-up email that enables me to develop a bit of a relationship with the customer, because keeping a customer is super, super important. And if I get a positive response back from them, I will say, would you mind if I put that review on my site? It might be something great, really simple, like, great service, love this product. It could be something as simple as that. And if they agree, I will then go ahead and actually put that on my site or ask them to do it for me. So that is how to do it properly, okay? So what I'm going to show you right now is how to actually add reviews to Shopify itself. So let's go over to the admin. So by default, Shopify doesn't have product reviews built in. So what we need to do is to download an app. So you remember earlier on I was talking in the course about apps being a way to enhance the functionality of your store. So that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to download our first app. So it's going to be a very, very nice introduction to the world of apps at the same time. So to make this happen, all you need to do is click on Apps, and then go to Visit the Shopify App Store. Now, once we're here, what we're going to do is type in product reviews. And I'm going to take this first one here that pops up because I know it's a good product. But basically, you can see the concept. I can search for all kinds of stuff within the App Store. And this is a great product review app. Now, when you're looking for apps as a general rule, clearly you want to get an idea for the price. So good news here is this one is free. It's always good to have some sort of support available. And of course, you want to look at the reviews, right? This one has got 927 reviews, many of them 5-star. And as you read down, you'll be able to see that this is a great app. So to install it, it's always the same process. All you have to do is click on Get. And then it will say exactly this. You are about to install, and in this case, product reviews, all right, onto our site. And then you might see some of these permission-based statements. And as long as you're happy with that, just click on Install App. Now, some apps will just install with absolutely nothing else to do. This one's a little bit more involved, but I really don't want you to worry, okay, because this is, again, all point and click. Just follow my lead, you'll be fine. Now, all we have to do here is to copy the following code snippet to your clipboard, okay? They're talking about this stuff here. So all this kind of weird and wonderful code, just highlight it. Don't worry about it at all. Just highlight the whole thing. Oops. Just like that, okay? And then do a copy, okay? So you got it onto your clipboard. Now the next thing it says is to paste the snippet onto and then this particular file. So if I click on that, then it takes me straight to the file. Okay, again, don't freak out. We don't have to worry about any of this stuff. We're just going to put this in the right place and we're done. Okay, so let's just go back and read those instructions again. It says paste the snippet in this file, which we're now on, where you want your reviews to appear. Usually, this is just below the product description tag. The code may look something like this. Okay, so all we're doing is just looking for some sort of product description thing. Okay, so I'll go back to the file here and let's just scroll down, and towards the bottom here we see this. You see that? That basically corresponds pretty much with this line here. Okay, so we're looking to put it here. That's where that bold is. So all we've got to do is just open up a couple of lines and then paste it in. Okay, simple as that, right? Really nothing else to do. Don't touch anything else and just simply click on save. So let's go back and make sure we've done absolutely everything. So it says here, once added, save your theme, which we've just done. So there we go. That has now been installed. So if we now click on apps, you're going to see something has changed, right? We've now got apps and the installed apps, and here it is. Product reviews has been installed. And if we head over to the store, I've gone straight to my French Bulldog necklace, you see customer reviews has appeared. Very neat underneath our product description. Very, very cool. So now a customer can actually leave a review. So if I were to click on write a review, put in my name here, right? Just imagine I'm Bob, and my name is Bob at test.com. I give it a 5-star rating. The review title is, "This is a great product, and thanks, you guys are the best." Just a kind of silly review, but you get the idea. And then I submit that review. Now, you'll see that it says no reviews yet. Still says that, but it does say thank you for submitting a review. And often it can take just a little moment for things to show up. So let's refresh the screen again. And here we go. The customer review is now present. So this is really great. This is a great product, Bob on da, da, da. Thanks, you guys are the best. All right. So all very, very good. Now, that is nice, but you might also be thinking, well, that means anybody can write anything on my site. You know, I have kind of like no control. I could get spam. I could get terrible reviews. How am I going to keep an eye on all of this? Well, good news is, of course, is the app has all of that under control for you. So if we go back to admin and just simply click on the app, the first thing you see is a nice summary page of your review. So we've got all reviews, unpublished, published, flagged, and spam. So you get some sort of idea straight away of the kind of control that we might have over our reviews. Now we can see that the review that has been left, and one of the things I can do if I click into this is obviously read it, but I can also make a reply. I could write, "Thanks, Bob, that's great, you know, glad you're such a good customer," blah, blah, whatever it might be. But equally, if I don't like it, I could unpublish it. I could get rid of it. Now, if I go back to product reviews and I go to settings, this is the bit that I really want to show you. There is more to it here, but I just want to introduce you to this concept because this is probably the most important. So there's this concept of auto publish, all right? So this is enabled and it says new reviews are checked for spam and then automatically published. That's exactly what happened when I left that review, okay? It went through their spam filter. They decided it was okay. You know, it took a few seconds as you saw, and then it showed on the site. If I'd written something that was clearly spam, nothing to do with the site, it should have filtered that out. But if you don't want to do that, then you can simply disable, all right? You can disable that, and now you must manually publish new reviews, all right? So now it's up to you to actually publish those reviews. The other thing you can do is be sent an email when a review is submitted. So if I click on this, shows my default email in there, and now every time somebody leaves a review, I get an alert on my email. That's also very nice because when you've got a big store, lots of products, lots of stuff going on, it's a very nice way to keep an eye on all of those reviews. Now, the rest of this page is largely just aesthetics. You know, you can play around with this a bit, but these are the most important parts. So if I wanted to keep it like that, I could click on save. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go back to my product reviews. And now I think you can see, you know, if something was unpublished, still waiting for review, it would show up here. The published ones are showing here. It's flagging things that it thinks are suspect. and anything that is decided is spam, it puts in here, because it might not be spam and you might want to pull it out of spam. So, this is a really, really cool product that I use a lot. It's completely free and it really is very, very powerful and enables you to further enhance your store with the all-important product reviews. So we've been looking at adding products manually, and I hope you've managed to add quite a few to your site. And you probably remember me saying that, we were going to do this manually so you could see how it worked. And it is very important to know the details of how to do it properly, but that there are also automated processes. And that's exactly what I want to introduce now. In fact, what I want to introduce is an app called Oberlo. Okay. Now, Oberlo has two functions. Its first part is it can import products directly from AliExpress, making your life an awful lot easier. And secondly, it can do the order fulfillment. Now, at this stage, I don't want to talk about the order fulfillment because we haven't got to that point in the course. So I'm going to focus on showing you how to use Oberlo to import products. So let's dive over to the admin and get started. So the first thing we want to do is go to Apps and then go visit the App Store like we did before when we got the product review app. And then we want to search on Oberlo. Now, Oberlo is a completely free app. That's the good news. There is a paying part, but quite frankly, unless you become really, really big, you will not need to pay for this app. And, basically, if you become really big, then paying for this app won't be a problem in any case. So to install it, all we need to do is click on Get and then simply Install App. Okay, simple as that. No weird code that we need to do this time. That's the good news. Now, what it does is it says there are 2 to 4 steps completed, all right? It says create a Shopify store. Well, we've done that. And connect your Shopify store. And it's done that automatically, okay? It has connected Oberlo to our Shopify store. Now, something super important I want to draw your attention to, and let's just get rid of Thomas here for the moment, is that we are on Oberlo. We are not on our admin system anymore. Okay, so here's the admin system here as before, and over here we are on Oberlo. If you look at this, we've got app.oberlo.com dashboard. Okay, and this dashboard, this second dashboard, if you like, uniquely for Oberlo, is where we're going to manage the import of products from AliExpress, and from here we will send them directly to our store. So you can kind of think of it as a kind of a holding area before we finally send it to our store. Now, if that's confusing, don't worry, it will become very clear very, very shortly. Now, going back to our 2 out of 4 completed, the third thing it wants us to do is to find and add your first product. Well, that seems like a very, very good idea. So I'm going to show you exactly how this works. And for the moment, I just want you to click on Find Products. Now, this brings you to the Oberlo search engine, okay? And if you ever need to get back here, in this menu over here on the left-hand side, you've got Dashboard, and over here you have Search Products. So if I was to click on Search Products, I'll be straight back here. Let's just do that to show you exactly how that works. All right, so back here I am. Now, this is clever stuff because we're on Oberlo, as you know, but all of these products, as I scroll down, are coming from AliExpress directly. I don't need to visit Ali, all right? So let me just go back up the top there. And with my dog jewelry in mind, let me just type in dog jewelry into the search engine and just click on search. So I get 33,000 results, all coming from Ali, all right? You can see all this stuff. Some of these things might look familiar from the things that you've been looking at on Ali during the course. But now if I want to import, this is very, very straightforward. Let's just say I was interested in this necklace. All I would do is click on Add to Import List. So I'll do that right now. So what it's done is it's taken that product from Ali and it's put it into my import list. My import list, if you like, is that holding area that I was talking about. It hasn't quite gone onto our site. And I can make that even clearer by showing you what the import list looks like. So again, back over to this menu here and you'll see we've got import list. So if I click on this, here we go. Here's the product I just clicked on. You can see that it's taken straight away the title, okay? If I go to the description, I've got the description directly from AliExpress. Variants, okay, we didn't have any variants. This is a simple product, but nevertheless, it's pulled everything off. And of course, the images. And it's not quite done yet because if I go back to product, I can actually choose to attribute it to one of those collections. So, for example, necklaces would make sense. So it would immediately put it into the necklaces collection on my site. And in fact, the only thing I would need to do now to put it onto the site is to simply click on Push to Shop. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and do that right now because there are a number of things that you need to consider before you really start using this app in earnest. And I'll be talking about those in the next lecture. But right now, you can really see the power of Oberlo, right? Just a few clicks and you are done. Now, to finish this lecture, I just want to take you back to the search engine. If I go back to dog jewelry, what I can do is set the price. Okay, so in our model, we want to go between $0 and $4. And of course, also from our golden rules, we are looking for ePacket. So very quickly narrow down to products that are going to be of much, much more interest to this very profitable drop shipping model. So all I would then have to do is basically decide what I want. So I could add to import list. I could add to import list. I can add to import list and so on. You can see how simple this is. You know, if we go back to the import list now, you'll see that that is building up very, very nicely. Now, before you get overexcited about how mega easy this is to do, in the next lecture, I want to give you some top tips to make sure you do this properly. Okay, so in the last lecture, I introduced you to Oberlo, and I'm sure you can already see how powerful and exciting that product is, and how you desperately want to get clicking with adding all kinds of products to your site. It makes it so, so easy. But before you dive in big time, I want to just, this is a word of warning, basically. I want you to use it, but I don't want you to forget the golden rules. Now, let me just tell you something. Basically, these products they're amazing. It's so easy these days to create an e-commerce store with these tools that are so easy to use. Their big advantage is that they are super easy to use. But in some ways, the downfall is also that they are super easy to use. Now, let me just explain. What I'm talking about is that so many people who get into e-commerce, they see how simple it is to set up a store. You've seen that. They've seen how easy it is to go onto a website like AliExpress and pick products and load up their store with hundreds or maybe thousands of products, because they believe that's basically all we're doing here, is filling up a store with tons and tons of products. And then what they do is they go over to Facebook or whatever and they do some very poor targeted advertising, okay? And I'm going to teach you how to do it properly later on. But they do some very poor targeted advertising. They spend a ton of money over there, and the whole thing fails. Yeah, the whole thing fails. Then they give up. Then they go on YouTube and make a video about how terrible it all is, and dropshipping doesn't work, and Shopify doesn't work, and this doesn't work, and all this kind of stuff. The fault has got nothing to do with the system. It's just the fault with them. Now, this course is all about doing it properly. Yeah, I'm giving you a ton of experience here, as well as a course itself. And please, please, please take my advice on board. Now, the way you can avoid that sort of disaster scenario that I just spelled out is to, first of all, think about the golden rules that I gave you. So let's go back to that slide quickly to remind ourselves. So here we go. This was the slide, deciding what to sell. These are the kind of what I call my golden rules throughout this course. So there was the price point and what we're going to sell it at. Is it not too heavy? Is it not too fragile? Are there good quality images? Are you avoiding branded products? Can't be found at Walmart? Does it solve a problem or cater to a passion? And has that supplier ticked the various boxes that we need? Now, all these are simple rules, but when you dive into something like Oberlo, it's so easy just to click on products and forget about all this kind of stuff. So please, when you're using Oberlo, write these down or print this slide out or whatever you need to do and keep it to one side, keep it next to you, so that every time you look at those products, you think to yourself, do they fit these particular golden rules? Yeah, it's going to help you massively. Please don't forget that. At the same time also, do not just load up hundreds and hundreds of products. In fact, if you're sifting through carefully and going through these golden rules, it'll take you a long time to do that. It's not just click, 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 click like that all the time. Yeah, think about each one. I'm talking about maybe adding 10 or 20 products max at this stage, absolute max. Yeah, particularly when you're just starting out. There's no need to go any more than that. You see how easy it is to come back and add more stuff if you want to, but there really is no need. Now, I'm going to go back into Obolo right now because there's a couple more things I want to say to you before you start really getting into it. So what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the fact that Obolo takes absolutely everything from Ali, as you have seen. Now, that creates a problem, which many people ignore, all right? And I can demonstrate that very, very quickly. So here we are on this dog pendant. Now, I taught you to come up with succinct product names, yeah? Punchy product names. Now, the proposal here is dog paws, small pendant, clavicle necklace, woman girl necklace, jewelry statement, pendant, charm, chain, choker, etc., etc. I mean, it's crazy, right? Now, it seems obvious that you would change that, but you'd be amazed at how many people just simply click on push to shop and be done with it, and their shop looks rubbish. And it makes me so sad because they spent so much time building the shop and then have put no thought together when it actually comes to using Obolo to actually bring the products in. Let's also then have a look at the description in the same vein. You know, we talked about selling the benefits, not the features. Well, here again, we have a whole load of meaningless stuff from Ali. So you'd want to basically update all of this in the way I taught you with the question and then the bullet points. Now, let's go to variants. Now here, it's pulled in 4 variants, in fact, but you can actually see, really, there are only 2. And the difference is because there's some sort of skew here. This is the stock keeping unit. And from Obolo's point of view, it's done a perfect job. But that's not what you want on your site. You know, basically, I need to remove this one and remove this one, okay? And you'll see that a lot. The variants that go on your site will not be exactly as you want them. Let's go to images. Now, it's pulled in every single image, and actually, to be honest, this is not bad. But sometimes you will see images that have almost no bearing at all to the product because they just happen to be on the page. So the message here is you need to go through each of these things: product, description, the variants, and the images. Make sure that it all looks good before you finally push it to the shop. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to tidy this up and I'm going to show you exactly what I've done in a sec. Okay, so let's see what I've done. Well, I've just changed the title to Dog Paw Pendant with Necklace, and I put it into my necklaces collections. For the description, I've taken all that rubbish out and I've said, is there a better way to show your love of dogs? Then some bullet points, and then I put in my limited availability that we talked about as well. For my variants, I did what I said before, where I basically checked off one of the gold and one of the silver, and I set the prices here. So I got a full price of $25 and a sale price of $19.99, and I kept that the same for both those variants. And for the images, in fact, I didn't touch anything. I just kept them all like that. I'm pretty happy with as it is. Now, I had to change quite a bit on that one, and it will vary with each product. Sometimes you'll hardly need to change anything, other times you'll need to change an awful lot. But the message is you will always need to do something. So don't just blindly click on push to shop. I think you've probably got that message by now. But I am now happy with this, so I am going to click on push to shop. Okay, you see it's now disappeared from the list. And what it does is it puts it into my products here. So if I click on this, you'll see the dog paw pendant there, of course. And if I return to my admin system, you'll see it's been immediately added to my product list. Now, I do a final check by going into the actual product itself and give it the once over. So the title is good. The description is exactly as I put it in. It's gone into the right collection. The images are the ones I selected. And the variants are all good. Or are they? Because actually I made a mistake on purpose back on Obolo because I want to make you really acutely aware of things that can go wrong. Because what we have for the variants is gold, silver and China. So, you know, I wasn't paying attention, let's say, back then. And it's picked up China because it has this ships from thing here. Now we can edit this. It's very, very straightforward. All I have to do is click on edit options. And then here, where I've got the metal colors as the variations and the ships from as China, let's just take that out and click on save. And now it looks how I want it to look. Okay, so all looking very good. So let's just do a final check and make sure it all looks good on the site by clicking on view. And there we have it. The images, everything we talked about, the metal color I can change. It's on sale at $19.99 and everything looks great. So I really hope you enjoyed that tour of Oberlo, and I really hope you've taken on board those tips I've given you. So the message is clear, I hope. It's an amazing product. Definitely use it, but use with caution.
Okay guys, absolutely brilliant. If you've made it to this point, huge congratulations. I really hope you're starting to see how exciting this model can be. And I just basically want to take this opportunity, because we've learned so much, to do a brief sum up. So just bear with me here while we go through and look exactly what you've done to this point. So, the first thing we looked at was the business model itself. And I hope you're really beginning to understand what that actually means now, how simple and powerful it is. We then looked up at setting up your free Shopify trial. And if you haven't done that, please go back to lecture 3. 14-day free trial, you've got nothing to lose. Please go for it. We then looked at customizing your Shopify store and how simple that is, how point and click. You might have been nervous perhaps about having technical knowledge or something like that before starting this course, and you now realize you don't need any technical knowledge at all. It is just clicking around, and it's fun to do. We looked at navigation, we looked at images, and we looked at the power of themes. So you're really beginning to understand why Shopify is such a great product. And then we looked at choosing a market. I showed you how to use AliExpress, Amazon, and even Facebook using a ninja trick to find not just profitable markets, but profitable products within those markets. Those sites basically tell you where to look. That's the beauty of it. Then we jumped back to Shopify and we looked at adding products. That was also very, very nice. I showed you how to do it manually, which you will benefit from in the long term for sure. I showed you how to add a simple product and a variable product. Then, having added those products, we looked at some sales tips. We looked at how we can use benefits, scarcity, and reviews to really increase the impact of our product descriptions, of our product presentations, to convert as many sales as possible. And then, of course, we looked at Oberlo, which is an amazing product, but I spent quite a bit of time there. I wanted to show you the limitations so you weren't just using it blindly, and I hope you've taken that on board. So, amazing job. If you are just watching the videos, that's brilliant, but of course that's not going to make you any money. So please go to lecture 3, as I've already said. Go back there, start your Shopify free trial, and let's really get into this. I've got a ton more lectures to go through here, and an enormous amount more to show you, and I'd love you to join me on this journey. Now what we need to do is set up your Facebook page, different to your profile. All right, and this is going to enable us to do advertising, and it's also going to give you access to the Audience Insights tool, which is invaluable. Now, how do we do this? Well, I'm over here on my Facebook profile, and I'm just going to click on this little drop-down arrow here, and I'm going to select Create Page. And it's going to bring up Local, Business, or Place. Click on that. And here you want to start filling in the details, and just click on Get Started. Now, you get a little wizard here. You can basically skip through all these steps. I don't want you to really worry about any of this. So, just have a little read if you want, but basically skip through. There's the profile picture. We can set this up at any time. So let's just skip this now. Other bits and pieces here. No need to worry about it. Skip through everything, and finally we end up on my new page. Now, this is the Tim's Hot Deals Facebook page. Now, this is where I'm going to put all the good stuff about my business. All right, I can put, I can post things, I can have likes on here. Now, I do not want you to get bogged down in any of this whatsoever at the moment. All we might want to do is add a cover and add a profile picture. And if you want to do that, I encourage you to have a look at a website called Canva. canva.com, where you can find it's a fantastic tool. It's completely free for adding in these various images. But once you've done that, you are done. There's no need to fiddle around with this kind of stuff anymore. So congratulations, you got your Facebook page set up, and now I want to talk to you about the Audience Insights tool. I'll see you in a second. Okay, so this section is all about our customer. Who is our ideal customer? We've got a product. Now, who is the perfect person who's actually going to buy this? This is the holy grail of marketing. Clearly, I've got a product. I basically just want to go to my perfect customer, present it, and not waste any time on anybody else. Okay, this is a huge topic, and I don't want you to get bogged down. I don't want to get too worried because I'm going to show you in a bit how we're going to use Facebook targeting to laser in on these people. But for the moment, I want you to just start broadening your mind a bit and thinking about what your customer might look like. And in order to help you, I'm going to take you through a few bullet points here. And it's going to start sparking some things in your brain, guarantee it. With the products that I've selected, I'll use that to put that in context. But you hopefully have picked other products by this stage. And this is going to start bringing the two together. So first and foremost, gender. My jewelry is probably best selling to women, if we're honest. Age. My particular jewelry probably sells better to 30-plus-year-olds. I know that from experience. It just does. But your products might definitely apply to an older person or maybe to a younger person. Where do they live? Again, jewelry is kind of independent, but maybe you've got a product that is more pertinent to the UK market than the US market, or maybe you're in the US market and it makes more sense for people who live in cities, or maybe it makes more sense for people who live in the mountains and some sort of outdoor product. I don't know, but start thinking about very objectively whether where they live has any impact. Now, the next three I've grouped them up actually all in yellow here because they're kind of important. They're ones that I think about the most. So what products do they like? If I am selling dog jewelry to somebody, then clearly people like dogs. If it's Labrador jewelry, for example, then they'll like Labradors. And I put like that because I'm sort of referring at this stage, as I slowly start to introduce the concept, I'm referring to Facebook. Right, we like things in Facebook. I enjoy outdoor sports a lot, so I like a lot of outdoor sports type pages. So Facebook has profiled me in that way. So I can find people, in my example, who like Labradors, for example. That's going to start narrowing down who my ideal customer is. What services do they like? People who have dogs might have particular services. Could be a dog grooming service, for example, that they have liked. What sort of services do they use as a dog owner, or indeed in the context of your product? What brands do they like? Dog owners typically, let's talk about dog food brands, for example. That would be a brand that they would adhere to and have liked on Facebook. You might have a particular brand of, I don't know, skis or something like that, that your product, if you're in the skiing market, for example, they like a particular brand of skis or a particular brand of basketball. No idea, but the brand that they like is helping to shape what this ideal customer looks like. And what communities and groups do they belong to? This is an interesting one. Dog owners, for example, might belong to dog training communities, or dog owners clubs or whatever. Think about the communities and the groups that they belong to. So we've gone from, having really no idea perhaps what our customer looks like, and maybe from, in my example, a woman who might like to buy some jewelry. We've narrowed it down by age. We've started to think about the kind of products and the services and the brands that they would like and the communities and the groups that they belong to. Now, there's a lot there, but I encourage you to get out a piece of paper, take this screen, put it on pause or whatever, and just start to, take some notes, get your creative juices flowing with the products that you've selected, and see if you can come up with some, nice little bullet points underneath these main headlines that would start to build up what your customer avatar looks like. And what you'll find is that the more you do this, the easier it will become. In the beginning, you might feel a little bit, it's like, whoa, I'm not quite sure what to do here. But just start writing and it will start to happen. And slowly on, after you've done, 3, 4, 5, 10 of these, you'll do it very, very quickly. It will start to become second nature. Okay, so you've got your Facebook page set up, which is fantastic. And that's now going to give you access to the Audience Insights tool. Okay, up here you can see Audience Insights. Now, how you get to this just depends on how your Facebook is set up. So it's kind of difficult for me to give you a complete one-stop shop on how to get to this place. But basically, just either look up in the menu. You might have a top menu that looks a bit like this with your Ads Manager, Audiences, Audience Insights, this kind of thing. Or it might be on your personal page, or maybe just type Audience Insights into the search bar. Either way, you're going to find it pretty quickly, okay? And you're going to land on a page that looks like this. And essentially what it is a massive search engine of everybody on Facebook, if you like. And what we have down here on the left-hand side is a column where we can put in all kinds of criteria. So we've got location, we've got age and gender, we've got interests. Connections and pages, we can leave that for the moment. It's these three which we really want to focus on. And over here on the right hand side, it's basically giving us the results. So let me give you a quick demo. Location, United States. All right, so remember when we were thinking about our customer avatar, we were thinking about age and gender and likes and all this kind of stuff. So here I've chosen United States. Just for the moment, I could have put UK, Australia, whatever I'm looking for, but I'll stick with United States. Age, for the moment, I've chosen 18 to any. And gender, I've just chosen all. All right. Now, imagine I've got that piece of jewelry, that dog jewelry that I've been looking at with you, and I want to see what sort of people I can target on Facebook. So, in the interests here, I can just simply type jewelry, select it, and over here, this information is now updated, and I can see straight away that 72% of them are women. 28% of them are men, and I can see the age groups which are, mostly interacting with jewelry, the general huge category of jewelry. So 26% of them, that's the major one, are between 25 and 34, and so on and so forth. You can see that hopefully quite easily. Now, this part of this Audience Insights is a huge amount of information. And it's quite fun to go through it all, but frankly, I find some of it perhaps of limited interest, limited use, but you might be different. If I scroll down a bit here, I've got things like lifestyle. Apparently 3% of them are rural parents, this kind of stuff. Their education level, their relationship status, their job titles. I don't find this particularly useful, but you may find a use for it. Now, the thing that I do find incredibly useful is this part here, page likes. Now, if I click on page likes, it's starting to tell me straight away. Sorry, scroll down a bit quick there. If I just come down to here, the most popular pages on Facebook that relate to jewelry that people like. So we can see here, for example, the Mint Julep Boutique, or Just Fab, or Inspired Silver. So what we can do is we can target people, for example, who have liked the page Inspired Silver as, that's basically somebody saying, yes, I'm interested in jewelry. Now, what I can do as well, obviously, is if I just come back to demographics, I might want to now just focus on women. Click on women. All right, so there we go. All the men have disappeared. And I said to you before, I would generally focus in my example on women aged 30 and above. So now we start to see the demographics changes, and maybe the page likes now are different because we're looking at 30 plus as opposed to all women. So if I scroll down here now, yeah, we've got some different stuff in here. Yeah, we've got what is this? 12 tomatoes. I don't even know what that is. Tip hero. By the way, if you click on any of these, it's going to take you to the page, to the Facebook page, so you can see exactly what it's like. If I start to click on some of these other ones here, location, I talked about jewelry being location independent. There's not much to be said there. And as we go through here, I mean, it's just nuts what's available. But, frequency of activities, devices that users use. We've got things like household income, and it goes on and on and on. Personally, I focus on the demographics and the page likes. Now, just to sort of, perhaps take another interest, let's just go back here to all ages. I just want to perhaps pick another interest just to illustrate the point a bit more. Let's say you're in the skiing business. All right, let's say we click on alpine skiing. Click on demographics. And yeah, sure enough, we've got a nice sort of fairly even spread actually between men and women who ski. 56% of women, 45% of men. Click on here on page likes. You know, what have I got? I've got Lindsey Vonn. I mean, if you're a skier, that's the big famous name. That you know, so people are liking Lindsey Vonn, which demonstrates that they are skiers. We might want to target those people. The US ski team, Michael Phelps, he's a swimmer. I'm not sure what he's doing in there, but anyway, you start to get a feel for how this page can spark off ideas of what people are interested in, and therefore how to target them. All right, I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, welcome back. Now, I realize that I'm throwing a lot of information at you in this part of the course when it comes to the customer itself, and that you may well be feeling a little bit overwhelmed, a little bit confused. Maybe you can't see how this all kind of comes together. All right, but don't panic. Bear with me. When we actually get into the creation of the ads themselves, this is going to start to crystallize. All right, you know, just accept what I'm telling you at the moment. You know, make sure you understand it at the sort of the highest level. Don't worry about getting too much into the details. But the last part I want to talk about is what I find another very useful part of this process, okay? And I promise you it's the kind of the last piece of the jigsaw, the main jigsaw at least, is what I call buyers and communities. Now, in the last slide, we were looking at the audience insights tool, and you know, if you've clicked around in there, you're going to see you know, all these. We were looking at all these different likes, the pages that people like, and there are thousands and thousands and thousands of them. So the question is, you know, which of all the pages that somebody might like, which are the ones, okay, that really tell us that they are buyers, okay, that they really are going to buy from us. Because it's very easy just to click around on Facebook and like this and like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are of interest to us as a target audience. Okay, so let's think about the buyers first. Now, a like does not equal a buyer. Now, I want to use the example of Labradors here to hopefully illustrate this. Now, I like Labradors, okay? I might have liked a page on Facebook at some point to do with Labradors. I've no idea. But I don't own one. Yeah, I like Labradors. Most people love dogs. You know, I love Labradors when I see them. I'm quite happy to have them show up in my Facebook page, whatever. But I don't own one, and I probably never will own one, sadly. So as a result, I'm never going to buy anything related to Labradors. Yeah. I'm not even going to buy dog food. I'm not going to buy dog bowls. I'm not going to do anything. I just like Labradors. So how can we find on Facebook the people who, you know, don't just like Labradors, but actually own them? So what we can do is also look for other pages that they might like. Now, I put Purina here, which is, if you don't know, is a brand of dog food. Okay, now, if I've liked Labradors and I've also liked Purina, then it's a pretty good chance that I own a Labrador, right? I mean, I'm unlikely to like a dog food page unless I've actually got a dog, yeah? So there are certain things that will tell me, or tell us, excuse me, on Facebook whether somebody really does own a dog or not. There's another one that I use quite a lot, which is called BarkBox. Now, BarkBox is one of these sort of subscription delivery services where you sign up and dog owners sign up, and every month they deliver to you a box of all kinds of goodies for your dog. Right? It's kind of a fun concept. It's very popular. Great business. Again, if I've liked BarkBox and I've liked Purina and I've liked Labradors, then we start to see probably a profile of person that genuinely has a dog, you know, that genuinely has a Labrador, let's say. And now I can present to them in my adverts my Labrador pendant, for example, whatever, right? Now I'm talking much more to the right people. I'm using my ad spend much more wisely. So, take that concept with any of the products you have and think about what it is that would genuinely confirm, if you like, that they really do own a dog or do this activity or whatever it is, whatever it might be. Have a really good think. Take your products and just use what I've taught you just there to think about the types of people that are really going to buy your products, the ones that you can really target. And when we get into the Facebook ads, and we're not far away now, you're going to see exactly how this works. Now, the other thing to think about are the communities. Now, communities don't necessarily, to my mind, they're useful, but it's not complete confirmation that they have a dog. So again, I love Labradors. I just made that up. I'm sure there is one called I Love Labradors and I Heart Labradors and I Everything Labradors, right? You'll find it, I guarantee it, somewhere out there on Facebook. So, I repeat myself, but just because I, have liked a page called I Love Labradors doesn't necessarily mean I have a Labrador. But Labrador Rescue, there's a lot of rescue dog pages, for example, on Facebook. Now, if I've liked a rescue page, that is far more confirmation, really, that I like Labradors. I'm passionate about them. I want to, save them. I'm much more involved in as a Labrador person. Not explaining it brilliantly, but do you see what I mean? I've gone from I Love Labradors, which is just kind of some random, yes, I love them, whatever, to Labrador Rescue, somebody who's genuinely engaged with them, wants to help them, wants to save them, is probably involved, in that whole group of people on Facebook where they can, find owners for them and all that kind of stuff. So that, again, suddenly I've got somebody who's genuinely passionate now about Labradors. When I talk about Labrador Rescue, and I can use that target audience for my Labrador pendant. So I hope that's clear. Take what I've done there, perhaps go back to the Audience Insights tool, spend some time clicking around on all those different pages and try to find the buyers and the communities that relate the best to your product. Time to build a real business and start making money. Yeah, I mean, how much more exciting can it get? So we are literally at a potentially life-changing moment here for many of you. If you're just starting out in e-commerce, this is a fantastic point. Now, we've had, great benefit from the Shopify free trial. You may still have some days left, but, at some point, we need to convert that into a real site and start thinking about a real business, right? And this is what this next section is going to be all about. And it's also going to be about driving traffic to the store. So we've looked at markets and products and how to add all that to your site. But clearly, without any traffic and without any proper laser targeted traffic, we're not going to make any sales. So, this is all coming up. I'm going to teach you all about how to drive laser targeted traffic to your store and start making some proper money. But before we do that, we do need to set up a proper store. So let's crack on. So let's have a look at the different Shopify plans that are on offer. So you probably already had a sneak preview, I'm sure, but if you haven't, just simply click on this Select a Plan button from the homepage. Now let me just scroll down a bit so we got them all neatly showing. Now you see there are 3 plans available. We have a $29 per month, a $79 per month, and a $299 per month. Now straight off the bat, you do not need the $299 per month. Okay, that is completely unnecessary. So really the decision is between the $29 and the $79. Now, apart from the obvious price difference, the main difference really is this transaction fee down here. You see 2% for the $29 per month, and you see a 1% for the $79 per month. So the transaction fee is simply Shopify's fee for products that you sell on your site. So if you sell something for $100, in this case, they're going to take $2. And if you sell something for $100 over here, they're going to be taking $1. Yeah. So if you do the maths, you'll see that it's around about $5,000 per month that the $79 per month starts to make sense because of the lower transaction fees.
Now, I'm certainly doing more than $5,000 per month, and I've absolutely no reason to believe why you wouldn't be doing that very, very soon as well. Now, that said, I do understand that people are on a budget, particularly when starting out, and the $29 per month really is a very, very good start. Just a couple of things I want to draw your attention to. This basically gets you start selling with a beautiful online store, and over here, we've got a couple of extras, okay? We've got gift cards, we've got professional reports, fraud analysis, and abandoned cart recovery. Now, for me, the most important part of that is abandoned cart recovery. Okay, I'm going to talk about that later on because, believe it or not, 2/3 of the people who get to the checkout will not pay. They will abandon the cart. So abandoned cart recovery, as you will learn later on in the course, is a super, super important part of a successful e-commerce business. Now, we can download apps for free that will do similar things to what Shopify has to offer. However, the fraud analysis tool is essentially unique to Shopify, and I'll show you this later as well, but it's Shopify's way of trying to detect any fraudulent payments perhaps on your site, which is very, very rare, but they have a very neat system built into Shopify that enables that detection. Things like gift cards and professional reports, they're nice to have, but they're really not essential at this stage. So make your choice between these two, between the 29 and the 79. I will take the 79 because I want to show you these features so that you're fully aware of absolutely everything Shopify has to offer. So I'm going to click on choose this plan. And then it's just a question of filling in your billing details. Now, I do want to draw your attention towards this billing cycle, okay? Just leave this on Bill Me once a month because you can stop and start Shopify when you want, okay? You want that flexibility. There's no reason, in my opinion, unless you feel strongly otherwise, to go for a 1, 2, or 3 year plan at this stage. So I shall fill in this form and I'll see you in the next lecture once I'm done. Okay, fantastic. So you bought your Shopify plan, and now when you look at the store, it hasn't got choose a plan written all over the place, and hopefully you're looking at a page something like this. Now, the next thing we need to do is to get a domain. All right, so I want to draw your attention to how we've been set up for the time being. So if I go over to the store at the moment, what we have is timssuperdeals.myshopify.com. And that is basically what we call a subdomain. It's hosted on My Shopify, and it's a subdomain on My Shopify. It's not our own domain. Now, don't get me wrong, you could build out a store on this and never change it. But when it comes to building your brand and in fact being taken seriously, having something on a subdomain or the My Shopify subdomain is really not the way to go. It's really not going to help you build out that professional brand and superb store that you're ultimately looking for. So what we want is a domain such as www.timssuperdeals.com. Now, there are two ways of doing this, all right? I want to make you fully aware of both ways and the limitations, the advantages and the disadvantages of both so that you can make the correct decision for yourself. Now, option one is to buy your domain through Shopify, which is a very straightforward process. If you just go down to the online store and go to domains, you'll have the option to buy new domain. Obviously, you won't see this if you haven't signed up for the plan, but assuming you have, all you need to do is in this bit here where it says domain, is to type in the domain that I want. So timssuperdeals.com. All right, now immediately it tells me whether it's available or not. I got this tick here, it's available, and it'll cost me $14 for the year. And all I have to do now is go through and buy it, and I would have that domain. And then what would happen is that Shopify would instantly switch from this, timssuperdeals.myshopify.com, to simply timssuperdeals.com. So that's a very, very straightforward process for $14 a year. Now, the disadvantage of this is when it comes to email. Now, Shopify does not have a full-blown email hosting service. What they do is that they forward emails. So what do I mean by that? Well, I signed up with tim@ecommercemindset.com, as I'm sure you remember. And with Shopify, I can set up an email, for example, info@timssuperdeals.com. But then when somebody emails me on that, it will forward it to tim@ecommercemindset.com. So I'll ultimately get all of my email on tim@ecommercemindset.com. I hope that makes sense. So what that means is that when I'm replying to customers, they are also seeing that I'm replying to them with tim@ecommercemindset.com. Nothing to do with Tim's super deals. So I hope you understand that important point. Now, you can certainly work like that. That's not really a big deal. But again, when it comes to building a brand, you are, to a certain extent, confusing your customer with now a different email address. And for me, I just find that unprofessional. But I want to stress, that's my opinion after years in e-commerce, but you can certainly do it that way. So that was option 1. So what's option 2 all about? Well, you might have noticed this link up here, connect existing domain. And what we can do is we can actually buy a domain outside of Shopify, okay? Not at all on the Shopify platform, but with another provider. And then we can connect it to our store. And the advantage of that is I then get the professional email setup that I want. So I'm going to show you that in the next lecture so that you're fully aware of both options. And as I said before, that will enable you to make the decision that you're most comfortable with. Okay, so first off, if you've registered your domain name with Shopify, then the next 4 lectures are not going to apply to you. So you can simply skip the next 4 lectures and go to the lecture where I talk about adding emails to the Contact Us page. But if you're still with me, that means that you're interested in setting up email in what I consider to be the correct way, which is with an external host. Now, this is pretty straightforward to do, and of course, I'm going to show you exactly what you need to do step by step so you have absolutely nothing to worry about in the coming lectures. Now, in terms of cost, there is a small additional cost compared to doing it with Shopify, perhaps $1 or $2 per month, but I really consider that investment worthwhile to get it all set up in a more professional manner. So which external hosting company should you use from the probably tens of thousands of companies out there offering their services? Well, in my 20 plus years experience, I've probably seen the good, the bad and the ugly of several hundred, and there is one in particular that I use a lot, and I will recommend them to you in the next lecture. Now, before I do that, I do want to say that you can use any external host you want. If you've got your favorite, go for that. If you've got one that you're using already, then by all means use that as well. But if you want to take my recommendation, I can guarantee they're a very, very good company. Very, very fast. The support is excellent, which I think is something that a lot of people overlook, particularly when you get into problems. Super cheap hosting companies generally offer very poor support. So the support is excellent, and I can also get you a small discount on the hosting package itself. Okay, so if you clicked on the link in the previous slide, then you should be looking at a page like this. You should be on tmdhosting.com, which is my recommended company. Again, I repeat, you can use whatever company you want, but of course the following couple of lectures might not make a huge amount of sense because I'm going to be showing you exactly what to do when you're setting it up with TMD. And in fact, in this lecture, what we're going to do is register your domain name, and then the following lecture, I'll show you how to actually go ahead and set up the email and link that in with Shopify. So let's crack on. First of all, you might have a sales agent popping up here, George Stevens today, but you don't need him because you got me to show you exactly what you need to do. So you can just close him. And then the next thing you'll need to do is to click on web hosting up here at the top. Now, what I'd like you to do then is to scroll down the page until you get to these 3 different packages: Starter, Business and Enterprise. And the one that we're interested in, you'll be very pleased to know, is the cheapest one, $2.95 a month. And as I said, you'll be getting a discount on that as well. And I just draw your attention to this 60 days money back guarantee. So this really is risk-free. So all you need to do now is click on Get Started. And you'll arrive on a page like this, which is a very exciting moment because now we're going to register the domain name for your business. So I've been talking about Tim's Super Deals. So I'm going to type in here Tim's Super Deals. But because I've already registered that name, I'm simply going to put a 2 on the end just so I can show you the rest of this procedure. But for you, you won't be needing to do that. And in fact, if you're struggling at all with a name, just do what I've done. Just take your name and then put Super Deals or Bargain Deals or Hot Deals or something like that on the end. And most of the time, 99% of the time, you'll find that that's available and that'll allow you to crack on. Now, the other thing I want to say is you want to take the .com, okay? You get asked quite a lot, shall I use .com or .net or something else? Always go for the .com. There really is no reason not to do that. So once you're happy with your name, all you'll need then to do is to click on Search. The page will then refresh, and if your domain was available, you'll be looking at this page. Congratulations, your domain is available for registration with your hosting account. And then all you need to do is to scroll down a bit. You'll need to create an account, email, password, put in your name and your address, all the standard stuff. Of course, your credit card details to make the purchase. But I want to draw your attention to a couple of other things though. First of all, the hosting services, okay? So the location, you want to choose the location that's closest to you. You can see here it says that Amsterdam is nearest for me because I'm in Europe right now. But choose the one that's closest to you and then choose your period. And obviously the longer you go for, the cheaper it's going to be per month. Then as we move down to these extra services, you've got domain registration already checked on. You get that for free, which is great news. The rest are checked off, except for this domain privacy. Now, I don't think it's really necessary, particularly when you're getting started out, to spend an additional basically $10 annually. So I would basically just take that off. So you've got here, turn it off. So just turn it off. It's going to drop the price down a bit as well. And then here, the coupon code, okay? I said I can get you a small discount, and the way to do that is to enter the coupon code, which is success today. And when I press this button, you're going to see this final price here drop by 7%. So if I click on apply, and there we go. There's the discount, and then the final discount brings me down to $17.58 US cents in this particular example. Obviously, it depends, as I say, on how long you're going for, etc. And then all you'll then need to do is to agree to the terms and conditions. If you want to get their emails, etc., then make sure you click on this. But otherwise, you are all done. And the only thing to do now is to click on complete order. In the next lecture, I'm going to show you exactly how to set up your email. So with your domain now registered, you should be looking at a page like this. Now there's just a couple of things I need to draw your attention to on this page. First of all, the billing, where you'll find your invoice for the domain that you've just bought. So if you're looking for that, that's where you're going to find it. Otherwise, I'd like you to go to services. And here, click on My Services. Now in here, you're going to find details of the product that you just bought. And over here, you're going to see a button that says Manage Product. So I'd like you to click on that. And then simply scroll down to the bottom where you're going to see this C panel. So once again, just click on that. Now a zillion icons pop up. We don't need any of these. You can scroll right down through, but just look for email accounts. All right, so find email accounts. Now I need to select my appropriate domain. You almost certainly won't need to do this. So I'm just going to click on Tim's Super Deals. Okay, that's what we're talking about. This will either be missing this domain part or maybe just have one option, the domain you just registered. So it's up to you how many you want to create, but I'll generally create 3: sales, billing, and support. So let me just show you how to do one, and then the rest are very, very straightforward. So support, just simply type in here. All right. So support@timssuperdeals.com, and then a password here, and I strongly recommend you use the generate system, which immediately has a strength of 100. Then you'll need to type that password again, and then that's it. You can leave this mailbox quota as is and just click on create account. Okay, so success account created. And if you scroll down a little bit further, again, I've got loads and loads of emails in here, but you can see the support@timssuperdeals.com that I have just created there. So go ahead and do that. Create, if you want, 2 more. Billing and sales, if you want to follow my lead, or maybe you just want to create 1, an info or just maybe a support. Entirely up to you. But certainly make sure you create 1 of them. Now, having got those emails set up, obviously the next thing we want to do is to make sure we can use them. So just go back to your hosting area, and this time I want you to click on webmail. And here, all you got to do now is enter in the address you just created. So in my case, support@timssuperdeals.com. And then the password that we created with that auto-generate password system, and then just simply log in. Now, when you're doing this the first time, it will ask you just a couple of things. First of all, we can just click on Got It here, and then it simply asks you which webmail application you want to use. Basically, they're all the same as far as I'm concerned. I generally just click on this round cube, and I say Set as Default, and then round cube. And you're presented with your email client with all the things you know and love about email, with your inbox and the ability to compose messages, etc. So what I suggest you do here is simply bookmark this page so you can come back to it with a single click. Now, just a final word. If any of that was overwhelming, if you got confused, if you got a little bit lost, whatever the reason might be, and I fully understand if that's the case, then make use of TMD Hosting's support. It is excellent. So to do that, just go back to your client area and click on Open Ticket. And then there's a bunch of categories you'll need to choose from. So you've got website down, website transfer, etc. If you had a problem with email, for example, it would probably fit under the general request. Then it's just a question of filling in the form, and they will get back to you very, very quickly. As I said before, it is really one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, that I work with TMD, because the support is excellent. So fantastic, that's email all set up. Now all we need to do is to point your domain to your Shopify store. And we're going to look at that in the next lecture. Okay, let's take the final step and connect our domain to our Shopify store. Now, again, if you bought your domain directly through Shopify, this lecture is not relevant and you can skip it. But for the rest of you, all we need to do is go down to the online store again, go to domains, and click on here on Connect Existing Domain. Now, the first thing we need to do is to enter in the domain we bought with, in this case, TMD hosting. So mine was timssuperdeals.com, and just simply click on Next. Now, here we get to connect your domain, you need to log into your provider account. Okay, we've been looking at that in the last lecture, that's our client area, and change your settings. So we'll have a look at those in a second. Follow the step-by-step instructions to get started. So let's view those instructions. So we've actually done 1, 2, 3, and 4 already, and we need to scroll down to this bit here, okay? So it says here, set up your existing domain to connect to Shopify. If you purchased your domain through a third party, that's us, we bought it through TMD, then you need to edit the following DNS settings, okay? Now, there's a few little technical steps here, but just follow my lead. It's very, very straightforward. In fact, it might look overwhelming, but just follow, do exactly what I do, and you'll be absolutely fine. So the first thing we need to do is to sort out what's called this A record, okay? You don't have to worry at all about what that is. But I do want you to copy this, all right? So just basically highlight that, right mouse click and copy. We're going to need this in a minute. And then the next thing you want to do is come back to your client area, scroll down and find that cPanel button again. And this time go down to this domains section and find the zone editor. So here I've got lots of entries, but you'll only have one, okay? So your domain name here, all I want you to do is to click on A record. The simple thing will pop up here. I want you to put in here your actual domain name. Okay, timssuperdeals.com. And then I want you to paste in that address that I just asked you to copy. And I want you to click on Add an A record. So that's that done, nice and easy. And if we go back to the instructions, the next thing was your CNAME record should point to shops.myshopify.com. So again, I want you to copy this. So just highlight, right mouse click and copy, and then go back to the editor. And this time click on CNAME record. Now this time put in www in front, okay? So, and then timssuperdeals.com. So last time we left the www out, we're now putting a www in this one, so that's an important detail. And then here, paste in that CNAME, shops.myshopify.com, and then just click on Add a CNAME record. And that's it. That's all the technical stuff done. Now, one last step. What we do need to do now, as you'll see in these instructions, it says, if we scroll down, verify your connection in Shopify. Okay, so that's the last thing we need to do. So to verify the connection, just go back to your Shopify admin system, and here we've got verify connection. This is where we were before with the view instructions, etc. Now we're just going to click on verify connection. It's going to work its magic, and there we have it. So we get a confirmation your domain timssuperdeals.com was successfully connected, and we got the details down here about when it happened. Now this is an important point here. See this? Your domain is now pointing to your online store. That's perfect. It can take up to 24 hours for the changes to propagate. Now, this is just something to do with the internet. You don't need to worry about the details. It can take up to 24 hours, but typically it's actually very, very quick. But if you have any problems, again, if you've got any problems at all and it's not showing up after 24 hours, or you're confused with my instructions, or you're confused by Shopify's instructions, then please take advantage of the TMD support as I showed you before, okay? They will be able to do all of this for you if you're the slightest bit confused, okay? So they've got your back, but basically if you've done all this and you're looking at a screen very similar to mine, you have now fully connected your domain to Shopify, and not only that, you've got email set up in a very professional manner that's going to really help you build out your brand in the future. Now, of course, as a final step, when we visit timssuperdeals.com, we want to make sure, of course, that our store shows up. So if I go onto the little eye here and click, it loads up timssuperdeals.com, but you can see that it's password protected. You might remember some time ago now I said I would come back to the subject of password protection. So all I want to do now is basically remove password protection so that people can find my store directly. So to do that, just go back to Shopify, go down to Preferences, scroll down, and here where you see Enable Password, just simply disable that. Click on Save, and now let's open up the store again. And this time we are all good, yeah? The whole store is showing on timssuperdeals.com. Fantastic job, guys. We are really motoring. I'm very excited for you, and I can't wait to show you a bunch more stuff coming up in the rest of this course. So whether you've set up your emails through Shopify directly or using TMD as I showed in the last 3 lectures, whichever way you've done it, congratulations to getting this point. You should now have 3 different emails if you're following my advice. You don't have to, of course, but that's generally what I do. So, an inquiries out, a sales out, and a billing out, just to kind of cover off all eventualities, if you like. So, this is more of a note rather than a bona fide lecture, I would say, because all I want to say at this point is don't forget to add these to your Contact Us page. So, winding back several lectures, we just had your personal email address on there when we were looking at the free trial. Now we have some genuine email addresses. So make sure you go back to your Contact Us page or your About Us page, however you're set up, and add those on so that your customers can contact you appropriately. Okay, so just another thing we want to tidy up now that you have a proper store is your homepage title and the meta description. So this is very straightforward. Just go to the online store, go to Preferences, and it's these fields here that we want to fill in, okay? So for the title, you want to put your store name. I write it like that so it's a little bit more readable, and then you can typically include something like a little hyphen and then write a very basic, succinct description of your store. So here I could write best daily dog deals. Okay, not a brilliant example, but the point is it's to the point and it's short. As you can see, I've got a 70 character limit here and I've used 41 of them, so I could extend that a bit, but basically I'm looking for something that says exactly what my store is about. Now for the homepage meta description, I've got a lot more here that I can use, 320 characters. Now the important thing here is that this title and meta description is what's going to show up in the Google rankings when somebody searches for your store. So you're very familiar with the Google rankings, how they look, right? So the title is exactly the title that we put in, and the description is that text underneath, right? So think of it in those terms. So I'm going to write a meta description. So just off the top of my head, Tim's Super Deals brings you the best deals for the dog lover. If you love your dog and are looking to treat yourself, come inside and check out our exciting products. Now, it's good to have some sort of call to action. You want to get them to click. Okay, this isn't a course on SEO, but one of the important things about Google listings is to get people to click. If Google sees people clicking, it will give it more credence and move it up the rankings. So use those tips and just spend a little bit of time creating your homepage title and your homepage meta description. And then of course, once you're done, don't forget to click on Save. So in the next lecture, we're going to look at adding shipping costs to our products before our customers buy them. But before we do that, we need to understand the 3 shipping models that are possible. And I'm going to take through each one. They're very simple. And I'm going to show you the one that I use, and I'll explain why I do it. So let's have a look at the first one. The first one is no shipping costs at all. All right. So basically, product's $20, €20, whatever it is. And that's it, yeah? There are no shipping costs added on at the point of sale at all. So number 2 is realistic shipping costs, which I put at $2.95. And I've highlighted that, so you might guess that that's actually my preferred option already. Now, as I talked about previously when we were setting up the Shopify plans and looking at those, people will abandon carts. In fact, up to 2/3 of people will abandon carts at the checkout. And one of the reasons for that, one of the big reasons, there are many reasons, are shipping costs. if they basically load up their cart with all the goodies that they want, and then they get to the checkout and they discover that the shipping costs are completely unrealistic, they feel perhaps a little bit cheated or whatever, but they will abandon the carts. We've all done it. You've all been there, I'm sure, and you thought, crikey, that's ridiculous, paying that sort of money for shipping. So I like to add a shipping cost because it adds more to my bottom line, right? So I go for $2.95. Now, there's a slight caveat to that, a slight not anomaly, but a variation for that, if you like, which I'll show you in the next slide when we actually add it into Shopify itself. Now, the third one, which you probably will have seen at some point, is the famous free just add shipping model. Yeah. Now, I use this in my FB Ninja Trick lecture just as a way of digging out products, but it is not something I use by any stretch. I strongly recommend you don't do it, okay? You will find people on the internet who are making supposedly a fortune doing it, but it is the exception to the rule. It's kind of ridiculous. We're selling products here at 20 euros, dollars, for example, and supposedly they're all free according to our advertising, and then when they get to the checkout, if we're going to actually make a profit, we're going to have to charge $20 for shipping. Well, that's absurd. No one's going to pay $20 to ship a piece of jewelry. I might pay $20 to ship a TV. But basically it's ridiculous. I don't think it does anything to build trust with the customer whatsoever, and I strongly advise you to give it a wide berth. Okay, so I'm all about number 2, realistic shipping costs. Let's see how we implement those in the next lecture. So we now know we want to implement a basic shipping rate of $2.95. So how do we actually go about doing that? Well, in this lecture, I'm going to show you. And shipping rates is something that people often get confused about. So I have developed and I've been using a very simple yet powerful system for a long, long time now, that not only is it simple to understand for me, but it's also simple to understand for my customers. Of course, you're not obliged to do exactly this, but I strongly recommend you give it some serious consideration. So what we want to do is come down to our settings and go straight to shipping. So first of all, this shipping origin is not significant. We are drop shipping. If we were selling our own products from our own warehouse, then yes, we would need to consider this, but that's not what we're doing. So we can basically ignore this and we can scroll down to this part here, shipping rates at the checkout. Now I've set up 2 very basic shipping zones. Okay, I've got domestic, United States, and I've got rest of the world. Now, most of my business, and probably most of yours, certainly in the beginning, will come from the US. So I'm keeping this very, very simple with United States and rest of world. You can very easily add in another shipping zone here, for example. So if you're in the UK, you could add in the United Kingdom, or if you're in Australia, you could add in Australia, and you could end up with several shipping zones listed. But just for the sake of this course, I want to keep it simple, and I want to focus on United States, because you'll see once I've shown you how this works, you can very, very easily apply it to any shipping zone. So the next thing I want to do is click on Edit next to the United States. Now you get to change the name of the zone if you want to. I'm going to leave it as domestic for the moment. You've got the countries that are listed within it, so I could add other ones if I wanted to, but this is the United States, so I'm leaving it purely as the US, but I might want to call it North America and add in Canada. Very, very straightforward. But the first thing I want to say is that these weight-based rates are not important, okay? Again, we are drop shipping, so the weight is going to be an issue more for the supplier over there on AliExpress in China or wherever they're actually shipping from. We are not shipping out of our own warehouse. You'll also remember in the golden rules I talked about shipping lightweight products, because that gives you another advantage. If, for example, you did have very, very heavy products, your supplier over there on AliExpress might want to charge your potential customer an awful lot to ship them. But when you keep those products lightweight, this completely goes away. You don't have this issue at all. So what we are talking about are price-based rates. So all I need to do is click on Add Rate, give it a name, so let me just call it Standard 1, and then I'm going to create a range between 0 and 20. Okay, you remember from the rules that basically you are selling products at 20 euros or $20 and less. Now, this is where I give it a rate. So this is where my $2.95 comes into play, and I just click Done. All right, so that's my standard one. So anybody who buys something off my site now between 0 and 20 euros is going to be paying €2.95 in shipping. But what if they buy more than 20 euros of products, which is entirely possible? How do we implement shipping for that? So we're going to add in another rate. This one we'll call simply standard 2. Now my minimum order is 20, and I will have no limit for my maximum. Now for the rate, I'm going to charge a little bit more than that $2.95. In fact, I'm going to put it at $3.95. And I'm going to click on Done. So just to reiterate, somebody buys something between 0 and 20, they're going to pay $2.95, and 20 and over, they're going to pay $3.95. So if you're thinking ahead, you might be thinking, well, there's a problem with that, because if someone orders 200 euros off my site, they'll still only be paying $3.95. But you will remember that we've got a huge margin with the way that I'm teaching you to make money with this business model. We're buying at 4 and less, and we're selling for 20. So we've got a very big margin to play with, and that is extremely important. So just imagine in this example, somebody did buy $200 worth of product. And I apologize, I know I'm flipping between euros and dollars, but it doesn't really matter. The denomination's irrelevant. It's the actual number that I want you to focus on. So let's imagine they did buy $200 worth of products. And my supplier over there on AliExpress wanted to charge me, let's say, $40 for the shipping. Well, that's fine. If you do the maths, I've still got a huge margin to play with. And what it means also is I can very easily explain to my customers how my shipping works. You know, I get, and you will get, inquiries about if I buy 10 of these products, how much is the shipping going to be? Well, in my case, it's very straightforward. It's $3.95. If it's less than 20, it's $2.95. If it's more than that, it's $3.95. And trust me, customers like simplicity. Again, doing website reviews and helping people out, I often see people overcomplicating this. They may have 20 things listed in this price-based rate. Very, very difficult to explain that to the customer, and also for you to remember exactly how it all works. So after years of experience of doing this, this is basically the model that I've come to. It's a very, very simplified model, and it really does work and basically just makes your life that much easier. So we've arrived at the all-important lecture of how are people actually going to pay you. Clearly you need a payment provider so people can actually buy something from your site. Now to get to your payment providers, it's very straightforward. Just go down to settings and click on payment providers. Now this is where things get a little bit more complicated, because the payment providers that are available to you totally depend on where you live. So that's really, really important to grasp. Now the three main payment providers are Shopify Payments, PayPal, and Stripe. Okay, and in this example, because I'm based in France, as you know, Shopify Payments does not work in France. So my options here are PayPal, and I also have Stripe. But if you're watching this in the US, for example, you will almost certainly see Shopify Payments here as an option. If you're watching this, say, in Brazil, just purely for example, I can't guarantee this, you may not see Shopify Payments or PayPal, or maybe not even Stripe, but some other payment provider is available to you. So what you need to do at this point is seek out the best payment provider in your country. Now, Shopify, to a certain extent, have made this easier because they've come up with this page, which is shopify.com/payment gateways. Okay. And if you head over here, you're going to see a list of all the countries and then all of the payment gateways that are available in those countries. So just for example, if we click on, I don't know, Singapore here, for example, and scroll down. So here I've got the major payment gateways supported in Singapore. Shopify Payments is available. So if you're watching this in Singapore, then you should have Shopify Payments. PayPal is also available. And then there's various other ones like WorldPay, etc. But each person, and I keep repeating this because it's so important, is going to be different. Let's have a look in France. So if I click on France and scroll down, you're going to see a bunch of payment gateways that are very different to those that are in Singapore. You'll also note that Shopify Payments is not on the list, but PayPal Express Checkout is, which if you go back here, is what it is offering me as a solution. So this is where you need to roll up your sleeves and basically get out there and find the best payment provider for your situation. Now, all I can do is just demonstrate what I've got here in France. That's going to help you somewhat. So again, my default is PayPal. Now, I could have others accept credit cards, okay? So select the provider. I can have Stripe in France, and I've got all these other ones available to me as well. And if I scroll down a bit here, I've also got apparently Amazon Pay and various alternative payments. Now these I don't recommend you dive into, certainly not in the beginning, because it's going to be more of a distraction. And as for manual payments, well, that's not relevant. We are not doing any manual payments with this business model. So if I scroll back up to the top here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up PayPal on my store. And what I'll typically do in a real situation is actually have 2 payment providers. Now the reason for that is because your customers may want to pay with their preferred payment provider. So for example, some people will want to pay with PayPal and others will want to pay with a credit card through a system like Stripe. It's also useful to have 2 in case there's an issue with one of them. Now that's a luxury setup. I fully appreciate that not everybody can have 2, but certainly aim for 1. So at this point, it's over to you. See what's available. It might be a very, very straightforward process, or you may have to do a little bit more digging to get that thing set up. But whatever you do, make sure you get a payment provider fully installed. So by this stage, you should be in pretty good shape because you've now got a great looking store with some great products, and you've got a payment provider or possibly even a couple of payment providers. Of course, we're still missing a major part, which is driving traffic to the store so that people do buy your products, but all that is coming up. Now, in this lecture, what I want to do is look at making a test order. And the main reason for doing this is to make sure that the store is functioning correctly. Now, again, I get questions from people now and again saying I have problems with my store, I'm not getting any sales, whatever it might be. And often the first thing I'll say is, have you done a test order? Have you checked that absolutely everything works from A to Z? And very, very often they'll do an order of some kind and discover that actually no, they do have issues. So for that reason, although we're going to do one test order right now, I encourage you to periodically, maybe once a week or once a month, something like that, make a test order on your site so that you're fully convinced that everything is working perfectly. Now, of course, later on, once you've got many, many sales coming in, you probably don't need to worry about that. But just in the beginning, when there's so much going on and so much to consider, this is really, really worth doing. Now, most payment providers will enable you to do some sort of test purchase without actually having to pay. But what I like to do is to buy something off my site and then simply refund myself. It gives me a much better feeling for making sure that everything is absolutely working perfectly. So let's go ahead and make the test order. So I'm going to buy this little thing here, this heart-shaped dog pendant we put on a little while ago, and I'll simply add it to the cart and go to the checkout. Now what I did here is I set up a fake address just for the test in Anchorage in the United States. And you can see I've got a subtotal of 19 and I've got my shipping, as I would expect, at $2.95 as we set it up not so long ago. Now over here we have the payment method, PayPal. If I had other payment methods available, they would also be showing here. And then I'm just going to leave this as same as the shipping address for the moment. So I'll now complete the order and it prompts me to pay with PayPal. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this and then I'll see you on the orders page, which is not something we've looked at yet, but I'll see you there once I'm done. So here I am, I've come straight to the orders page and here we see my order made 23 minutes ago. Sorry, I had to go off and do a couple of things, so I'm back, but basically the order happened 23 minutes ago. It's paid and it's currently unfulfilled. Now don't worry about that because we're going to be talking all about how to fulfill orders later on in the course. But if you click on your order, then you should see all the details as you expect. So my heart-shaped dog pendant, there it all is, paid by the customer, $21.95. So for me, that proves that my store works from A to Z. So a very successful test order. So the last thing I want to do is just refund myself because there's no point me actually buying this. It was all just for a test. So there we go, all the details, and just simply click on refund. And there we have it. So now we get an all items were shipped or refunded just for confirmation. So all done. You have made a full-blown test order. And as I say in the beginning, just go through that process periodically, maybe once a week, once a fortnight, or possibly once a month. But certainly don't forget about it. So with that test order made, this is also a very good time to talk about email notifications, because if you have gone through and ordered something from your site, you will have received an email notification from Shopify. If you haven't, check your spam because it will be there. So how do these notifications work? Where do they actually come from? Well, it's all very straightforward. We just need to go down to settings and go to notifications. Now what you have here is a complete email set that goes out automatically. You don't have anything to do, all right? This is a fantastic value add from Shopify. Now, just for example, this very first one, the order confirmation, which would have been the email that you would have got, is sent automatically to the customer after they place the order. Now, just for interest, if I click on this, you get a bunch of stuff here. Now, all this is the possibility to customize the email if you wanted to. But quite frankly, it's really not necessary. So you know where it is, but I really don't recommend touching this for the time being. So if I go back to notifications, as I say, we've got everything for the order process here, but we've also got everything for the shipping process. We haven't got to this point in the course yet, but when we do ship that product to the customer, they will get, for example, the shipping confirmation sent automatically to the customer when their order is fulfilled. All right. So, if you've ever bought anything off the internet, you will have received an email very, very similar to that. So there we go. That's where the notifications are. As I say, you don't have to worry about anything, but now you know exactly where to find it. Now, the last thing I want to talk about in this section before we get on to the exciting subject of actually driving traffic to your store is fraud analysis. Now, you remember that I took the full Shopify package so that I could basically show you this. Now, before we get into it, fraud analysis is not a big deal. I don't want to get worried that it's going to be an awful lot of fraud on your store. Will it happen? Probably. I've been doing this for a long, long time, and I would estimate that less than 1% of the orders that I receive are basically suspect, and I may end up ultimately losing money. But that's business. If you're running a physical store, you have to worry about things like shoplifting or indeed stolen credit cards. So this is just the way it goes in business, but less than 1% is really not a big deal. But what's nice with Shopify is that you do get this fraud analysis tool. So I'm here on the order that I made as part of my test order, and if I scroll down, I get this section here, fraud analysis. Now, if you've got the normal Shopify package, you won't see this. So what it's done is it's used some sort of algorithm to try to understand whether this order is fraudulent or not. So it's got a low, medium, high. It's given me a low. I would hope so, because it was me. And then it says the characteristics of this order are similar to non-fraudulent orders observed in the past. There were 2 payment attempts. Okay, fair enough. I can then view the full analysis. Now here I get all kinds of stuff that might help me determine whether this was a fraudulent payment. An interesting one here is that the shipping address is 8,169 kilometers from the location of the IP. So do you remember I basically, with that customer information, I actually put in somebody in Anchorage just as a test, Anchorage, Alaska, a long, long way from me, but it picked that up. Okay, again here, the billing address is listed as the United States, but the order was placed from France. Now, those aren't particularly alarming things. That happens all the time with people buying stuff that might be in one place and shipping to somewhere else. But nevertheless, it has flagged that as a little red dot. But overall, it has decided that I am low risk and therefore nothing to worry about. Now, if I come out of here, as orders come in, you may see some medium and you may very, very occasionally see some high. And if that happens, I encourage you to click on the full analysis and decide whether you want to accept that payment or not before you ship the order. Now, I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but this is a very rare event, so please don't get obsessed with it by any stretch. Now, the other thing to bear in mind is if you don't have the full Shopify package and therefore this fraud analysis is not available, you can rest assured that your payment provider will also be looking at some sort of fraud analysis. So if you're with Stripe, you're with PayPal, or indeed any of the others, they will also have well built-in fraud analysis systems. If you think about it, it's in their interest because they take a fee for a successful order. And if later on it turns out that it wasn't a successful order and has to be refunded, then potentially they lose their fee. So it's very much in their interest to make sure that the orders that are going through their systems are all good. So there we go. That's the fraud analysis tool provided by Shopify, and it's just something to keep an eye on from time to time. So welcome to this brand new section, and this is an exciting section because this is going to be all about driving traffic to your store. You put an incredible amount of hard work in to get to this point, and now this is where we actually start to make some money. Now, the first thing we need to do is to set up your Facebook advert account. Now, I'm going to start with an apology because this is actually very difficult for me to show you because everybody is in a different situation. Now, for me, I have a business manager account with many, many different accounts, both for my own personal use and also for teaching. So to show you that is not going to help you if you're first getting started. So that's the bad news, if you like. Now, the good news is that setting up a Facebook advert account is free and it's also very straightforward. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can get to this. If you go over to your Facebook page, you remember you set that up some time ago, and click on the little arrow here, it brings up the menu and you're going to find here create ads. Okay, I hope you can see that. Click on create ads and that's going to take you through the process. Now, if on your Facebook page you don't see that, then just simply head over to Google and type in set up Facebook advert account and you will find plenty of instructions to guide you through. So apologies, I can't hold your hand and literally show you how to do this, but I hope you understand the difficulty from my point of view. But as I say, the good news is it's free and it's very easy to do. So go to your Facebook page or go to Google and within a few minutes you'll be up and running, and I'll see you in the next lecture where we're going to talk about setting up the Facebook pixel. Okay, great. So I hope you've successfully set up your Facebook advert account. Now, the next key thing that we need to set up before we can actually start advertising is what's called the Facebook pixel. Okay. Now, what is the Facebook pixel? Well, it's a very clever piece of code, but all I want you to bear in mind at the moment is it's just a way of tracking customers that come to your site. Okay. So Facebook is going to send traffic from Facebook to your site. Okay. And then the pixel is going to track. And the pixel is going to understand the sorts of customers that are coming to your site, and it's going to learn about them, and it's going to increasingly send more customers that are more and more likely to buy from you. So it's a very clever piece of software, and the good news is you don't need to understand anything about it at all. It's going to do all the work for you, but we do need to get it installed. So let's see exactly how we're going to do that. Now, with your Facebook advert account set up, you should be able to find somewhere in your menu system, and again, this will be potentially slightly different for most people, you should be able to find somewhere that says pixels. Okay, that's what you're looking for. So what I've done here is I've opened up my menu system, and in here I can see pixels. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Now, if you don't see that, just Google set up Facebook pixel or something along those lines for your particular case. But within a menu somewhere, you are going to see pixels, and that's what I want you to click on. And you should land on a page like this. Create a Facebook pixel, okay? Add the Facebook pixel to your website to measure the impact of your ads. And as I was just discussing, the pixel will allow you to track your website activities and essentially improve your return on investing, and then keep sending customers that are more and more likely to buy from you. So all you need to do is to click on Create a Pixel. Now we can give it a name. It proposes Tim's Super Deals Pixel, which is absolutely fine with me. So let's click on Create. And now we need to install the Pixel code, okay? So it says here to use Facebook Pixel, you must first install Pixel code on your website. What we want to do is take this first one, use an integration or tag manager. So simply click on that option. And then Shopify makes this really easy. So click on the Shopify icon over here. And it takes us through some very simple steps. So the first thing it wants us to do is to go to your Shopify admin panel. Okay, and just before we do that, I want to draw your attention to this number here, because this is my Pixel ID. All right, that number is the thing that I need to copy and paste into the appropriate place, which I'm going to show you right now. So what I want you to do is to double click on that and copy it. And then I want you to head over to your admin system. Go to your online store and then preferences. And if you scroll down a bit here, you're going to see this title, Facebook Pixel. And all we need to do then is just to paste in that ID. So just right mouse click and paste. And then obviously save. Now let's go back to the instructions. So that's all done. We've done one, we've also done two. And the last thing we want to do is to check the pixel status. And what it says is to go over to your manager and select pixels from the top menu. And if the status is active, your pixel has been installed correctly. Now this is important. It may take up to 20 minutes for your pixel status to change. Okay, so what we're looking for is this here, where we've got pixel and then details and then status active. All right, so let's do exactly that. Let's close this now. Let's go over to pixels. And you should see this. So we've got Tim's Super Deals, the pixel with the ID that we set up. Now ignore this no recent activity for the moment, because what you're really looking for here is this dot here. This might be grey or it might be green. Now it needs to be green. Mine is green at the moment, and if it's not green, then just go to your admin system and go straight to your store. Click around a little bit on the store just to trigger the pixel. Then go back to this admin system here and just simply refresh the page. Now that should then be green, okay? That's your green light. Everything is done correctly. If not, then you'll need to go back and just follow those instructions again. So if I now click on this pixel link, it takes you to a dashboard specifically for the pixel. Now, we're not going to get into this in detail, but I do want to show you just one thing. If you go over here to the diagnostics, this is where you can ultimately check to see if your pixel is set up correctly. So having clicked on diagnostics, you can see that it says there are no issues with your pixel. Enjoy your day. Because if you go back to events, you might see this message here, no recent activity, and it's still prompting to set up the pixel. Now that's somewhat misleading. But if you're still not convinced, you want to be absolutely sure, then just go back to your store and add a few things into your cart. In other words, create events on your site. So if I go add to cart here and then go to the checkout, for example, and now I head back to this page and refresh, you see things have been updated. So events received 6, so that's just me clicking around. And then if you look down here, you can see that it's starting to record various things on my site. So there you go. That's ultimate proof that the pixel is fully installed. So I hope you've managed to follow those instructions. If you're at all confused or you're not seeing what I'm seeing here, then just go back and go through it carefully again. All right, you'll definitely get here. It's not a necessarily complicated process, but you do need to be a little bit careful. So there we go. Pixel all installed. Finally, we can start to drive traffic to our store and start making sales. So congratulations, you made it to the point where we are going to create our very first Facebook ad and drive traffic to our store. Now, I'm going to use my heart-shaped dog pendant as an example throughout this lecture. I'm going to show you how to set up the ad on Facebook and then how to actually bring targeted customers to your site so that they will buy it. So the first thing I want to do is head over to the Ads Manager. Now, having set up your Facebook Ads account, you should have a button somewhere that says Create Advert. And when you click on that, you should be looking at a page something like this. Now, I say something like this because Facebook is always a bit of a moving target. And whenever I do Facebook teaching of any kind, I always have to say that by the time you look at it, it might look slightly different. But that said, this page has actually remained much the same for quite some time now. Now, it starts off by saying, what's your marketing objective? And what we have here are 3 areas: awareness, consideration, and conversion. Now, awareness is all about building up your brand. Consideration is basically driving traffic to your brand. And conversion is actually measuring how people do things once they are on your site. And it's conversion that we're going to focus on. Now, a conversion could be any event on your website. It could be simply visiting a page. It could be putting something into the cart, or ultimately it could be buying something from your site. So we are going to do conversion ads. So the first thing we need to do is to click on conversions. Now, if I scroll down a bit, you'll see this: conversions. Get people to take valuable actions on your website, all right? Such as adding payment info or making a purchase, okay, just as I was saying. And just here for completeness, it says use the Facebook pixel to track and measure conversions, all right? So that ties in very nicely with the last lecture where we set up the Facebook pixel and I explained that it is doing exactly that. It's tracking and measuring conversions and bringing more and more targeted people to your site. But remember, I also said you don't need to worry about it. It's working its magic in the background. Now, for the moment, all we want to do is just create a campaign name. So I'm going to call mine the Heart-Shaped Dog Pendant Campaign 1. Now that's a good name for a campaign because it says exactly what I'm advertising, the Heart-Shaped Dog Pendant, and I put a 1 on the end just in case I want to do other campaigns later on. So having chosen your campaign name, and I suggest you use exactly that method, click on Set Up Ad Account. Now this is something you'll only need to go through once when you're very first getting started. This page isn't going to keep on popping up all of the time. But it basically just asks me to set up my account, so it's looking for my account country, the currency I want to report in, and my time zone. So I'm just going to leave it that by default. Look at yours, make sure you're happy, and then simply click on Continue. So what you get now is this fairly complex form, which is essentially all about defining the audience that you want to target to bring to your site to buy your product. Okay. Now things can get very involved with Facebook. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the essential items that you need to get started as quickly as possible. Now the first thing I want to do is come up with an ad set name. So very unoriginal, but I'm just going to call this ad set 1, okay, just purely for teaching purposes. You'll see later on that we're going to create an ad set 2, okay, but for the moment just accept that we're going to call it ad set 1. Now the next thing is we come down to this conversion section. Now if I click in here, you get to see various conversion events. You remember just now I said that a conversion could be something that happens on your website. So let's have a look at some of these. We've got view content, which basically means somebody viewing one of our pages. We've got an add to cart. We've got an initiate the checkout process. Somebody doing a search, adding to a wish list. We don't actually have that on my site at the moment. Adding their payment info, making a purchase, etc. These are all conversion events. And you might notice that some of them have got a green dot next to them, like this view content, and some of them have got a red dot next to them, like this purchase one here. And a green dot basically means that that event has already fired on our website somewhere, because this is the magic of the pixel. You remember when we were setting up the pixel, I said, if you don't see it basically being active, to go to your site and just click around, which is exactly what I did. And so I basically fired these events. I viewed a content. You remember I added something to the cart, so these are green. But I never bought anything off my website. So for the moment, the purchase one is red. Now, this is the very, very clever bit, the bit you don't have to worry about, but this really is the magic of Facebook ads. Because if I select, for example, purchase, what it means is that when somebody buys something from my site, Facebook can see the profile, that type of person. It can start to build up an idea of the sorts of people that are going to buy from my business. And then what it will do is it will send more people like that to my site. It starts to learn from itself. It's very, very clever. And of course, it's in Facebook's interest, clearly, to send as much traffic as possible to your site to buy, because if that happens, you're obviously going to be spending more money with Facebook ads. So that's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to take the purchase event, and then I'm going to scroll down, and we're going to talk about the all-important audience. Now we're going to create a new audience, and I want you to scroll straight down to this location. Now by default it'll have the country where you are currently residing, but what you want to do in here is put in United States. We're going to target people in the US to start with. Now obviously if you're already in the US you don't need to do this, but just select United States as a country. Right, now as we scroll down here we now get to play around with age, gender and language. Now at this point we're talking about your ideal customer. You remember way back we were talking about the customer avatar, the type of person who's going to buy your products. Well, hopefully you've given that some serious thought, and if you haven't done, you need to do that before you fill in this next bit. But basically that's where we're starting to define that now for our campaign. So for example, with dog jewelry, I know from experience that mostly it's women 35 and above. So I would put in here for the age 35, select women, and then for here I basically want people who are English speaking. At the end of the day my site is in English, so it doesn't make much sense to send people who aren't English speaking. Now at this point, if you look over here, you get this kind of barometer thing here, and we get a potential reach of 66 million people. Now, you might be thinking, wow, that's incredible. All I got to do is get 1% of those and I've made a fortune. But it doesn't work like that. 66 million people is way, way, way too broad for Facebook to start with, to start to really understand your customer. What you need to do in the beginning is to give Facebook a helping hand, is to try and define as closely as possible the targeted audience yourself, and then from there, they will help you. But if you just give them literally too much, too broad an audience in the beginning, it's very difficult for them to figure out exactly who is the best person for you. So, with that in mind, we now come down to this detailed targeting section. So this is where we're going to start to narrow down our audience. Now, the detailed targeting relates very strongly to the buyers and communities lecture. And if you don't remember that, because it was some time ago, I really recommend you go back and watch that now. So basically what we've been talking about here with age, gender and languages is more about the broader sense of the customer avatar. And now we're talking about detailed targeting, which is more related to the buyers and the communities. Now, if you remember, the buyers and communities lecture was all about trying to find the people who are actually going to buy our products. And I mentioned in that lecture Labradors and a product called BarkBox. And I'm going to use that now to show exactly how my thought processes work. So I'm going to type into this first box Labrador. And it suggests a bunch of options, but I'm looking for the one most relevant. So I'm going to take Labrador Retriever, which has 9.7 million people who effectively liked that particular page. So I'm going to take that. And now what I want to do is narrow the audience further. So if you have watched that lecture on buyers and communities, you'll remember that Labrador Retriever is fine. People will like Labradors, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they own one. But by narrowing the audience and bringing in, let's say, proof that people do own a Labrador, then I am far more likely to hit the people who really own a Labrador and are therefore more likely to buy my product. So I'm going to click on Narrow Audience. And here, in accordance with my lecture, I'm going to type in BarkBox. Now, just to remind you, BarkBox is a company that will deliver periodically a bunch of goodies for your dog. So if you didn't own a dog, that would kind of be a weird thing to sign up for. So BarkBox for me is pretty good proof. Now, the last thing I want you to do is just to uncheck this box here, this expand interest box. Now, at this point, you will notice that the potential reach has fallen from several million to 800,000, and that is exactly the area we want to be in. In fact, and you might want to write this down, your target audience when you are testing, because we are testing at the moment, we are basically seeing if we can sell this product to this targeted audience. Your potential reach for your targeted audience at this stage should be between 500,000 and 1 million-ish, all right? Write that down, that's key. So your objective here is therefore to get a targeted audience within that band. Now, less than 500,000, really Facebook doesn't have enough to work with, and more than that, we are giving it too much to do. So that is the sweet spot. Now, before we move on to the form, what I want to say is that for this business model, this is where you are going to spend the majority of your time. Defining your target customer is the key to success of this. If you think about it, up to this point, it's been fairly formulaic. You know, I can teach you how to build a Shopify store. We can go through all that. We can make things look beautiful. We can choose products. We can get them from AliExpress. You are basically following a formula. But at this stage, you really need to think about your customer avatar and how you're going to apply it to your Facebook targeting at this stage. It is super, super important. Or to put it another way, if you don't, you're going to find it very difficult to build out a really great business. So I trust that point is well and truly driven home. So let's carry on down through the form. Now, the next thing we want to focus on are the placements. Now, by default, Facebook says it wants to do automatic placements for you. But actually, you don't want to do that. You want to click on Edit Placements, and it pulls up all kinds of options. So to get this onto one screen here. Now, first of all, we have the devices, mobile or desktop or both. Then we have all these various platforms, Facebook, Instagram, which of course is owned by Facebook, the audience network, and Messenger. Now, I don't want to get into a lot of detail about these different platforms, but what I am going to say, first of all, is that what I do these days is I focus on mobile. The web goes more and more mobile every day. I'm sure you've seen the headlines. And really, targeting mobile is where you want to be. It's the best place to spend your money. So I always check on mobile, and you might see a small reduction in your potential reach, but there you go. That proves really to me how important mobile is. We've lost 10,000 people. That's all from our original estimate. Now, for the platforms, Facebook, of course, is absolutely fine. Instagram, if you like. But what I don't do is the audience network. I find that it does not bring me any decent results. The audience network is effectively advertising off Facebook, off Instagram with their so-called partners. It will bring you traffic, I can guarantee that, but it will bring you poor quality traffic. It won't bring you people who will buy your product. So effectively, you are wasting your money. And for me, I also put Messenger in that same bracket. I don't feel that it really brings me any benefit. So I leave with Facebook and Instagram, and then that basically is it. So I can then continue down to the all-important subject of the budget and schedule. Now, the budget is set at $20. Now, that is way too high. We are testing at this phase. We are testing, as I said before, to see if we can basically sell this product to this audience. And we therefore do not want to be spending $20 a day. So what I suggest you do, my recommendation is always to spend between $3 and $5 a day. That's all you need to do in this test phase. You will see that once you find a winning product, and we'll talk about this in a bit later on, once you find that winning product, we will scale up. We will scale up our budget, and I'll teach you how to do that. And you'll increase that potential reach audience. You will therefore increase your exposure, and you will sell more and more. But in the beginning, that is not our goal. We want to keep a tight budget. So I'm simply going to put in 3 here. And then for the rest of this, we really don't need to worry about it. All of this stuff we can simply accept. So there we go. That brings us to the end of the form. So you've carefully defined your audience and you've set up a budget. Now in the next part, in part 2, coming up any second, we are going to look at setting up the advert itself. So I want you to click on that continue button and I will see you in a second. Okay, welcome back to part 2 of creating your first Facebook ad. Now, I hope you clicked on that continue button from the previous lecture and you're now looking at this page. And on this page, it's all about creating the advert itself. So once again, I'm going to take you through the key points so you learn as quickly as possible what this is all about. So the first thing I want to do is give it a name. So I'm simply going to call it Advert 1. Then what we want to do is set the identity. Now that simply means making sure that the Facebook page is correctly associated with the ad. So if you've only got one Facebook page, which is likely, there won't be any options. I have various Facebook pages for my own businesses and for teaching, so I get this little drop-down list box here. But just make sure the appropriate page that you set up all those lectures ago is showing up here. Okay, so for me, Tim's Super Deals. Now let's scroll down to the format. Now there are various formats available here, but to get going in this first instance, we are going to focus on the single image. So I want you to select the single image. And then as we scroll down here, we need to add an image. We need an image on our ad. Facebook is all about the images and a limited amount of text, as you'll see. So clearly what I want is an image of my heart-shaped pendant. So all I need to do is click on Upload Images, get that from my PC, and upload. Now it might not look quite right, so you can click on this little thing here and you can basically position it as you want. And you see it's going to show up on Facebook and on Instagram. If I click on Instagram, this is how it's going to look. And if I click on Facebook, that's how it's going to look. All right. So if you're happy with that, just click on Done. Now with that out of the way, the next thing we want to talk about are these links. Now this link section is essentially all about where the customer is going to go once they click on your ad. Where's it going to link to? So you can see already the ad over here building up. We've got the image in there already. But what I want to draw your attention to straight away is this website URL. Now this is where we want them to go. And where we want them to go is straight to the product page, not to the home page, not anywhere else. We want to bring them for continuity straight from the advert to the product page. We want that connection so that they're not surprised at all by what they see once they click on the link. So to get the link, just go back to your store, or in this case, my store, grab the link itself, and then paste it into here. Now what you're going to see once it's done that is it's going to drag in some information. So straight away there you see that it's got heart-shaped dog pendant in the headline, and I'm sure you noticed that the text, where there was really nothing here at all before, it's now pulled in that text that we wrote on the product description page. So would you love to own this heart-shaped dog pendant? Show your love of dogs, high quality, and then it's cut off because of the limited space. But yeah, you can see that it's coming from this, right? So what we want to do is just tidy some of this up now. Now the question, as I said before many lectures ago, is a great way to spark interest in your product. So I'm going to keep that. And all I'm going to do now is add my limited text, all right, my limited offer text. So if we go back to the ad itself as well, I had only 50 left at this discounted price. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it in here like that, okay? So now we see the ad previewing on the right hand side here. That looks pretty good, right? Would you love to own this heart-shaped dog pendant? Only 50 left at this discounted price. Now, the headline itself, that's fine. Heart-shaped dog pendant. That's exactly what it is. You don't need to get fancy with that or clever. You want to say exactly what it is. But the call to action, we are not learning anything here. What we want to do is to go shopping. So let's find the Shop Now button. That's what we want. That's our call to action, if you like. Now, there are various other parameters in here, but quite frankly, you do not need to worry about any of it. All of this should be well set up now. We've been through everything. I've taken you through every single step, and you now have your very first ad set up. So there really is only one thing left to do now, and that is simply to hit the confirm button. So there we have it. Facebook has accepted the ad, and I'm now looking at the ads manager, and I'm going to explain all of this very, very soon. Now, before we move on, just one point. You may see when you click on that confirm button, you may see that you are prompted to enter in your payment details, your credit card or your PayPal or whatever it is, to obviously pay for your ads. Now, for me, that didn't happen because I have payment systems set up already. So you may not go straight to this, but if you didn't, just go through the payment process, set that up, and once that's done, you'll be looking at a page very, very similar to this. So super congratulations, you have now got your first ad in place. Now that took quite a long time, I appreciate that, but you will get better and better at this. And before you know it, you'll be putting all kinds of ads and campaigns together very, very quickly and efficiently. So in the next lecture, and to complete this whole demonstration campaign, we're going to do what's called a split test. So I'll see you very, very soon.
So you've created your first ad. Fantastic news. Now what we do at this point typically is what we call a split test, sometimes called an A/B test. All it is creating a copy of your ad and changing one thing. Now why would we do that? Well, we just created an ad, and it's kind of like our best guess, if you like, as to the best ad we could possibly come up with. But we don't really know until we go out there and test it on the market. We don't know whether it's going to respond that well or not. So what we'll do is we will basically create variations of that ad, and in this case I'm just going to create one, which is typically what I do. But often you'll see people create many, many variations of the ad and then basically test them all and see which one performs the best, yeah, and then drop the others. So, you know, it's basically a way of finding out by testing which one of your ads is going to perform the best. Now, it's entirely up to you whether you do this. It's not compulsory by any means. It's definitely worth, if you can, doing one. So at least one variation. But sometimes, you know, for budgetary reasons, for example, because it will be another $3 a day to be doing this, you may not want to do it. So I totally understand if you don't want to, but if you can, I would certainly suggest you do it. In fact, I would strongly encourage you to do it. It's very, very important. So let's dive over to our Facebook ads now and see how we can actually put a split test together.
So here we are, and this is the screen I left you looking at the end of the last lecture. And just to repeat, I am going to explain all these stats coming up. But right now, I just want you to recognize that we've got a campaign that we set up called the Heart-Shaped Dog Pendant Campaign 1. So if you click on that, you see, as I'm sure you remember, ad set 1. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a copy of the ad set. Okay, that's how we're going to do our split test. Now to do that, it's very straightforward. Just basically select it, and then here just hit duplicate. And if you take existing campaign and just basically hit duplicate again, then it will pull up an exact copy of your ad set. It's even called an ad set 1 copy. Now the only thing we're going to change here, because we're going to keep everything at the ad set level exactly the same, is simply the name. So we're going to call it ad set 2, okay? And click on publish. And then once that's all been accepted, just simply click on close. So now what you see is we have ad set 1 as we had before, and now ad set 2 as we just created. Now if I click in ad set 2, I will get to the advert itself. So here it is. And this is where we're going to make our one change. So what I want to do is click on edit. And at this point, as I just said, we are going to make one change. Now, why only one? Well, if you step back and think about it, we are wanting to test two different types of ads. We want to see whether making a change will make a difference to the number of people that are clicking and then ultimately buying from us. So let's say I changed two things. I changed the text and I also changed the image. And as a result, I got 100% more sales than before. Now that would be great, but I wouldn't know whether to attribute that to the change of the text or the change of the image. So by changing only one thing, if I just simply change the image, for example, and my sales go up by 100%, then I know for sure that it was all about the image. So I hope that makes it perfectly clear why we only ever change one thing. So here, to change the image, very, very easy. We just scroll down a bit until we find that image. We can click on Clear Images, and then we can select a different image. So I'll take this one with the black background this time. Again, maybe just do a little bit of editing, make sure it looks all right. There we go, pretty happy with that. Let's just say, and done. So that's it, we've changed one image. Now I've done this fairly quickly, and to be honest, that's not the best image that I want. I'd probably zoom in a little bit more and make that a bit clearer. But I'm trying to make the point of the one change. That's what this lecture is all about. So here, all I now need to do is click on Publish. And once that's all done, just click on Close. And now just go back to the campaign, okay, where we started. And if you click on that link to the campaign, and if I go into the ad set 1, you can see this is the one running with the white background. And if I go into ad set 2, you can see that's the one running with the black background. Now, as I said right at the beginning, it's not absolutely essential. I appreciate that we are now spending another $3 a day. But if you can, really go for it. It's a very, very important part of advertising, split testing or A/B testing, whatever you want to call it. And this is a very, very basic example, but it is enormously powerful. And in the long run, it can pay huge dividends. So congratulations, not only have we set up our first ad, but we now have a split test running. So in the next lecture, let's talk about what all these numbers mean, because while these ads are currently in review, as you can see here, they'll soon be running and we're going to start seeing numbers popping up here. So it'd be good to know what they all mean. So in this lecture, I want to take the opportunity to talk about the Ads Manager, because this is an interface that you're going to get very, very familiar with, trust me. Now, like a lot of things, it's highly complex. There's an enormous amount of information in here, but actually you don't need much of it at all. In fact, what I'm going to show you in this lecture are the key things that you need to concentrate on so that you can run your business as efficiently as possible. Now, what we have across the top here are 4 tabs: the account overview, campaigns, ad sets, and ads for one ad set. And basically, as we go left to right, we are going into more and more detail. So if I click on campaigns, we have the campaign that we set up. And if I were to click on this link here, it's exactly the same as going to the ad sets. So if I click on this, you'll see I go to the ad sets, and now this one is highlighted. And if I click on the ad set, I go to the ad within the ad set. Now, your key tab here are the ad sets. This is where you're going to be spending most of your time to make the right decisions. I'm not saying all of the information is here, but certainly the key information. So I'm going to take you through this particular tab in a bit more detail. Now this first column is the delivery. So basically they're both active at the moment. I can basically pause these or stop them entirely at any time. Now this next column, results, I'm going to come back to in a minute because that is the most important one. After that we have a reach, which is basically the number of the people that have seen my ad, and then we've got the number of impressions, which is the number of times Facebook has actually shown it. Then we've got a cost per result, so that gives you an idea, for example, of how many times Facebook has had to show the ad before somebody makes a purchase. After that we've got things like our budget, the amount spent, when it's going to end, our schedule, and if we just go slightly to the right here, we find something else of minor interest that people get slightly obsessed with, but is the link clicks, the number of times that people have actually clicked on your link. Now, just before I go back to that main one, the results column, I do want to just show you this. Okay, so the columns can in fact be changed. So you have all kinds of preset reporting going on here, and you can in fact customize them. Now, I really don't recommend, particularly in the beginning, that you get heavily involved in this because you will potentially get lost in all of these stats and get more and more confused. And what I'm doing here is I'm showing you what you really need to focus on. I'm taking you straight to the most important info. So by all means, go ahead and indulge yourself, but please don't confuse yourself and just go down some rabbit hole that's then very difficult to come out of. Just keep it simple. Now on that note, I want to go back to my key column here, the results. Now, this is what it's all about because we are in business here, and if people don't buy things from our site, we don't have a business. It's as pure and simple as that. But many people seem to lose focus of that absolutely key metric. Now, the reason why we're seeing purchase here is because, as I'm sure you remember, when we set up the ad, we set it to record the purchase event, as part of our pixel. Had we set add to cart or some of those other events that I had shown you, you would see a different result. But I choose purchase because purchase at the end of the day is really all that matters. So what you're going to see here is if as a result of ad set 1 you have 1 sale, you'll see a 1 in here. And if ad set 2 has 100 sales, then you're going to see 100 in here. And this is the thing that you ultimately want to keep an eye on, okay? This is the key. Now in the next couple of lectures coming up, I'm going to give you some key knowledge so that you can make the right decision about what you're seeing inside of your ads manager.
Okay, this is now super exciting. We have got an ad running and we are checking every 5 seconds to see if somebody's bought something from us, right? Now, so what do we do now? We've got these 2 ads running. And we want to know how long to run them for, and how do we decide whether they're performing right, or should we stop them, should we carry on, should we increase our budget, what should we do? So this is a very important lecture because I've entitled this Scale or Kill. So we're going to scale up the ad, or are we going to kill it? Now the first key thing I want you to do is to run your ad for 3 days, or your ads, depends on whether you've done the split testing or not. Run them for 3 days. Now, why 3 days? Well, it actually takes the Facebook algorithm a little bit of time, 24 hours, 48 hours, I don't know exactly, but it takes a little bit of time for it to actually start serving your ads up to the right people at a good cost. It's just kind of how it works. It's how their algorithm works. So I feel they do a kind of scatter approach at the beginning, obviously based on the targeting that you've done. And then they do kind of more clever targeting within their algorithm to actually try to identify perhaps better groups that are more likely to buy your stuff. But that process for them takes a little while. It's an iteration. Don't worry about it too much, but just accept the fact that you need to let your ads run for 3 days. Now, your objective during this period is to make a profit, surprise, or at least break even, right? Now that might seem a bit weird, at least break even. Sorry, that should say least, not least, but anyway, you get the idea. So the reason why I can allow my ads to actually break even is because I will have acquired a customer. And in a later slide, I'm going to talk about list building, the importance of a list, the importance of a customer. But basically, just imagine you've got that customer. Okay, you haven't made any money out of them this time around, but you will have the details of that customer. You will have the email address. You will have the opportunity to direct email them in the future to make sales. And trust me, that is very, very valuable. You will make a profit down the road, but maybe not straight away. So for the moment, just accept that basically you're doing this to make a profit, or at least to break even. Now, the reality is that not all of your ads are going to generate sales. Okay, so don't expect for one moment, you might get lucky, your very first one starts to generate sales and you've got, an embarrassment of riches. But basically, it's unlikely. The odds are stacked against you. That's just how it is. That's advertising, whatever you do. All right, and maybe only 1 in 10 of them will actually make a sale of some sort. Okay, so what we want to do is, if after 3 days an ad is not performing, i.e. we've not made a profit or we've not broken even, we want to kill it. Okay, we just want to stop that ad. And I would suggest being brutal about it. Okay, that's certainly what I do. Some people will go down the path of saying, well, it didn't quite work. Maybe we should change, our targeted audience a bit. Or maybe we should change another thing on the ad, the photo, whatever. Personally, in my experience, you can go a little bit mad with that. What I tend to do is just say, okay, stop. I'm not doing this one anymore. I'm killing it. I will go and find another product. I might show it to the same audience that I had before, but I will basically start over and I will kill it. And by the way, I'll generally leave that product on my site, because what you'll find is that as you do this, products will start building up on your site. And although you might not sell it this time around as a direct, with the direct Facebook advertising, later on down the road when you bring somebody else into your site for perhaps another product, they will see that on your site and they may well buy. I've had many, many situations where people come in to buy a product and they're not buying 3 or 4, of stuff that I was not successful in previous test runs. Now, this is the key point. The winning ad, when you get a winning ad, okay, that can generate the dollars. So when you read, not all ads will generate sales, maybe 1 in 10, probably you started thinking, wow, I'm going to have to spend quite a lot here on advertising to get that one sale, which is, maybe true. Maybe you've got to spend tens of dollars, something like that, as part of this testing process. But when you get that winning ad, trust me, that's when the fun starts, because that's the one that can generate, hundreds, sometimes thousands. I don't want to get you overexcited about this, but if you get the right ad matched up to the right audience, that's going to pay for all of the rest multiple times over, and that is where you're going to really build your business. So that's when we're going to actually scale the winning ad. We've dropped the non-performing ones, we've got rid of those, and we're left with the winning ad. We're going to drop everything else and we're going to scale this up so that we can really generate some money. And then the next lecture, I'm going to give you some tips on exactly how to scale. So you've run your ad in the test period for 3 days and it's either created a profit or it's broken even. So you have a winning test ad. We talked about this in the previous lecture. You've dropped all the other ones. Now what are you going to do? How are you going to scale this thing up to start making some serious cash? Well, rookie mistake number 1. Do not be tempted to ramp it up by 100x, 100 times, for example. So this is a classic mistake. You're spending $3 a day and you think, right, I found it. I will now ramp up to $300 a day. Because if you do that, and I can understand the temptation, because suddenly you're going to reach an enormously, you're going to reach a massive audience compared to before, and presumably, start selling 100 times more product and therefore 100 times more profit. If you do that, what happens is you confuse, believe it or not, the Facebook algorithm. Okay, you just need to accept this. The Facebook algorithm is a little bit of a sensitive beast, and you can't just ramp up by 100x in one go. So what you do is you increase your budget by 1.5 times. Okay, so if you're spending $3 a day, for example, and you found the winning ad, increase it to $4 $4.50 a day. All right? So you've gone from $3 to $4.50. And then at $3.50, keep that for another 3 days. So we are making baby steps. And in fact, this makes a huge amount of sense because not only are we not confusing the Facebook algorithm, but in business, it's daft to suddenly make huge increases in spending when you're still not 100% sure about this product. Sure, the test period went well, but what you still want to do is make little baby steps and make sure that you're on the right path each time. Yeah, each time we go. So just go from $3 multiplied by 1.5, so $4.50, and keep it for another 3 days. Now, at the end of that 3-day period, it's the same question you need to ask yourself, or you can see it on your ads manager. Did you generate a profit or at least break even? Yeah, it's a yes or no question. It's very, very simple to answer. If it's a yes, then you want to increase the budget by another 1.5x. So we were at $4.50, and if I try and do that in my head, we're going to end up with something like $6, let's say, right? A little bit more. So, and I'll hold that for another 3 days and see if I can create a profit or break even. And if I do, then I'll increase it by another 1.5 for 3 days. And so I'll go on and on like that. Now, eventually you're going to get to, spending $100 or maybe $200, $300, $400 a day. But all that while you've been doing that, you are making sales. You're covering your costs at very least if you're break even. And if you're making a profit, then happy days. You're sticking money in the bank. This is great stuff. But if you don't do that, what you want to do is go back to the previous budget. So any time in that loop of increasing the budget by 1.5x and holding it for 3 days, if you don't make a profit, just drop it down to where you were before. Keep it for another 3 days. If it didn't work that time, then maybe drop it back down again. Or if it did, bring it back up again. Yeah. So you are making these small changes either way, and that is how you scale correctly. Okay, it's baby steps. It's bit by bit. It's patience. It's using your hard-earned money correctly and wisely in order to generate profit. So you've started driving targeted traffic to your site. Some people are buying, hopefully. Some people are putting stuff in the cart. Some people aren't doing anything at all. Now, it would be kind of cool to be able to see what was actually happening on your website for each visitor. Well, you may or may not be aware, but there are some fantastic software products out there. One of them that I like in particular is this one here called Lucky Orange. And basically, it records everything that somebody does on your site. So it's almost as if you're looking over their shoulder as each and every one of your visitors comes to your site. So it's absolutely brilliant, for example, for just identifying if there are any problem areas, why people may not be adding something to the cart. You get to see exactly what it looks like on different supports, on mobiles, on PCs, on iPads, whatever it might be. You get to see all of that. Now, I don't think this is a long-term thing that you need to do, but certainly in the beginning, when you're basically getting started and you want to be sure, you want to be confident that your site is performing to its best ability and you haven't missed out any tricks. So yeah, I brought you over to this site, as you can see by now, Lucky Orange, which does exactly that. I mean, go here, watch their little video on their homepage. It's very intuitive. You'll see straight away. Make use of the free trial. If you want to use it, then it's I think it's something like $10 a month, but I'm not sure that's necessary. That's entirely up to you. It's not the only gig in town either, of course. This is another site called Hotjar, which does more or less the same sort of thing. And of course, there are several. If you Google Lucky Orange competitors, for example, you're going to bump into a handful of these. I'm only drawing your attention to these two because I've used both of them. Personally, I think they're great. They fit the bill very, very well for what we're doing. So yeah, definitely make use of these. As always, don't get obsessed by these sorts of things. They're not a silver bullet. They're not going to solve all your problems or anything, but they are definitely extremely useful. So let's just take a step back and think about where we are right now, because this is pretty cool stuff. We have learned a huge amount here. So, as well as talking about markets and how to identify markets, how to identify products within those markets that are going to sell, and also the types of customers that are going to buy them through our customer avatar, we have now put in place a process via Facebook where we can target those types of people and we can bring them straight to our site in order that they will buy them. And not only that, but we have a system in place, a basic but powerful system in place that we can easily follow to ramp up ads that are working and kill those that aren't. So in short, you now have all the knowledge you need to rinse and repeat, right? Basically, all you got to do now is go out, find them more products, find markets if you want, find products in those markets, test customer avatars, build new ads, go through that process that we've been through in the last 20 odd lectures or so, and just keep rinsing it, go over and over again and repeat, rinse, take the money from it each time and just keep going over it. You're going to learn. Sure, you're going to make mistakes, but you're going to learn along the way and you're going to start to make money, and you're going to start to realize how powerful this business model actually is. So go for it. Take it to the next level. It's entirely up to you now. I've given you the wings. Now you can fly. So really, really go for it. I wish you the best of luck. Now, clearly we're not done yet. We got a lot to discuss, and I've got a lot more stuff for you, which is going to help you even further. Okay, this is fantastic because now we've reached an amazing milestone. I mean, not only do you have a fully functioning website with some great products on it, but you're driving laser targeted traffic to it, with your ads that you're now testing. I mean, I know it's early days. We've got an awful lot more to show you here, but this is really, really great stuff. So if you're still with me, congratulations. Now, a subject that comes up quickly after we talk about advertising is retargeting. Now, if you don't know what retargeting is, you're in exactly the right spot because I'm about to answer that question right now. So what is a retargeting? Well, basically, when a visitor comes to your site, we will track their actions so we can target them later. All right, so they're going to come to our site. They might do all kinds of stuff, and we're going to gather information about them. Not personal information. Don't worry about this as an intrusion of privacy or anything. We're tracking their actions, where they click, maybe the products they look at, whether they buy, whether they put stuff in the cart, these kinds of actions, yeah? So that we can go back to them later. So let's think about that in a little bit more detail. So what might they actually do on our site? Well, I just mentioned a couple there, but they could buy a product. Pretty straightforward. They might put something in the cart and not buy it, what we call an abandoned cart. Yeah, that can happen. In fact, that happens a lot. People put stuff in the cart, they fill out all of their details, their address, their email and everything there, but for whatever reason, they don't actually press the buy button. We'd like to go back to those people. Or they might just browse products. They might just browse around your website, looking at various products. They might come back to your site periodically, but not actually be doing anything. Or, maybe they have bought something in the past and now they're coming back, but they don't seem to be buying again, whatever it might be. But you can start to get a picture of all kinds of different actions that people are taking on your website, as they browse around. You've probably seen now with Lucky Orange, for example, if you've used that, one of my tips earlier on, you can see, in fact, how people move around your site. It's quite intriguing to watch those replays. That gives you an idea as well. Now, how can we retarget them? So this is at a very high level, but just to put some thoughts in your head here. Well, one of the things that we could do is send them an email. And I put in here, if we have it abandoned cart. I just talked about the abandoned cart, right? The fact that we have an email. So it makes an awful lot of sense to send an email to somebody and say, hey, I see you were basically on the point of buying my product. Here's a link to it. Please come and buy. Not quite as aggressive as that. I'll teach you a much nicer way of doing it, but you get the idea. We could show them ads on Facebook related to our site. If they're browsing around particular products, but not actually buying them, but genuinely seem to be showing an interest, we could show those ads on Facebook at a later stage. And we could also show those ads on other sites. Now, I'm sure that you've been onto a site, e-commerce, whatever. It could be any site where you are looking to buy something.
And then half an hour later, you're looking at a completely different site, that is of interest to you, and suddenly there's an ad there that completely relates to the product that you were just looking at. It's kind of a bit spooky. It feels like it's following you around, right? It's kind of odd. That is retargeting in action. So there you go. Retargeting is a massive, massive subject. I'm going to, introduce you to some of the basic principles and some of the great things that we can do with retargeting. But in a nutshell, that explains what retargeting is. So we've established what retargeting is, and I've given you some ideas about how we might actually go about doing it. But what are the real advantages? Yeah? Does this thing really work? Is it worth it? So one of the major things that retargeting can do is bring in new customers. So what I mean by this is it's a fairly rare event that somebody will come to your site completely new, they've never ever heard of you, and just buy something from you. It does happen for sure, yeah, it will happen, no question. But it's against the odds to a certain extent. We like to feel confident from the person that we're buying from. And in order to do that, we need to see a brand or a product or a name around the place quite a bit before we feel at ease with going in and buying it. It's just how we are. It's human nature. So basically, imagine you've got somebody coming to your store a lot and clicking around but not buying. Yeah, so they're not a new customer yet. When they go back to the internet, go back to Facebook or start browsing around, then they start seeing your products following them around, right? As I explained before. Subliminally, they're getting exposed to your name and to your brand, and they start to feel more comfortable with it. So when they come back, either through retargeting or maybe an ad that you put on there later or whatever it might be, now they're no longer a cold customer. We've warmed them up, as marketers say. Yeah, we're warming them up to the point where they're hot, where they're actually going to buy, but they're no longer stone cold. So that process of retargeting will bring in new customers as part of the process. Now, we can also sell more products to existing customers. I alluded to using the email, for example, to go back to people. We can do more complicated stuff than that. The email is a simple example. It's extremely powerful. But, once we've got a product, everybody knows that selling to an existing customer is a lot easier than selling to a new customer. So we want to retarget those existing customers. And I can tell you that it is very, very effective. So I definitely want you to give this the time of day, but I do not want you to waste an awful lot of time on it and an awful lot of money, because there are many different techniques and it can get very complex. Yeah. The last thing I want you to do is to get lost in all of this and lose focus on your main purpose here, particularly if you're early stage with e-commerce. So I'm going to keep it simple for you. And in fact, in the next lecture, I'm going to talk about whether retargeting is even suitable for you at this stage. So we're all excited about retargeting, that's for sure. But should you be doing it at this stage? No, and in fact, what do I mean by at this stage? Well, most of the people that do my course, this course, are beginners with e-commerce, or perhaps struggling a little bit and looking for some good techniques. So this is sort of mainly focused at those people, sort of beginner people in e-commerce. And by this point, I've given you a massive amount of information. So what I don't want to do is layer on more complexity for you, okay? So what I'm trying to do here is guide you through the minefield to, the absolute most profitable way of doing this, and not lead you down some path that just leads in frustration and loss of money for yourself, okay? So in a nutshell, should you be doing it at this stage? Yes, but use free techniques in the beginning, okay? I do not want you to be spending money on retargeting. There are some very tempting and all kinds of amazing products that you can buy out there. Yeah? If you start Googling retargeting, you're going to find all kinds of great promises, okay? You can do what you want, obviously, but I really would prefer that you didn't do that right now. So what I want to do is just introduce you to a couple of basic free techniques that you already have. Okay, that's going to give you a great start. And then move to more advanced techniques only, all right, and I've done that in a different color, when you are comfortable with Facebook advertising and you are making a profit. Okay, this is really important. You need the model to be working for you. Okay, sometimes that's quick to happen, sometimes it takes longer. It'll definitely happen at some point. Never ever give up with this. But basically, you need to have this thing working profitably for you to then start spending money on retargeting. All right, this is not a situation that you want to get into where maybe your ads aren't working and you think, oh my God, what I'm going to do now is I'm not going to kill them, as Tim taught me. I'm going to start retargeting them all over the place and start spending even more money. Don't get in that loop, okay? Make sure you've got a profitable business model before you start retargeting later on. So, we're going to look at a couple of free techniques in the next 2 lectures. See you in a moment. So let's have a look at the first free technique, certainly included in your Shopify plan, which is recovering an abandoned cart. And first of all, let's answer the question, why is it so important? Well, you may or may not realize, but 67%, 2/3 of carts get abandoned. All right, so basically somebody fills in all the details, but they do not go on to buy. Okay, for whatever reason, there are a whole slew of reasons for that could happen. Now, what abandoned cart recovery can do is convert, all right, up to 50% of the abandoned carts into sales. So imagine that, yeah? You've got a huge number of abandoned carts just sitting there, but abandoned cart recovery software can pick those up and basically convert them into sales, all right? That's a pretty exciting stat if you step back and think about that. So let me give you an example of that. So let's take an example month where we have $10,000 worth of products that are added to the cart, right, on your store. Now, if we consider that 67% of those are abandoned, that means our final sales will be $3,300, right? So basically, we have lost, if you like, $6,700. Yeah? So if we implement an abandoned cart recovery strategy, and we recover up to 50% of those, we're going to add another $3,350 to the bottom line. Yeah? So I know those are sort of very broad figures, right? But it illustrates the point. And I'm saying up to, these are definitely not figures that you can hang your hat on. All right, these I'm giving these as general figures to make the point. But I hope you realize straight away why it is so important. So let's go and have a look at how we're actually going to do this on Shopify. So in order to illustrate this, I'm going to actually abandon a cart. So let me put this heart-shaped dog pendant into my cart. Click on Add to Cart. And then I'm going to head to the checkout. Now at this point, I'm not going to proceed any further to the payment, so I've effectively abandoned the cart. Now something's important to note is that Shopify will need the email address of somebody to send them, clearly, a reminder email. You'll see exactly how this is going to work in a minute. So if somebody simply just adds something to the cart and then doesn't proceed to give any of their personal details, it will be impossible for them in this instance to send a reminder email. So that's what I've done here, so I can fully illustrate the whole process. So let's head back over to the Shopify admin and see how that's been recorded. So I'm over here on the orders page, and now I'm going to go to abandoned carts. And up it comes. So this is my abandoned cart that I made now 49 minutes ago. And if I click on it, you will see all the typical things that you see associated with an order: address, item, etc. But at the top here, we have an email link. And if I was to email that directly to the customer and they were to click on it, it would take them straight to the checkout where all they have to do is pay. So we're making it as easy as possible for that payment to happen. So in order to do that, all I need to do is click on this Send a Cart Recovery email feature. And here I can change the subject or the custom message, which is entirely up to you. But if you click on Review Email, you will see that Shopify has already prepared a very nice looking email. So you left an item in your cart. Hi, you added an item to your cart and haven't completed your purchase, etc. And all they would have to do is click on this button, items in your cart, and they would be taken straight to that payment process. Now, the only thing I do as a little extra here, as a little tip if you like, is in this subject, I like to put the name of my store before the complete your purchase, because people get so much email these days. You want them to recognize the store from which they have abandoned their cart. So I like to do that. I find it's an important feature. If you want to do that too, all you've got to do is go back and put it in here in front of your complete your purchase. But otherwise, you've got a great looking email and you could just basically send that off. Now, that's a manual process, which is fine. But if you cast your mind back to what we were talking about only a few minutes ago, where I was illustrating the possibility of having $10,000 worth of sales and 2/3 of that being abandoned, we're talking about a lot of abandoned cart emails going out. So what we want to look at now is how we can automate the whole process. So if we come out of this, we do actually have here, and you may have just noticed, to automate abandoned checkout notifications, adjust your checkout settings. So I could click on that, or I can get to it from the settings as well and just go to checkout. Now here, if we scroll down, we're going to see the abandoned checkout section, okay? And checked off by default is the automatically send abandoned checkout emails. So all we've got to do is just check that on. Now we've got a couple of decisions to make. Are we going to send to anyone who abandons the checkout, or anyone who is an email subscriber who has abandoned the checkout? Well, I would tend to go with this one. And then after that, we need to decide how soon after they abandon the checkout are we going to send the email. And you'll see that Shopify is recommending 1 hour. And that's not by any kind of chance. That is absolutely the best thing to do. You want to get them as soon as possible because you want them still to be hot. If you leave it too long, they may have changed their mind about the product and decided they're not going to buy it. So you want to basically hit them when it's still fresh in their mind and try to encourage them back to the store. So there we go, that's it. I hope you can see how simple and powerful it is to implement this kind of retargeting. So another great free technique is direct email. Basically sending emails to people. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, but email, which has been around for more than 20 years now, is still the most effective form of direct marketing when done properly. That's the bit missing from that bullet point right there. Despite all these amazing advancements in marketing, if you have somebody's email address and you're able to communicate with them properly through email, it continues to be the most effective, and it's free. So we need to pay it some serious respect. Now, obviously, rule number 1 here is do not spam. Yeah, that would be the quickest way to get your domain blacklisted and all of your emails going into the junk if they even make it through the spam filter at all. So, when you write email to people, and I'll talk about which people in a minute, you want to imagine that you're having a real life conversation. Yeah, if you met somebody in real life, you wouldn't say to them, you just met them and you say, come over here and buy my product. Not at all. You might say, hey, I'd like to show you my store and get you to look around a bit. Or if they were previously a customer, you might say, oh, welcome back. I remember you. I want to show you some of my new products. Okay? You want to sort of weave that kind of language into your emails. Now, at this stage, because we're very early stage, all this retargeting stuff, we're talking about existing customers that we're going to promote new products to. Okay, because those are the ones that we have the emails for. The ones that are bought from us, we're going to keep their emails. Well, Shopify will keep it for you, so don't worry about that. But we are basically going to be targeting existing customers because we have their emails. And what we're going to do is we will do it manually to start with, and we will send no more than 1 every 10 days. So let's think about a real world example. You've got some customer who's bought something off you and you've got his email. Great. Now, you put on 2 or 3 more products onto your site. Now, you want to construct a nice email and send it to that customer. along the lines of, hey, you're a valued customer, blah, blah, blah. We've added some new products to our store, which we thought you might be interested in. Something along those lines that you do once every 10 days. Do not start doing it a lot, because you'll upset the customer, and that's the last thing you want, because then they'll get annoyed, they'll start deleting your emails, and they'll forget about your store entirely. But it really is as simple as that at this stage. Gathering your emails, maybe putting somewhere an automated calendar to have a look at something every 10 days to see if you can send out emails for any new products that you might have added to your store, and keep it as simple as that. Now, email marketing is like all of these subjects. It can get very complicated and get massive. Okay, and if you Google around at email marketing, you're quickly going to bump into companies like MailChimp and Aweber. And these are amazing pieces of software that can automate your email process. They can make it look extremely professional with templates and all kinds of very, very cool stuff. And of course, there is a monthly fee associated with that as well. In the beginning, you don't really need to worry about this. Okay, in the beginning, you will have a certain number of sales. Maybe once you start getting over 100 or 200 emails, you might want at that point start looking at some of these more complex packages. But right now, just keep it simple. Manage your own list, treat it with respect, send out to existing customers when you've got new products, and invite them back to your store to view them in a very nice manner, and you'll be fine. So we just looked at two very powerful, free, and relatively simple techniques to retarget people back to your site. So you're starting to get a feel for what this whole retargeting thing is all about by now, I'm sure. Now, I said in a previous lecture that you should use those free techniques until you start to get your whole business is starting to grow. You're starting to make money. You're starting to make decent profit. And once you've got to that point, you then might want to start looking at retargeting with Facebook. Now, this is a huge subject, and in fact, it's growing as well. It's amazing what you can do with Facebook in terms of retargeting. So this lecture is relatively short, and the idea here is to just whet your appetite as to what is possible. So I'm going to sort of start with a very simple example, which is going to get your creative juices thinking of what's possible, okay? But just to repeat, please don't get bogged down in this unless you are really starting to do really quite well with your site and you've got a bit of money in the bank to play with, because of course this is a paid technique, right? Unlike the last two. So what I'm going to look at is how are you going to get people back to your site who previously visited it. Yeah. So basically, people who've come to your site and they've done whatever on your site, whether they bought, whether they added to cart, whether they just had a look, whatever it might be, we want to basically bring those people back. Okay, so that's a very simple problem, equation, whatever, that we want to solve. Okay, and of course, we're talking about people who have a Facebook account. Yeah, Facebook can't retarget people on any old website. They've got to have a Facebook account. Okay, in the first place. Now there's 1.7 billion or whatever it is people with Facebook accounts, so there's a good chance. But we're not talking about everybody here on the internet. It's purely people with Facebook accounts. So let me show you how you can set this up. So the first thing you want to do is from your menu system, you want to find the audiences. So if I click into here, I go to all tools, I can find it here under assets. And again, yours might be a slightly different setup, but you'll be able to find it relatively easy. So once you're there, just click on audiences. And you'll be presented with this page, reach the people who matter to you. And you can see there are three options. There are custom audiences, lookalike audiences, and saved audiences. And what I'm going to talk about are custom audiences right now. This is the one that you want to get going with in the first place, should you choose to do this form of retargeting. And if you read it, it says, connect with the people who have already shown an interest in your business or product. Okay, that's the key. Okay, you can create audiences from your custom contacts, website traffic, or mobile app. Well, in the beginning, we don't have any customer contacts and we don't have a mobile app to talk about either. So what we're going to be talking about is primarily website traffic. So if we click on create a custom audience, you get a bunch more options. Now, I told you this was complicated, so again, I'm taking you to the most effective way to start this in the beginning. And what you want to go with is website traffic, okay? Create a list of people who visited your website or took specific actions using the Facebook pixel. All the things that we've set up in the past, we can now start to really leverage and get advantage of. So when I click on website traffic, I get this little form that pops up, create my custom audience. Now what this will do will retarget, if you just look at these defaults here, all of my website visitors in the past 30 days. So anybody who had visited my site in the last 30 days, I can create an audience and then I can retarget them on Facebook. Okay, that is enormously powerful. Now if we just explore this a little bit further and click on this drop down arrow, we do get various other options. People who visited a specific web page on my site I might want to target. Or if we go down here a bit further and add to cart, or maybe just viewed any page. But if we just leave it the simplest version for the time being, all website visitors, so that I can demonstrate to you how we would actually use this, then I'm just going to give it an audience name. So I'm going to call it all website visitors last 30 days. Okay, and of course I could change that number. I could go 30 days or 60 days. 30 days is a pretty good starting point. So then all I want to do is create my audience, and you arrive on your audiences page where this is the first audience that you will have created. Now just to remind you, if I hover over this, this is a custom audience, all right? So now I'm going to show you how we would actually use that. So just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to head over here and quickly create a new campaign. So let's go to conversions as always, and we'll just call this one, whoops, test. Now what I want to do is go straight to the audience section, and as I just reminded you, we're talking about custom audiences, so this is where it would appear. Now if you put the cursor in here, your predefined custom audiences are going to pop up. So here you see it, all website visitors last 30 days. Now at the moment, because this thing has just been set up, and of course I'm just doing a test site, there really isn't any significant data in there of use. But if you were to set this up right in the beginning, for example, just literally just set up this custom audience, then Facebook over time will be gathering that information. That bit's not going to cost you anything. And then if later on down the road you want to make use of it, you have a very valuable asset that you can really take advantage of. So I hope you can see just with that brief demonstration the power of retargeting with Facebook. Now, as I said before, this is a paying technique, and my general advice to anybody, in fact anybody in business, is to manage your cash flow carefully. Don't be necessarily tempted to throw a lot of money at this in the beginning. When you are making money, when you do have a proven product, then come to this and it's going to give your sales potentially a huge boost. So we just had a look on Facebook and how we can retarget people who visited your site who are then later back on Facebook and see your ads again, building that brand, building that awareness, driving them back to your site. But what about when we visit other sites? Yeah, we're not just visiting Facebook. There are plenty of other great sites out there. You know, what about if, I don't know, we go and visit the news site, or we go and book a flight, or whatever it is? It would be nice to basically remind people as they move around the web about our brand and about our products. Now, that's where Facebook becomes limited, but where companies such as this, AdRoll for example, come into their own. These are the companies that if you've ever experienced what seems like an ad following you around the internet, it's probably going to be AdRoll or one of its competitors who are behind it, because these techniques start to get incredibly powerful and potentially incredibly expensive. So, you know, this is just a kind of to let you know, I'm not encouraging to use these products at all. This is really for advanced stuff, but I just want you to realize what's out there, because, you know, you're going to build out a fantastic, profitable store, and you're going to start thinking once you start making sales, well, how can I increase my sales? So I just want you to be aware of some of the possibilities out there. AdRoll is one of these, okay? It's going to basically place your ads all over the place, following those customers around as they visit various sites. Now, just for the sake of balance, There are, of course, ad role competitors. This is another one, retargeter, and you'll find, 3 or 4 major ones and, tens or potentially hundreds of smaller ones. So, have a look at these, enjoy watching their promotional videos and what they can do, but please don't get bogged down in this. It's purely here to, to excite you a bit and to make you really think about what the possibilities are in the future for your business. Okay, so it's a really exciting moment. Somebody has bought something from your site, the party has died down, and now you realize you've actually got to ship this product to the customer. You've got to fulfill your order. So how are we going to do that? Well, in this lecture, I'm going to show you the manual process to fulfill an order. And then later on in the following lecture, you'll see how to do it automatically. Now, you might say to yourself, if there's an automatic process, why do I need to know how to do it manually? Well, it's much like when I showed you how to import the products. Understanding the manual process is very, very important. So you understand exactly what the underlying process is. And also the automatic process is not foolproof. So it's always good to know exactly what's going on underneath. So in order to demonstrate this to you, I've made an order off my site, and you can see that it happened 2 minutes ago. All right, this other one was the test order we did some lectures ago, but I just made this one 2 minutes ago. You can see that the payment status has been authorized and it is unfulfilled. We need to fulfill it. So the first thing I want to do is click into the order detail itself. Now you can see the product that's been ordered, the heart-shaped dog pendant. That's perfect. And all I really need to know is this information here, the name and the address of the customer who I'm actually going to ship it to. So what we need to do now is actually buy this from Ali and have it shipped directly to the customer. Now remember, I reiterate, I know, but we never touch this product. That's one of the beauties of this model, is that the supplier over there on Ali is going to ship directly to our customer. So the next thing we want to do is go over to Ali, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So here I am on AliExpress.com, and if you're doing this for the very first time, which is highly likely, what you'll need to do is to create an account on Ali. Okay, it's completely free. Just go to the homepage, go over here to join, and just click on join free. And then all you'll need to do is to fill in this very basic form and click create your account, and you will then have an account on Ali. So please take a moment to do that now. I obviously have an account on Ali, but I'm going to create a new one because I want to show you exactly what it will look like for you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new account. And having done that, I'll go find the product on Ali, and I shall see you in a moment. So here I am on the product page. Now, just before I move to the next step, I always do a couple of checks. The first check I do is to make sure that the supplier still has plenty of product in stock. I don't want to start ordering from a supplier who has only got 10 pieces available, for example, because, I'm hoping this product's going to take off and I don't want him to run out of stock. And in fact, on that note, it's often good to find 2 or 3 suppliers that stock the product you want, so that you always have some sort of insurance policy. Not that that's always possible. So if you do have the one supplier, make sure there is plenty of stock available. And you can see here that I've got 9,825 pieces available. So that is more than enough to build my business upon. And the other thing I do is I always make sure that ePacket is still available. So by clicking on this part here, I can scroll down, and sure enough, in this case, it is. So it's all good. I select ePacket, go to OK, which gives me a total price of $4.50. So I'm going to make a great markup on this. And the next thing I want to do is hit buy now. And this is where you'll need to fill in the shipping information. Now, these are the details of the customer that bought from your site. These aren't your details. This is the person who bought from your site, because the supplier here on AliExpress is going to ship directly to them. So remember, again, I keep repeating myself, we are never going to touch or handle this product. So the information you want here is to be found back on your orders page. So let's go back there. And what you're looking at here is the name and then the address. So I'm going to quickly fill those in. All right, so that's all done. 32 New Road, Anchorage, Alaska. Now, the important thing here is the mobile number. And what you want to do here is put in your mobile number, because if there's any kind of issue, you want AliExpress to contact you directly. Now, I've been doing this a very, very long time, and I have never, ever been contacted by AliExpress. But if I was, it's really no big deal. I'm simply buying something off of Ali. So every time, make sure you put your number into this field. So I'm going to put in a fictitious number here. All right, so the telephone number is in there, and then all I need to do now is click on Save and Ship to this address. So we get a confirmation screen, and this address is now actually saved into the Ali system. So if you ever wanted to ship to this person again, you're going to find it in your saved addresses at a later stage. But just check that that looks all great. And then what you want to do is scroll down to this bit here, the review, and confirm your order. All right, so just make sure everything is in place. Make sure this shipping bit here is selected correctly. Sometimes I've seen that skip out and doesn't select ePacket for some reason. So make sure you got ePacket, give it the once over, and make sure everything looks great. Okay, so total price of $3.18. So some very, very nice profit to be had there, I'm sure you'll agree. Now, the last thing you want to do is to fill in this bit here. Leave a message for this seller. And what you want to write is, please do not include the original invoice. This is a dropship, thank you. All right, so when the supplier sends this to the customer, you don't want them to include the original invoice in there for $3.18, because otherwise your customer is going to know exactly where it came from and how much you paid for it in the first place, which is something you want to avoid clearly. Now, you will find that suppliers on Ali have absolutely no problem putting this in. They know that many people drop ship from Ali, and they want to work with drop shippers. You know, at the end of the day, they're making exactly the same money. The supplier is making exactly the same money, whether it's a drop shipper ordering it or an individual customer. And not only that, they know that drop shippers could be ordering an enormous amount in the future. So the interests are completely aligned. So you'll have absolutely no issues with this statement whatsoever. Now, the last thing you want to do, of course, is to pay. So let's scroll down to the payment method. Now, this is where you're going to pay with your card. But remember, you are cash positive at this point. You've already got the money up front from the customer. You know, you've got $20, $25, whatever it is, in your hands here, more or less. And now you're going to pay out, in this case, $3.18. So you've got the money up front. But what you'll need to do here for the first time is to put in your card details. You know, as I said a little while back, I've set up a brand new Ali account here because I want you to see exactly what it will look like the first time around. But once you set up that card, it's going to save your card details, so you're not going to have to re-enter this every single time. Now, one thing just to be aware of when you're doing this for the very first time is the billing address. You see how it's basically put in here the customer's address, and clearly that's not my billing address. So make sure you go in and edit that and put in the address that corresponds with your card. But otherwise, that's it. You are done. You have done absolutely everything to order the item off of Ali. Now, Ali will now do its automated process. The supplier will see the order, he will see that you've paid, and he will ship the product directly to the customer with that little note in there to not include the original invoice. Everything is in place. Now, we just have a few things left to do back on Shopify to complete the process. So I'll see you back there in a moment. So here I am now back on the familiar order form. Now if I scroll down a bit, you'll see that I've got this Start Fulfilling button. So if I click on that, I get this next form where I have the option to fill in some tracking information should I be working with a particular carrier, but otherwise I can just leave this blank, and always leave this on as well. Send shipment details to your customer. Now this will relate to those emails that we were looking at some time ago, those email notifications that go out automatically, which I'm sure you remember. And then all you got to do is just basically click on Fulfill Items. And that's it. The order has been fulfilled. You'll see the status here has changed to fulfilled. And if I scroll down here a bit, you'll see fulfillments marked as fulfilled, etc. And then in the timeline, you also see fulfilled. So it's all there. And just for absolute confirmation, if I go back to the All Orders page, you see now 23 minutes ago, authorized and fulfilled. So the order is well on its way, but there still is one very important thing that we still need to do, and that's actually to get paid. Although we've had a payment on our site, we haven't actually received the money yet, and that's because we haven't captured the payment. So what am I talking about, and why would this need to be a manual step? Surely when somebody buys something off of our site, it automatically goes to the bank and gets authorized, and we automatically get paid. Now the good news is we'll set it up to do exactly that in a moment. Now the reason why some people always have it on manual is to do with the amount of stock. So let's imagine that somebody comes and buys something off of our site, and then we go to the warehouse and realize we don't have any left. Then we're going to have to start a different sort of process. We might not take the payment at all, or we might try and offer a different product, but that's a different model. But with drop shipping, and you remember on AliExpress, I emphasized the importance of a supplier having a lot of stock. This should never be a problem. So right now we're just going to manually capture the payment by simply clicking on the capture payment button. And then all I do is simply click on accept. And there we go. Payment of $21.95 has been accepted. So as I just said, you can set this up automatically, so you don't have to click on that button every single time. Yet another thing to remember. So in order to do that, just go down to your settings, go to your payment providers, and then scroll down to the bottom here. And this is where you see payment authorization, okay? Here we have manually capture payments for orders. And over here we have automatically capture payment for orders. So all you do is simply select the automatic. Now I'm going to leave mine on manual because for teaching purposes, there's a couple of things I still want to show you. But by all means now set yours on automatic, and then any payments that you receive on your store will be automatically processed by the bank. So everything has been done. That is how you manually fulfill an order. Now, if you've got hundreds, maybe thousands of orders coming in the future, clearly you don't want to be sitting there all the time manually fulfilling orders. So let's have a look and see how Oberlo, that same software that we looked at that was helping us import products, can help us automate the whole manual fulfillment process. Okay, so we're now going to have a look at how to automatically fulfill orders using Oberlo. And you might have noticed that I called this lecture Automatic Fulfillment Almost with Oberlo, because while Oberlo is an amazing product, and I certainly encourage you to use it, it is free after all. It is not 100% automation. There are certain things that you need to keep an eye on, and of course I'm going to be pointing those out during the course of this lecture. Now there are some key points that we need to understand. First off, Oberlo order fulfillment will only work if you used Oberlo to import the product in the first place. Okay, so remember many lectures ago now, when we automatically imported products using Oberlo, you need to use that process if you then want to use Oberlo to automatically fulfill orders. So that's exactly what I've done here. You're looking at a new product on my site, my cute French Bulldog cufflink, and I used Oberlo to directly import this to my site. And then of course I went ahead and bought it so I can show you exactly how all of this works. Now before we do have a look at the order and actually delve into Oberlo itself, there's another important thing that you need to understand. And that is that Oberlo only works with Chrome. So if you're using Firefox or Safari or some other browser, this is not going to work. So you would have to download the free Chrome browser. Now most people have Chrome, but of course not everybody does. So if you don't, you might want to consider installing it. Now with Chrome installed, what we then have to do is to add an extension. And an extension is something we just download onto the browser to increase its functionality. In this case, make it work with the Oberlo automation process. So that's the next thing we need to do. So what I want you to do is to head over to Google, and I want you to type in Chrome Web Store. And then take the first result that pops up, and you'll be taken directly to the Chrome Web Store. Now if you use Chrome, you're probably familiar with this. This is basically where you can download all kinds of extensions. Now up there in the top left hand corner, we want to type Oberlo AliExpress. Take the first result and you'll be presented with this. This is the extension we want. It's called the Oberlo AliExpress.com product importer. So we want to click on the Add to Chrome button, add the extension, and once it's installed, you get this confirmation and you are all done. Now you only have to do that once, okay? So once you've done it, that's it. We can close this and head back to the order form so we can start to see exactly how this process is going to work. So here we are, this all too familiar format now. And the only thing we need to make sure is that the payment was accepted, okay? You remember the previous lecture where I had the authorization set to manual. So I've actually had to go in and manually accept this already. But if you had set it to automatic, as I was encouraging you to do, then this would have been already done. So either way, manually accepted or done automatically, just make sure that step has occurred because we need that to happen for the synchronization to be complete with Obolo. So with that done, we can now go to Apps and head straight to Obolo. Now you will notice on the left-hand menu here that we have Orders 1. So if I click on that, we see the product within the Obolo app itself, and it's from here that we're going to initiate the automated fulfillment process. We're going to look at that in a minute, but just before we do need to change some settings within this app. So we go down to Settings, and we want to go to Suppliers. And I draw your attention to this section here, AliExpress. Now what we're going to do here is when this automated process visits AliExpress, and as I say, you'll see that in a moment, we want it to basically have some parameters that it can immediately work with so we don't have to keep on re-entering information. If that sounds a bit odd, it will become very clear in a moment. So what we want to do is set the default shipping method to ePacket. Now here, the override phone number, this refers to the fact that when we were making the order in the manual fulfillment process, I told you to put your own telephone number in there. So if there are any issues, that Ali would contact you. So this is where you put your own telephone number in. And then the custom note. This was the note that we put in to say that we're drop shipping and please don't include the original invoice. So please do not include the original invoice. This is a dropship. Thank you. So with that all done, we want to save the settings. And now what we want to do is head back to that orders page. So this is where the fun starts, because when I click on that order product button, it's actually going to go through that manual process that I showed you previously automatically. I'm not going to be doing anything. So let's do exactly that. So the process goes to Ali, to my product, adds it to the cart. Takes me to the shipping information page that we saw before, puts in my telephone number, sets the shipping method to ePacket and includes that message. Please do not include the original invoice. This is a dropship, thank you. It did all of that. None of that. I didn't touch the keyboard, didn't touch the computer at all while that was happening. Now, before you proceed to payment, which really is the last step, do give everything a once over just to make sure it all looks great, right? I mean, typically it works extremely well and you really don't have much to worry about. And I'll sure you agree that is a big time saving. Now, the last thing obviously is to pay, and as I said before, this is a test site, so my card details aren't in there, but typically they would be, and all you would have to do is just click on confirm and pay. Now, I am going to make this payment because I want to show you the very last piece of the process. So once the order has been approved by your supplier, you'll want to come to the orders page on AliExpress in order to do the final sync with Obolo. Now, to get to your orders page, it's simply up here in your menu, My Orders. So all I need to do now is either sync this page or sync all orders. Well, I've only got one, so I should just go with sync this page. So you see that very quickly up in the top right hand corner, it says data sync completed. Now, when we go back to Obolo, we see things have changed. We are now in processing, but what I want to draw your attention to is this Ali number here, okay? Because that Ali number there corresponds directly with this Ali number here. So in other words, AliExpress and Obolo are completely synced up. And what that means is you essentially have nothing left to do, because everything that now happens on Ali will be talking to Obolo, which in turn is talking to your store. So I really hope you can see the power of this, because obviously if you're doing many orders, we have reduced the time to make an order from perhaps 5 to 10 minutes with the manual process to under a minute typically, using this automated process. Now, there is in fact still one more option with Obolo that makes it even easier. It's called Obolo Supply, and I'm going to be talking about that in the upcoming section.
Okay, so let's finish off this section by talking about the sad subject of refunds. Now, it's a fact of life, right? At some point, somebody's going to want a refund, or they're going to want to return it, or they're going to complain in some other way, or there might be a supply issue, or whatever it is, okay? Now, the best thing to do here is just to be upfront and take it on the chin. Now, the good news is we're dealing with low value items. We're not talking about people buying cars or televisions or hundreds or thousands of dollar items that refunds and returns becomes a real major issue. We're talking about maybe losing some dollars. Don't forget, we're talking about sort of $20, something like that. It's not going to be massive. Now, when you're upfront with your customer and you just say, yeah, no problem, keep it, or, I'll refund you the money, or whatever other reason is, when you do that, mostly via email, of course, when you do that, they will enormously appreciate it. And in fact, believe it or not, it is an opportunity. I have had many occasions where a customer has, been unhappy with their product for whatever reason, and I've emailed them back saying, I'm terribly sorry, we didn't realize this or whatever. Not making anything up, by the way, just, straight up. We're fully happy to offer you a full refund, blah, blah, blah. Often they'll say something like, no, don't worry about that, I will keep it, da, 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 da. Or they might say, yeah, I want a refund. And then after that, you're sort of saying, well, we'd love to have you back as a customer, and offer them a coupon or something like that. It's an opportunity to actually build a relationship with the customer. We've all been into situations, I think, as a sort of an angry customer mode. And when we actually go in there and we start talking to the person who's supposed to deal with this, maybe it's a salesperson in a shop, or we're on the telephone with somebody, the skillful people will always agree with you. They will calm you down naturally. Yeah. They will offer you something for them to come back into their shop. They'll never say, yeah, okay, here's your money, get lost. We're not interested in you as a customer. We never really liked you in the first place anyway, blah, blah, blah. They don't do that. They treat it as an opportunity, and so should you.
Now, in this section, I want to give you a few tips on how you can build credibility. And it's all about basically building trust with your customer. Now, in fact, we've already looked at building credibility primarily through those product reviews, which for me are probably the most important of all of the building credibility exercises you would do. But the other thing I get asked about an awful lot is, what do I do with the Facebook page that we created some time ago and haven't revisited since? Now, in the past, and I'm talking several years ago when I used to get asked that question, I would say a lot, and I'd have all kinds of tips about what to do with your page. But these days, it's almost pointless doing anything, or should I say, at least do the absolute bare minimum. Now, the reason for that is because Facebook has evolved massively since. It used to be that you could have a page and you could reach all of those people who had liked your page. And slowly on, that diminished to the point where we're now getting probably 1 to 2% of organic reach. So to put that in perspective, imagine you've got 1,000 likes. When you post something, let's say 1%, that's 10 people might see it. And I say might because it's going to show up in their news feed. They might see it, then they've got to click on it and take some action. You can start to see that the probability of anything actually happening with you posting on your page is minimal. Now, the other thing, of course, is that you're advertising on Facebook. And again, many lectures ago when we looked at that Facebook ninja trick, you saw all the likes and shares and comments that people were getting on their ads. And the same thing will happen to you, particularly when you find a winning product. So in a sense, you will get that social proof, if you like, through your Facebook advertising. So really, my advice here is simply to tidy up your page. So should somebody visit it, they want to see something. That's really all it is. It's kind of like a bit of a business card in a sense. So what I've done here is I've added a Facebook cover photo and a logo using Canva, which I showed you a long time ago. I've used their templates to literally knock these things up in about 2 minutes and uploaded them to my page. Now from here, what I might do is when I post a product on my site, I might also post it on my page, and should there be any other little bits of info that I might want to give, I may as well post them onto my page. But really, it's just there for credibility should someone visit my page. I don't want to delude myself that somehow this page is getting me any extra business. It's really not. Now, with all that being said, it still is a good idea to get some likes so that when somebody visits your page, they do see some sort of social proof. Now, what you don't want to do is to go off and buy likes from Fiverr or various other services, because they will almost certainly be all fake and you run the risk of having your Facebook page shut down. So not surprisingly, Facebook makes it very easy to buy likes through their system. Now, as I said before, none of these likes are going to be buying from you. Okay, this is going to have no impact on your business, and therefore you basically want to get likes in the cheapest possible way. And buying likes is a marketplace, and the cost of a like varies massively from country to country. So there's absolutely no point buying likes from expensive countries because, as I say, it's not going to impact your business. So in the next lecture or in the next slide, I've got a list of countries for you where you can get likes for around 1, possibly 2 cents a like. Now, I'd recommend getting something like 1,000 likes. That's really all you need. So if you're paying 1 cent, you're looking at investing potentially $10, something like that, in order to get your 1,000 likes. But please don't go any further than that. Now, if you do want to do this, you can see this promote button here. All you need to do is click on that and click on this promote your page. And you can see here this preview that's showing up. It's showing my page logo and it's prompting for a like page. That's how you're going to get your likes. And when you see in the next slide that list of countries, you'll want to add them in here. So when you click on edit here, this is where you would build up in this locations box here. You would enter all of the countries that I've prepared for you and then just click on save and go ahead. And you'll get your likes in no time at all. Make sure that you have a daily budget, which is very low, and run it for a minimum number of days so that you don't go over that $10 limit that I have suggested. So there you go. That's really all you need to do with your Facebook page in order to start building some credibility. Now, another way to build credibility, and something in my opinion that's often overlooked, is to build an FAQ page, a frequently asked questions page. Because not only does it help your customer answer their frequently asked questions, but it also demonstrates a level of understanding of your business. It basically builds trust and loyalty and credibility with your business. Now, you can very easily create an FAQ page on your site by simply clicking on Add Page on your Shopify store, or you can come over to an app like this if you want to improve the presentation, for example. It's free, but there's a small paying part if you want to go down that route. But either way, make sure you start constructing a frequently asked questions page right from the very beginning, because in the beginning you won't necessarily know exactly the sorts of questions your customers will be asking. But as time goes by, you will see a pattern evolving. It's inevitable. You will see the 5 or 10 questions that people ask all the time. And it could be anything. It could be about shipping. It could be something to do specifically with your business. It really could be any subject, but you will see a pattern. So start now, and as you see those questions coming in, gradually build out your FAQ page. Now, another thing that builds credibility and certainly confidence is securing your site. So what do I mean by this? Well, what I mean is when people go to e-commerce sites, they like to know that they're in a secure environment. In other words, the data that's being exchanged between the site itself and servers, particularly payment servers, is done in an encrypted fashion, if you like, so that nobody can hack and nobody can get to that information. Now, obviously, once they go off your site to payment providers like PayPal and Stripe, etc., those sites are fully secure. So any payment transactions you never have to worry about. But nevertheless, people do like to see that sense of security when they're on the site itself. So to demonstrate what that looks like in practice, I'm over here on my TMD login area, and you can see a little padlock up here and also HTTPS, S standing for secure. So in technical terms, that means, as I said before, that basically information transfer between this site and a server is encrypted. But more importantly, in psychological terms, people know and they feel they're on a secure site, and therefore they will continue to shop. Or to put it another way, if they don't see that, they might feel they're on an unsecure site and therefore leave. So how do we set this up? Well, if you bought your domain through Shopify, then you already have this by default. You have nothing else to do. And equally, if you bought your domain through TMD hosting, then you also have nothing to do. I'm now over here on my site. As you know, I connected my domain to my Shopify store, as I demonstrated to you some time ago. And you can see here, I've got the little padlock and I've got the HTTPS. Now, if you bought your domain elsewhere, you just need to check. You might get it by default. So simply go to your store and see if you can see that padlock and the HTTPS. But if you don't see that, you might have to go through some sort of procedure to set up what's called an SSL certificate. Often that's free, sometimes it can be paying, but it totally depends on your hosting provider. So there we go, a very, very simple but a very, very important step towards building that credibility and trust with your customer. So everything that we've done in this section up to this point, so the Facebook page, the FAQ page, and securing your site, I would say are absolutely essential. You really should implement those 3 things. But in this lecture, I want to give you some things that are not necessarily essential on day one, but that you might want to implement in the future when your business is more up and running. So please don't get bogged down in these things right now. It's just there to whet your appetite and get you thinking about how you might add further credibility 6 months or so from now. So this first suggestion is to implement some sort of live chat. I've no doubt you've been on some sort of site where at some point a little thing has popped up and said, how can I help you? Well, that's kind of what TDO Live Chat and many other live chat apps can do for you. Now, live chat is great, but of course you then need to be responsive. If you type something in and nobody replies, then in some ways that decreases credibility. So you need to be able to react. But having said that, these types of apps also allow the user to see that actually at the moment you're offline, and basically you then get a message a bit later on. Now, that's not ideal. You would prefer to be more reactive, but at least you're getting something. At least you have the opportunity to build that relationship. And then you can grow. As you basically build, you might want to get a virtual assistant, a VA, to be there to answer your questions. Or you might say to yourself, well, do you know what? I'm basically here anyway most of the time, so I will be able to answer these questions, at least for those potential customers within my time zone. Now, the other thing you might want to do is to include a telephone number on your site so that people can call you. Now, this needs some careful thought, because if they call you, clearly they want to have some sort of response or some sort of answering system. So please don't be tempted to use your own mobile telephone number. That will make it very, very difficult to manage your business, and probably at best you'll look fairly unprofessional. But you could get a Skype in number for a very small fee, or you could use services like this Grasshopper site, where you can basically get a business telephone number that you can then put on your site, and you get all kinds of other functionality with this, as well allowing you to do things like leave voicemails, etc. So there we go, just a quick lecture, as I said before, to whet your appetite. I really don't think from day one you need to worry about live chat or even contact telephone numbers on your site, as I said. But certainly as you grow, let's say once you get past perhaps $5,000 a month, I would certainly consider building the credibility of your site by providing services such as these. So our first port of call on the housekeeping section is backup. Backup, please, with multiple exclamation marks. It's something we tend to ignore. It's a pain, but it is so important to consider backing up your site. Now, you may feel confident, or you may just believe that Shopify's got it all worked out there in the cloud, and you really don't have to worry about it. Somehow they got it all sorted. And of course they have, it's a professional setup. You really shouldn't have any issues. But it's always great to have an insurance policy. Believe me, I've learnt the hard way. The other thing, of course, is that, you may delete products by accident. Who knows? Or one of your virtual assistants in the future does that, and you need to roll back to a previous version. You can only do that if you've got some sort of backup from before. So, 2 extremely good reasons to do it. Now, the third really good reason to do it is that it's super easy. I'm going to show you right now a little app that I use from the Shopify App Store, which is very, very effective. So let's jump over to the App Store. Okay, so here I am on the App Store. Come in here and type in backup. Backup. And this one here, Rewind, backups for Shopify. This is a very nice product. There's a 14-day free trial. And then prices actually start from $5 per month. They go right up to $99 a month. Don't be freaked out. Basically, the subscription model kind of follows you. So you'll see that for $5 a month, it's like 100 orders. If you're doing 100 orders per month, you're good for that. As you increase your orders, then you take bigger and bigger plans, which makes sense. Your business is growing, and this whole backup process is going to grow with it. Very nice app. You'll also see, depending on your plan, how often the backups happen. And in the cheapest plan, it's backing up once a day, which is more than sufficient. It's absolutely fantastic. So have a look at this, install it on your site, and make very, very good use of it. It really is worth the investment. Okay, so just want to basically take this lecture to introduce the concept of good housekeeping, right? Good discipline. When we talk about sales and expenses, this is the lifeblood of your business, keeping track of these key figures. And in my experience at least, I am absolutely amazed at the number of people who don't do this.
It's a daily discipline. Please don't ignore it. And what I'm going to show you here is a very, very basic method, right? This is what I use still, actually, to a certain extent, but it's by no means, your definitive accounting package, nothing like that. But it's going to help you enormously to give you a very good overview of what you have and how well you are doing. And in fact, a lot of these figures you can give to your accountant, later on in the day, later on in the year, as your business develops and you do need to actually, file your accounts. All the information that he or she will need will be there. But most importantly, right now, it's for you, okay? So if you've been in business for a while, forgive the simplicity of what I'm doing here, okay? But if you're new to business, I really hope you find this to be useful. It's not supposed to be patronizing in any way, okay? I'm just trying to sort of give you a very nice introduction to some simple but very effective methods. So as you can see, I've basically got here an Excel spreadsheet. That's all it is. Let me just get rid of the top header here. So an Excel spreadsheet with sales, okay? That's it. And what I have here on the left-hand side is the start date. So when I actually started my campaign to sell these things, okay? So I've put down the 1st of May, 2017. Obviously, this is just an example. No end date for the moment because, we are still doing this, all right? Then we've got the product name itself, okay? My heart-shaped dog pendant and necklace, what I've actually called it on my site. And then the actual URL of that product on my site. Okay, if I start to get many, many products on my site, I need to be able to go there quickly if I need to. I need to keep track of it. So that's exactly the product URL on my site itself. Okay, if you can see here, you don't see much of the product URL, but if I draw your attention to the top part here of the sheet, you can see the full URL appearing here, I hope. Now, next to that, I've now got the product URL on AliExpress, all right? The actual corresponding address for that product on AliExpress. And as you can see here, the whole thing, all right? Now, this is also very important, okay? Because I get people saying to me things like, how do I keep track of, where my products were that I bought on AliExpress? Well, this is a very simple method to do it. You'd be amazed at the number of people who sell something on AliExpress maybe 2 or 3 weeks after they started advertising or later on or whatever it could be, and then can't find it back on AliExpress because they simply haven't taken the time to record where it was in the first place. So there we go. That's exactly where it is on AliExpress. Now, this next one is called the SKU, okay, which is basically just it's called a stock keeping unit, okay, SKU. And it's just basically a number, a unique number that identifies where that is on AliExpress. So let me just take you to AliExpress itself. Okay, so now here we are on my on the necklace that we're talking about, and here's our unique URL, yeah, which relates to where we're actually going to get this from our supplier when somebody buys. And the SKU is actually this last number here. I hope you can see that. Basically, you've got, just before the HTML, you've got a series of numbers here. Okay, see that 3280, blah, 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 blah. And what I've done is I've taken that and I've copied it and I've pasted it into my spreadsheet here. Okay, now just to show you something that you might not be aware of, I can now find that product straight away just using that SKU. So let me demonstrate. If I now copy this, let's go back to AliExpress and let's just go to the home page. Okay, let's imagine we've just come to AliExpress and we need to go straight to that product. Okay, all I need to do is actually paste that number into the search bar on AliExpress, click on the search icon, and it takes me straight there. Yeah, it's a unique number that identifies it on AliExpress. So that's very, very useful, very, very important to have in my spreadsheet, right? So now I've got everything linked up. I know, the product URL on my site, where it is on Ali, and I can find it very easily on Ali as well. Now, these next bits is just what I do, okay? And again, this is just an example, but I hope you're beginning to realize, this is very simple, but very powerful. So what I've got here is my advertising costs, okay? This will be a running total. So just an example, so far I spent $12.32, right? Clearly I'm making this up. And then every time I get a sale, I'm going to record it in these lines below, okay? So in my example here, I've got a sale on the 1st, how much money I got, yeah, $19, that's how much I'm selling it for.
how much I paid my supplier, right? $3.50, that will be the cost of the product plus the shipping, just for example, and then some sort of difference, okay? And this difference here is cumulative. So, the same day I got another sale of 19, right? And my cumulative amount now is 31, all right? So 15.5 plus the 19 that I got minus the 3.5 that I gave to the supplier. Now I've got $31. Yeah, those are my actual sales now. And then, hopefully it's now becoming obvious. The next day I got another sale, and then I put this last one in here just to demonstrate, that now I've received perhaps 25 because it's no longer on sale. So I've got a different price for it this time, right? So straight away I can see from this very, very basic exercise that at the moment I have got, I have got $68 received, as a result of this, and I've spent $12.32 on advertising. So, I'm doing well. This is great. And you can imagine, I can just basically list all my other products that I have on my site that I'm using, and I can list them down here, and I can very easily see how well they're doing, how much I'm spending on advertising, how much I'm actually getting in from the suppliers. When I get an order, I just grab that SKU from Ali and I put it into the site, and I go straight there, straight to my supplier. So it's a very, very nice little, exercise, a nice little control panel, if you like. So on a second tab down here, I've got expenses, and this is even simpler. But again, you'd be amazed the number of people who don't do this. So, again, just as an example, on the 1st of May, I spent $3.14 on Facebook advertising. 2 days later, I had an expense for web hosting for $4.50, and so on and so on. I'm just going to basically every time record my expenses. Now, do this every day, okay? Well, assuming there's something going on every day, but do it every day, okay? Don't do it, once a month, or say to yourself, I'll do that on Friday, or of course I'll do it tomorrow, because you won't do it. I know it's boring, right? And that's the reason why people don't do it, because it's boring. We've done all the fun stuff of designing the site. We've done all the fun stuff of, driving targeted traffic. We've had great fun making sales and feeling great. What we need to do now is to actually record this stuff, okay? So just use, a very simple spreadsheet like this. This is just to give you a start. This is not the definitive, this is the solution you must do. This is just to give you a start to give you an idea, take your own spin on it. But definitely do it. Please, please, please don't ignore it. You will not regret it in the long run. So something else I just want to cover off in this housekeeping section is registering a business, because it's something I get asked a lot. The moment we start making sales and making expenses, people are thinking that they need to have a business, or maybe they need to have a business even before they start doing anything. Now, it is not entirely necessary to have a business when you kick this whole thing off. Obviously, long term, you do. You'll have noticed that with the PayPal account that we've done, and also the Stripe, if you've been down that route, you've basically linked that to your personal accounts. That's what you will have done. You don't have a business account at the moment. And that's absolutely fine when we're just messing about and we're testing. We are seeing, what products work. We're getting used to this whole process that we've been teaching, and that, you're going to start building up to a much bigger level. But right now, it's not absolutely necessary. And what I would say to you is, referring back to the previous slide, keep track of everything, okay? Keep track of everything from day one. Be absolutely rigorous about that. Be disciplined about that. And then once the sales start to move up into the few hundred dollars, and you've got some proper expenses, then think about registering a business. As to where to register, just register in your country of residence, wherever you are. And as to how, well, that's a huge question. But for example, in the UK, it's very easy. You can do it online. In the US, I imagine it's also pretty straightforward. Try to keep it simple. You don't want to run up expenses of running a business and paying accountants and all this kind of stuff. You can do all this sort of thing on your own in the beginning, and as you grow as a business, you'll want to bring on extra stuff. But right now, you don't need anything else. So in summary, keep it simple. I think you got that as one of my mantras by now. Keep it simple. When you're playing around with this stuff in the beginning, no need to necessarily register a business, but do keep track of stuff. When things start to take off, at that point, go and register yourself a business in your country of residence, and also keep that as simple as you can. Don't get involved with any extra expenses in the early days. I hope that helps. Okay, so we've reached a massive milestone here. We've reached the point, in fact, where you have all the knowledge you need to all the foundation knowledge, at the very least, you have in order to build out an e-commerce business. We've basically got a general store. Mine was called Tim's Hot Deals. Yours might be called Bob's Great Bargains, whatever it might be, right? And with that general store, you can build out a business with hundreds or maybe thousands of dollars. Everything is there for you. Now, this next section is really about taking it to the next level. Should you want to do that? Of course, you're not obliged to. Where you might want to take it up to 100K plus per year business. You might want to build out real financial freedom. You might have, real entrepreneurial ambition that you want to put in place. And if you have that, that's why I put this section together, because I want to take you, where I go, if you like, and give you a lot of great tips that you can use going forward. Before you do that, however, I would really encourage you to spend 2 to 3 months with your general store. There's a lot that we've talked about. There's a lot that you've learned. And you want to just let that kind of bed down a bit. You want to, take products, load them onto your site, get a feeling for how AliExpress works, Facebook advertising, create your store with the themes or any of the bits and pieces that you want in order to personalize your site, all the stuff that we talked about. Implement that. Take your time, because I fully appreciate that not everybody has, a whole day to do this. Everyone's busy, maybe got families, maybe got real jobs, that are taking up all of your time. But, you might be only got an hour in the evenings, whatever it might be. So take your time and let yourself be led. So here I've written out a fairly wordy point here, but give yourself the time to engage with the business model, see what sells, start to discover interesting products that will lead you kind of towards a niche. Because that's sort of what happens. You'll start selling products and you'll think, oh, that one sells well. Or you might see other products, you think, yeah, that's I know about that sort of thing. Maybe I could sell that. Maybe I can add value there. Maybe 2, 3, 4 types of products start selling and the niche starts to define it for you. So what I'm trying to say is, don't force it. Don't force it. Just let it happen. You will begin to feel, you'll get a good feeling for this after a little while. After a couple of months, you'll get a good feeling about what's working, what's not. Do that. Don't try to ram it, don't try to sort of force it, because that way it won't work. And I just want to say, before we move on to the next lecture, we're actually going to start talking about what is a niche. But you're not obliged to do this. You're not obliged to build out a niche store. As I've already said, you've got everything that you can build a general store with and make some nice money on the side. There's no question about that. But if you do want to take it to the next level, the niche store is where the real money lies. Fantastic. So you've decided to come with me on this next part of the journey, and I promise you're not going to be disappointed. I'm going to impart a lot of knowledge. In fact, this part of the course is going to be quite different. This is going to be much more slides and bullet points. Okay, I'm not going to be delving into how-to type tutorials on WordPress or AliExpress. We've done all that. You've got all the kind of point-and-click technical knowledge that you need to build out a store. So I'll be giving you a kind of helicopter view of stuff, and then you can take that and make it your own. So I'm giving you some essential guidelines as we go through these next lectures, which are going to help you massively. So first question is, what is a niche? Well, there's many definitions. I basically just to define it as a group of people with a common interest. Simple as that. Could be anything, right? Now, when it comes to business, a niche should not be too broad, and neither should it be too focused. And I put down these 3 points here as the way that I'm going to illustrate what is too broad, what is too focused, and then kind of what your site should look like as a result. So bear with me here, there's quite a bit of information coming up. So cooking is a very broad niche, right? It's massive.
millions and millions of people are interested in cooking. Cooking with pasta, now we're starting to drill down a bit. And then cooking with gluten-free pasta is drilling down even more. Okay. Now, if we were going to get into the cooking, the first bullet point, and just made a site about cooking, we would be competing with gazillions of other, multinationals, a bazillion other websites out there. Very, very difficult to make, some sort of distinctive point about what we're actually doing, why people want to come to us. If we go to the second bullet point, cooking with pasta, yes, okay, still massive. Cooking with pasta is clearly huge. But at least we're starting to define a little bit more about what we're about. What's our differentiation, as they often say. Our differentiator, I guess I should say. And then the third one, cooking with gluten-free pasta. Now what we're doing is we're talking to people who are gluten-free that want to eat pasta, clearly. Okay, now that's a much more niche group. Okay, so on your site, you could still sell cooking utensils. Okay. It doesn't matter whether you're cooking with pasta, cooking with whatever, but you can still sell cooking utensils. But your site is now much more focused on gluten-free pasta. So advice that you're offering, I'll talk about blogs in a bit later on. You might want to start a blog about gluten-free pasta. Imagine you are a gluten person who doesn't eat gluten. You'll know a lot about this. You could start writing things about it. And you start to become a go-to place for gluten-free pasta, for example, knowledge and feedback and a little community and so on and so forth. But you're also selling these cooking products. So, you start to define yourself. You're no longer just a massive cooking site competing with many others. You're cooking with gluten-free pasta. That's niche. That's niche. Now, next question is it profitable? So, cooking utensils clearly are profitable, right? There's a million out there, and as I said before, if you're cooking with gluten-free pasta, you can sell a colander or forks or whatever it is that you saucepans, whatever you might be using to cook gluten-free pasta. You can still sell that stuff on your site, and just use what I've already taught you. Use AliExpress. Go to AliExpress, find out what's selling. You'll find out what's profitable, and then you can start selling that on your site. Now, I'm going on about gluten-free pasta here. It's something I'm not interested in, all right? But so what I put here is, ideally it's something that you are interested in. Something where you can add value, okay? So, my wife, for example, makes amazing cakes, incredible like wedding cakes. So she hasn't done this, but she could have an e-commerce store where she's selling cake making products, okay, cooking type products if you like, but the site is focused on making, let's say, high-end wedding cakes, and tips of how to do that, how to make beautiful sugar roses or incredible fondant icing or whatever it is. That's where the value add is coming in. That's why people will come to the site. That's why people will come back to the site. Yeah, they will follow you. They will buy from you in the future. All right, so I hope that's starting to become clear as to what a niche is and how you can actually build a profitable one. This isn't rocket science. This is a classic analysis paralysis type situation where people freak out and spend months thinking about a niche. Don't do that, all right? Just start thinking about the things you're interested in where you can genuinely add value. Then think about the products that you could sell within that niche. Go over to AliExpress, see what you can find, and then once you get to that point, register a domain name. All right, another domain name. Go back to TMD hosting and just buy another domain name. It's going to cost you whatever it is, $10, maybe less. So you register another domain name, cooking with pasta, cooking with gluten-free pasta, whatever it is, right, that you're going to do. So make the domain name niche, pick something meaningful, and then just basically go back through the whole process. Build out another store, right? You've got a lot of education here. This thing's going to go much, much quicker this time. Build out a store, excuse me, this time perhaps with a proper logo that says exactly what you're doing now, yeah? Think about a theme and the homepage and stuff that I've taught you, but now, start to really think about how it would really look for somebody who is interested in cooking with gluten-free pasta. Okay, brilliant. There's a lot of knowledge there. Take a deep breath. Maybe watch this slide again. Yeah. Talk to your friends, talk to your wife, whatever. Talk to yourself. Come up with ideas as to how you could create a niche into which you can add value. Okay, so in the last lecture, I was starting to talk about authority. And becoming an authority is the key to creating a niche business. Okay, becoming an authority is the key to creating a niche business. Okay, I just said that twice because it's very important. Now, people love authority sites. You probably already use authority sites, the sites that you trust. So for example, I'm big into my sport, so I'll have sites that I'll go to for running advice. Or for example, I love kite surfing, so there are sites that I go to that I know give me great advice about kite surfing and the products that I need to buy. And the reason why I go to them is because they've helped me. They've gained my trust with the knowledge that they've given to me. Yeah, and I'm basically now part of their tribe. I will buy from them. It's going to be now, for some other site to get my attention, that's going to take some doing. I have my trusted sources. So if you can help people, they will trust you and they will buy from you. Okay, in whatever niche you're thinking about, let's just carry on with that whole gluten-free pasta analogy. But if you can help people, say, identify or come up with gluten-free recipes or things that you shouldn't eat or things that you should eat or do's and don'ts, be careful of this, what you should do when you're away on holiday. The list is endless of the advice that you can give to people. And you will become an authority as you build this out. Now, the way to do this in the online world is typically with a blog. All right, blogs are everywhere. There's a bazillion of them. Okay, and you'll see here I put build, trust, and maybe traffic. And I put maybe because it's important, because what I believe is a mistake that so many people make is that they start a blog thinking somehow that's going to drive an enormous amount of traffic to their site. It just isn't. Unless you've got a huge budget, or you get very, very lucky, or you're super, super niche, or whatever it is, you're going to find it difficult, frankly, to drive traffic. You will drive some traffic, but I'm talking about a significant amount of traffic that will result in sales on your site, something that can replace your Facebook advertising, for example. You're really going to have to go some. You're going to have a massive blog to do that. So don't be under the illusion that you're going to create a massive amount of traffic with a blog, but you will build trust. Trust me, when people come to your blog and they start seeing that you're writing about stuff that they're interested in and that they start to trust you, they'll come back for more. They'll absolutely come back for more. They'll sign up for your email newsletter, for example. That's something else you should put on your site. Sign up for my email newsletter, get their email. In the next slide or two, I'm going to be talking about the importance of the email list and how it is gold. YouTube channel. Okay, that's another thing that you could do. That's a little bit more involved because obviously that's visual. You can do how-to videos, how to cook gluten-free pasta, how to use certain utensils, whatever it could be, demonstrations, I don't know. And just a point about actually both these, the blog and the YouTube channel. If you decide to go down that route, come up with a content plan. Come up with what you're going to actually post on a regular basis, okay? Because that's how you'll gain attention of the Googles of this world, for example. And also it looks good. We've all been on blogs where, the last post was 5 years ago or something like that, or they've posted, yesterday, but prior to that, the last one was 8 months ago. It doesn't look good. You need a steady flow. It might be once a week, might be once a month. Once a month, as far as I'm concerned, is fine. But just think about what you're going to write, so you're not stressing about it every month. Think about what you could actually, where are you going to add value each time. Make sure every post is going to add value. Don't just post pointless waffle. That won't get you anywhere. The other thing you could do is write an ebook. Now, an ebook doesn't have to be, a novel. We're not talking about 500 pages here. You could write an ebook that's 10 pages long, 15 pages long. Something, again, that is imparting your knowledge, something to build trust. Put it on your site, Always ask for somebody's email address. so that they can then download it off your site. So you grab their email, they download it. Now you've got their email. You're now building trust. They know about your site. They'll start shopping with you. They'll start buying with you. That's how it works. It's a great method of doing it. And the other thing you can do with an ebook is, that not many people do actually, but a great little tip here is you can actually offer it on Amazon for free. So imagine you wrote an ebook, cooking with gluten-free pasta, and just offer it on Amazon for free, because it's a lead magnet. It's something that's going to bring people to your site. People will download that off Amazon. It's free. They'll read it, right? And in there, it's going to be all kinds of references to your site. Clearly, www.cookingwithglutenfreepasta.com, whatever it is. So that is another idea, a great way to build authority. So, again, reflect on this. These are great ways to build authority, and becoming an authority will lead to success.
So you've got your niche site and you're starting to become an authority in your niche, right? The thing that is going to be of super, super importance is refining your audience, or I could have called this defining your audience or improving your audience or whatever you want, but your audience is key. Now, obviously, with a niche, you have a much more carefully defined audience, and you can use Facebook audience insights to help you find those audiences. We looked into quite a lot of this stuff during the course of the course, and I hope you're really starting to get familiar with those processes, because those Facebook audience insights, those insights that it can give you are of super importance. Now, uncovering hidden audiences is the key, okay? I've sort of alluded to how, for example, Labradors in general are not going to make any sales. Yeah, everyone does that. It's an obvious one, right? And it doesn't work anyway. I've taught you how to overlap audiences with buyers and communities in order to actually find those proper buyers out there. But the hidden audiences, those are the ones, that's where the gold is, those where the gems are, all right? And you can use words like I do. In fact, this is a great tip, okay? You can use words like foundation, society, association, club, federation. If you think about it, these are groups of people on Facebook that are showing a genuine interest in something. If you're a member of a club or a federation or a society or whatever, you're generally not going to follow those pages unless you have a genuine interest in that subject. Now, just as a sort of final comment on this, because this is a mega subject, if you like. But this is where you will/should spend most of your time going forward. Now, I put will/should on purpose because what happens is that people do not spend nearly enough time doing this. They spend a lot of time on products, a lot of time on making the site look good, and the audience, for the most part, is an afterthought. You really should turn your brain around and think of this as 70-80% of what you need to do if you want to build a successful niche. Spend really a lot of time delving into Facebook audience insights, saving your audiences there, testing different audiences. Once you've found those hidden audiences, I promise you, then you can lead them to your products and you will start to make some serious money.
So your email list is gold, right? This is true. I even tried to write gold in gold. I think it's actually turned out more like yellow. But anyway, your email list is gold. You'll often hear people say things like, the money is in the list, all right? Truth be told, the money is in the relationship you have with your list. But you're going to hear these kinds of expressions as you get into email marketing. Now, you've seen this already. Every time you make a sale, you're going to get an email address. You want to keep that email address. Okay, you want to keep the email address and you want to keep the name of the person. You want to keep, what they bought as well, if you like. But most importantly is the email address and the name of the person. Now, we're working in a niche here. Okay, we're working in a niche. So all of the emails and all of the names that you collect, they all have a common interest. The thing that you are basically selling, or the thing that your authority site is based on. So, list building and marketing is a huge topic, all right? I can't possibly cover it in this course. Maybe I should do another course on this because it is hugely important. But suffice it to say that the idea is that you want to market to your list periodically, but you do not want to spam. Okay, the quickest way to get rid of everybody off your list is to spam them, and they'll all unsubscribe in no time and never come back to your site. That is not what you are doing here. Okay, the whole purpose of sending emails is, your goal is to build continued trust. It's just like on the site. It's just like with your blog. It's just like with your YouTube channel. It's just like with your ebook. Any other outlet you have is all about building trust, and this is no different. So a kind of a best practice, if you will, is that for every 3 emails that you send, only one of them is going to be a sales one. Okay, so the idea here is, of course, that you've got this list. Let's say you've got 1,000 people on your list, and you find a new product. They're your tribe. They trust you. They're interested in what you have to say. So rather than waiting for them to come to your site now, you can send them an email with a direct link saying, "Hey, I thought you might be interested in this XYZ product." Yeah, you can email that out to 1,000 people in one go, and you might generate 100 sales just off of that. You might generate 10 sales, you might generate 300 sales, I don't know, but we're talking about pressing a button and sending an email here. It costs nothing. Yeah, it's gold. It really, really is. Now the other 2 emails are content. Yeah, this is about building up trust. So you're doing a product review. You're talking about stuff in your blog. Maybe sometimes I put like blog links into an email as part of the content. Hey, check out my latest blog posting. It's also quite nice. It brings them to the site. Keep the emails fairly punchy. Don't make them long and drawn out and what have you. But you basically want to use that procedure. Now, how often you email is up to you, but you'll judge it. I might email once a week. Yeah, I know people who email every single day. I mean, that would be the absolute max. But the point is, you've got to have something to say. If you're going to email every single day, make sure that they want to get your emails. Your list should be waiting for your next email, in anticipation. That's what they want. And as a general thing here, and I haven't put this as a bullet point, but as a general thing, as a nice little takeaway for you, each email is worth about $1 per month in revenue that you gain. Okay, so do you remember I said right in the beginning, or not in the beginning, but when we were doing the Facebook advertising, I said, either turn a profit or break even, because you will have got a customer, you will have got an email. That's what that was about. That's the point we are at now. That email, if you like, is worth $1 per month. So let's imagine you build up a list of 5,000 email addresses. Okay, entirely possible. That's not a big list. A big list is 400,000. That's a massive list, actually. But a big list is 50,000. So 5,000 is a doable list. That would equate to, and this is very rule of thumb, of course, that would equate to $5,000 a month. Okay, think about that. You've built up this list. You've got a great relationship, and now you can generate $5,000 a month. Pretty much by pressing buttons. It's genius. It's how people make a lot of money with these sites. And as a last point, just a technical point, if you like, is use an email provider. I'm not talking about sending out emails from your Gmail account or whatever you're using, or webmail account. Use a professional provider. Aweber, MailChimp, GetResponse. Those are some of the big players in the market. Reason being, there is a small fee involved, but it's well worth it. Okay, because you first of all, you can create professional looking emails, which is great. It's all drag and drop, normal thing. Yeah, don't need any technical expertise. And things like your chances of emails passing through spam filters and will be increased. You can see which ones get opened, which ones don't get opened, which ones unsubscribe. There's so many benefits that use an email provider. So there we go. One slide on list building and marketing, which is, as I say, is a massive topic. But do not ignore this. Do not just let those emails slip through your fingers and wonder where they went. So many people do. You'd be amazed. Keep them. They are gold. Outsourcing. Just be cautious. Okay, the words of a wise man. Now, as you build out your site, you will want to outsource bits and pieces, because it just gets impossible. If you've got loads of orders coming in, all kinds of stuff, you'll want help. And there's all kinds of ways to outsource online. Things you can outsource are, product descriptions, Facebook advertising, order fulfillment, product selection. Yeah, basically everything, or just about anything, right? You can, the sky's the limit in terms of what you want to outsource. What I would say is only outsource if it's absolutely necessary. Because what happens is you will lose a certain amount of control of your business, of what's actually going on. All right. If you let somebody write your own product descriptions and then you have issues with sales later on, it could well be down to that, or the Facebook advertising, or the product selection, or whatever it is. The only thing that I really outsource when I've got lots and lots of orders going on is the order fulfillment, because that's just really a sort of a process that's got to be done. It's very boring. It's extremely repetitive. You can't really screw it up. So that's what I do. I just pretty much do order fulfillment. And if I organize my time, manage my time well, then I can do all this other stuff. It's really not a big deal, and it keeps me close to my business. Otherwise, there'll be a disconnect, with what's actually going on. I've made this mistake in the past. That's why I've written just be cautious. I've made this mistake where I've thought, right, I've got a site up and running. I'm doing great. I now want to do something else. I'm going to outsource everything. I'll take a hit. I'll lose 20% or whatever it is by outsourcing, but it'll be worth it. And what happens is you kind of, you lose that touch that you have with your business of what's going on, particularly if you've got an authority site, a niche site. That's kind of you. That's your knowledge. Start handing that over to somebody else. It's going to lose that personal touch, that business I talked about right from the beginning, and hopefully it's sort of all through this course where, be yourself, have a picture of yourself, connect with the people. They want to hear from you. That's how you're going to work this business. That's what makes it successful, at least in my experience. Others may have, of course, different experiences, but in my experience, being me, that's what helps. So outsource by all means. If you want to do what I do, just do order fulfillment. But if you're going to go with it more and more and more, just be cautious about what you do. Okay, this is going to be a very quick lecture. I just want to make you aware that there are AliExpress alternatives. It's not the only show in town, AliExpress. In my view, it's the best. It's the biggest, but it's not the only show. If for some reason you get any issues with AliExpress, you should at least have some sort of backup insurance policy, So I just want to let you know that there are plenty of sites out there. I've listed these ones, more or less at random. I don't have any great experience with these. To be honest, I don't really use them. I've certainly had a good browse around and probably think they're pretty good sites, but I don't have any real good feedback to give you on any of them. But they're there. They're there for you. They're there for me. If I have an issue with AliExpress, I will turn to one of these sites. So just be aware that you do have alternatives as part of your insurance policy.
Selling your website or your business. Wow. Maybe you've, never even thought about that. But, take a step back for a moment. Think about, you're probably at this point starting on your journey and you're just, you're getting excited about building up your business. But think about, 12 months from now or 2 years from now, something like that. You've built yourself up a great business that's making 100,000 euros a year or $200,000 a year or whatever it is. That's an asset. It's a real asset. It's a real business. It generates money. Therefore, if you wanted to, you could sell it, General rule of thumb, if something's making 200,000 a year, then you can sell it for, at least that. So don't be under any illusions here. You are, you're building something proper here. You've seen that this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme, right? This requires hard work. It requires effort. There's an awful lot to learn. It can be a huge amount of fun. It can be enormously satisfying at the same time. And, you're working from home. You've got, a lifestyle business at your fingertips. And now you have potentially something you could sell if you wish. The other thing you could do, of course, is you could do another one. You could do another niche site. On your journey, this is basically what's happened to me, on my journey through one niche site, I start to bump against other things. And I think, well, maybe when I've got this one going well, I'll do another one. After all, we are essentially repeating a process here. We're going through, a series of lectures, that what I've taught you here is the same process to build up another site. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really not making this up. You can dream a little, all right? Dream a little. Don't focus on it, because I want you to focus on building up the business, which is a day-by-day thing. But yeah, dream a little and think about, one day perhaps selling your website or your business.
Wow, we've come to the end of the course. I can't believe it. I have so enjoyed teaching you, and thank you so much for inviting me into your homes or wherever you are to give that opportunity. Now, of course, I thoroughly hope you really, really enjoyed this, but as well as teaching you, as well as giving you the skills and the knowledge, what I really, really wanted to do is kind of inspire you, to perhaps get you thinking about the opportunities that this kind of course, this business model can give you. Maybe you're, already thinking about perhaps, replacing your 9-to-5 job in the most extreme case. You can see what this can do. If that's the case, then congratulations, run with it, go with it. Now, it's the end of the course, but I'm still here. And, what I would love to receive is constructive criticism. I understand that there are holes in the course, there are things that I can improve, and the reality is, in any case, that the whole thing is a moving target. New techniques develop all the time, and I'm going to be adding that stuff in as we go along. But anything you want to add, anything you want to give back to me, I would very, very happily take that and weave it into the course if it's appropriate. Now, let me just finish by saying once again, super congratulations. I just want to wish you the best of luck, with everything you do between now and the future. Enjoy. Fantastic. I'll see you very soon, I hope, in perhaps the next course I'll create. Goodbye.